Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Inside the pitch-black prison cell, they were just annoying people. 4-year-old Kiki mumbled softly, pressing her tiny hand against her chest. But, Enki, it hurts here. Lin Xian was about to say something when he suddenly saw the little girl turn around and walk away. His eyes widened in shock as she approached 8-year-old Kiki and took the handgun from her hands. Lin Xian's heart dropped. sh*T. He moved to stop her, but before he could react, the Kiki standing outside the iron bars had already stood up. She raised her tiny hand, shaping it like a gun, and slowly walked towards the end of the corridor. There, the silhouette of a woman had not yet disappeared into the distance. From outside, the joyous laughter of children echoed in the open yard. "Wait!" Lin Xian shouted, gripping the iron bars with both hands, his mechanical heart surging with energy. But he couldn't break the lock no matter how hard he tried. Frustrated, he immediately tried to build something, a machine, anything, that could cut through the iron bars. But constructing a cutting tool took time, and no matter how desperately he worked, he wouldn't make it in time. F***. Lin Xian roared in fury and turned around, raising his arm. Then, with a blast, he fired his wind cannon straight at the monster lurking in the shadows. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The wind bullets struck an invisible wall, dispersing harmlessly, failing to cause any damage to the terrifying, eerie creature. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. No, this isn't right. If that white monster on the train had been the true cause of Kiki's corruption, then he had already killed it. So where did this thing come from? Oh, the 3 different versions of Kiki shrieked in terror. But Lin Xian suddenly froze. Terror? No, that wasn't fear earlier. Fear is... His eyes narrowed sharply as realization struck him. This monster, it was not the same as the white corrupting demon from the train. Fear. F***. That silver antenna. Where is it? Lin Xian looked down at his hand. He remembered holding it, but now his hand was empty. Huh. He snapped his head up and saw the monstrous shadow in the corner. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and plunged his hand straight into its gaping, bloody maw. Trying to scare me? Lin Xian knew now. The monster that had grabbed Kiki and devoured her back on the train was the real source of the corruption. Right now, he was inside Kiki's corrupted world, probably unconscious somewhere in reality. And this other terrifying entity? It was the work of that silver antenna. Just as he thought, the moment his hand plunged into the monster's mouth, he felt something cold and metallic. And in an instant, the shadowy figure vanished. A sharp beep echoed through the cell, and the iron bars swung open. Lin Xian blinked in surprise. I was right. Without wasting a second, he bolted out of the cell. Tap, tap, tap. The dark corridor stretched endlessly before him, a faint light flickering in the distance. He ran faster and faster, the light growing blindingly bright. He had to shield his eyes with his arm. Finally, he broke through the light. The sun blazed overhead. The harsh brightness stung his eyes, forcing him to squint as he adjusted to the sudden change. Outside, a vast green lawn stretched before him. The orphanage stood alone in the middle of the wilderness, its fences and gardens long since dismantled. Beyond the orphanage, towering skyscrapers loomed in the distance, their presence making the lone building appear out of place. But there were no massacres, no bloodshed, just a group of children, laughing and playing under the sunlight. And beneath the sprawling shade of an ancient banyan tree, he saw her. A tiny girl sat quietly on the grass, clutching her teddy bear. She gazed toward a small road in the distance, where a disheveled woman walked away, her figure slowly fading into the horizon. It was the back of her mother, leaving. Hey! A familiar voice called out behind him. Lin Xian turned around and saw Kiki. The Kiki he knew, She stood a few steps away, radiant and smiling. Thank you, Lin Xian. The blizzard raged on outside. Inside car number 1, Chen Xishuan and Shasha anxiously monitored Kiki's condition. For some reason, after all that blood loss, Kiki's complexion had suddenly improved. Her breathing was steady. Color had returned to her face. She doesn't seem as bad as before, Chen Xishuan murmured, frowning. She couldn't understand it. Kiki's condition had been fluctuating wildly, unpredictable and strange. Everything that had happened on the infinite train since last night had been disturbingly bizarre. Even now, she still felt lingering fear. But at least, for now, Kiki was getting better. They could finally breathe. But ever since earlier, I haven't heard those footsteps anymore. Shasha glanced warily down the corridor, her small face tense with caution. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. Both women turned their heads sharply. To see Luo Yi striding toward them, his expression grim. There's a train ahead. Chen Xishuan and Shasha stiffened. They rushed to the cockpit and saw it. In the northwest, along the Jiangyu JY 3365 railway, a black train was approaching. But it wasn't on the same track as the infinite train. In the distance, the two rail lines would eventually converge, and the black train was headed straight for Mount Daluo. Clank, clank, clank. As the train got closer, they saw it clearly. A Starfleet Intercontinental-class military train. From the far end of the tracks, a deep rumbling filled the air as the Starfleet's massive train thundered past. The military? That's the Iron Guard Battalion. Shasha gasped, recognizing the insignia on the black train. The train was loaded with heavy armored tanks. Iron Guard, 3 military assault mechs, 3 destroyer heavy siege walkers, and, at the very end, a colossal mobile railgun. Rumble, rumble. Above them, the sky darkened, as countless aerial gunships and aircraft roared past, shaking the train windows with their sonic booms. That's a lot of firepower, and they're all heading toward Mount Daluo and Yubei City. Chen Xishuan's face darkened. This must be what the radio warned about. An extremely high-risk eerie zone. A major eerie entity. It's dangerous. We need to take the southern route. What about Lin Xian? We still can't reach him on the radio. Shasha's eyes flickered with concern as she watched the enormous military force move like a dark storm. It was the first time she had ever seen a military deployment of this scale. We wait. Chen Xishuan took a deep breath and looked at them. Luo Yi, check the train while it's still daylight. Shasha, take the bike and scout ahead on the southern route. I have a bad feeling. No matter which path we take, getting into Yubei City won't be easy. I'll stay here to watch over Kiki and keep an eye on Lin Xian. Nightfall is coming. Tonight, we hold position and defend. Shasha nodded. All right, let's move. On the vast plains leading out of Mount Daluo, a heavy-duty train sat silently under the night sky. Darkness loomed like ink, and snowflakes drifted down in a quiet storm. Lin Xian was still missing. The infinite train had ceased moving, and the 2-hour window they had planned to wait during the day had quickly passed. Now that night had fallen, the three of them could only gather inside the train, discussing their next steps while continuing to wait. Chen Xishuan carried a few extra blankets, tucking one over the unconscious Kiki and handing another to Luo Yi. Car number 5 had been modified into a makeshift sleeping cabin, where Luo Yi resided. Most of the surrounding space was welded into tool racks, filled with steel and various equipment. Any updates? Chen Xishuan asked. Shasha sat on the sofa, staring uneasily at the radio, a trace of fear in her expression. I don't know why, but I still feel like it's making noise. Silence filled the air. Chen Xishuan stood still, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she forced herself to stay rational. Her logic told her not to dwell on incomprehensible things. Someone was controlling the train, and that someone had to be Lin Xian. It's been hours with no sound. Lin Xian might have. Shasha's face darkened. Chen Jiejia, a person disappearing into thin air. No matter how you looked at it, there was no good explanation. It's fine. He'll figure something out. Qin Sixuan's words sounded more like self-reassurance than an actual answer. Xia nodded. Qin Sixuan turned off the lights and heating, conserving the crucial power supply. Meanwhile, Xia, and Luo Yi divided their roles. Luo Yi guarded the front of the train. Xia took a watch inside car number 1. Qin Sixuan monitored the rear compartments. They kept constant watch, observing their surroundings for any changes. Beyond the armored windows, the world was pitch black. The wilderness beyond the train was filled with eerie whispers, distant screeches echoing in the dark, making one's skin crawl. Inside the frigid cockpit, Qin Sixuan wrapped herself in a blanket, her gaze filled with unease as she stared into the black void beyond the window. They were relatively safe inside the train. The radar detection system was running in low-power mode, and earlier, Luo Yi had checked the exterior armor. Everything was still intact. Yesterday, they had narrowly escaped from Yuqi Station, barely surviving the attack of the white climbing creature. But no one knew what else lurked in the dark. The crashes, the bites, the relentless attacks. It had been overwhelming. How many other unknown horrors lay hidden in the black abyss? Perhaps they had only scratched the surface. But the fact that they had escaped unharmed meant that Lin Xian's armor upgrades had worked. If it had been the old train, the creatures would have torn through the roof, and their fate would have been sealed. Yet, before they could even catch their breath, the eerie radio signal had appeared. Qin Sixuan let out a slow, careful breath. Just thinking about that radio sent shivers down her spine. Was it possible that some things couldn't be blocked, even by steel armor? One after another. Zombies, mutated creatures, eerie fog, nightmarish entities. Each more terrifying than the last. In just a short amount of time, Qin Sixuan had felt like she had lived through countless nightmares. Everything will be fine. She forced herself to believe it. Currently, aside from the reserve energy in the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, they also had over 1,000 liters of gasoline scavenged from Tanghai's stash. Some of it had been pumped into the gas turbine's fuel tank, while the rest had been set aside as backup. Their supplies were stable, and they were not in immediate danger. But if they stayed in one place for too long, the black tides would consume the entire city of Yuqi within a few days. By then, they would be at the mercy of fate. In the distance, headlights flickered along a winding mountain road. It looked like a convoy of fleeing vehicles. Qin Sixuan immediately grew alert. But after a while, the convoy veered off, heading toward Yubei City. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Throughout the night, the sounds of various vehicles could be heard racing through the darkness. However, the train was parked far from both the railway and the main roads, so no one seemed to notice their presence. With the radio out of service, they had no external communication. At this moment, the infinite train felt like a lonely boat adrift in a dark, endless ocean. An inescapable sense of despair slowly crept in. Beep, beep. Her watch alarm jolted her awake. It was now 1 a.m., the deepest part of the night. She got up and headed to car number 1. Kiki was still unconscious, and there was still no sign of Lin Xian, not even the strange footsteps from before. Chenjiejia. A sleepy voice broke the silence. Xia stirred on the sofa, the thick blanket sliding down to her waist. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and looked at Qin Sixuan. Should we switch shifts? I can take the front watch. Qin Sixuan waved her hand. It's okay. Get some more rest. I'll monitor things for now. I can't sleep. Xia mumbled. Lin Gige hasn't come back. I can't relax. I understand. Qin Sixuan forced a small smile. She herself was nervous as hell, but she had to keep reassuring Xia. Lin Xian is an ability user. He's stronger than us. He'll find a way back. Xia nodded. MHM. The lights inside the train remained off, and the blackout covers were shut, allowing only the faintest light to seep through. Car number 1 was the most fully equipped carriage. Lin Xian had spent countless hours perfecting it. A 20-meter-long cabin with a living area, a sofa, a dining table, and a storage unit filled with food, water, and weapons. Even the A-33K heavy sniper rifle was stored here. A massive 1,557 millimeters long, 14.8 kilograms black rifle capable of firing 12.7 millimeters, .50 BMG, tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. Kiki had once called it a true anti-material killer. Lin Xian had originally intended to give it to Luo Yi, but Luo Yi had refused. He claimed his eyesight wasn't great, and his hands were too rough. He preferred something fast and heavy, like an assault machine gun. So the sniper rifle had remained here. Sha, can you teach me how to use this? For some reason, staring at the sniper rifle, a strange thought crossed Chen Xishuan's mind. Huh? Sha was stunned. Chen Jijia, that thing is heavy. Chen Xishuan took a deep breath. I know, but if I can help provide cover, we'll have an extra firepower point against monsters. And I can take some of the burden off you. Chen Xishuan's eyes sharpened slightly. Every time the team encountered danger, she was always forced to hide in the safest part of the train. Even though Lin Xian believed she had been helpful, after experiencing so many brutal battles, her mindset had toughened. She felt she should at least learn some self-defense skills. Now that Lin Xian wasn't around, this need became even stronger. Sha looked at Chen Xishuan in surprise and stuck out her tongue. All right, but I'm not that great at it either. I only know how to shoot. As for how to actually aim a sniper rifle properly, I have no idea. It's fine. Chen Xishuan stepped forward and took the sniper rifle. The moment she held it, she felt its immense weight, causing her to clench her teeth as she lifted it. She allowed a slow breath. It really is heavy, but this weapon, if we encounter monsters like the ones before, might actually be useful. For sure. Sha nodded. This thing packs a serious punch and has an insanely long range. I've seen it on TV before. It can shoot straight through a car in one shot. By UBU. Chunjia, this here is the trigger, and the safety is right here. Got it. This is the bipod. Big guns like these usually need one. Unless you have superhuman strength, shooting in a prone position without support is nearly impossible. What do you mean by without support? It means shooting while holding it up without any rest. This thing's way too heavy. You won't be able to. Also, this is an M3 optical 10x super scope, so you can see really far. Chunjia, set up the rifle and give it a try. Oh, and one more thing. These kinds of guns have a strong recoil, so pay attention to your stance. Okay. Suddenly feeling wide awake, Chen Xishuan, under Shasha's guidance, earnestly started learning about the rifle's components and aiming principles. Thud. A noise suddenly came from outside, making both of them freeze. Chunjia, Shasha whispered. That sound, it came from outside. Hearing this, Chen Xishuan frowned and quickly gestured for silence. She then tiptoed to the window and carefully lifted the blackout cover. A flashlight beam flickered briefly along the side of the train. Chen Xishuan immediately covered her mouth in shock. There were people outside. The wind and snow howled in the night, and the entire train had gone dark. Standing inside car number 1, Chen Xishuan and Shasha anxiously peered outside. There's more than one person, Shasha murmured. Chen Jia, I think someone has their eyes on our train. Chen Xishuan looked uneasy. This road connects Mount Daluo to Yubei City. It's close to the highway. Maybe someone noticed the train parked here and came to investigate. What should we do? Should we respond? Shasha asked. Has this happened to you before? Well, when my brother and I were driving, we'd sometimes come across other teams. Most of the time, people just went their own way. Occasionally, friendlier groups would stop to chat during the day or form convoys at night for safety. But in our case, they're probably just curious. Chen Xishuan shook her head. Let's wait and see. It's already nighttime, and it's dangerous outside. If they're just survivors checking things out, they'll probably leave after looking around. But if they have bad intentions, we need to be cautious. Shasha nodded. Yeah, Lingo upgraded our armor. We should still be pretty safe. Chen Xishuan nodded, but then a thought struck her. She pulled Shasha close and whispered in her ear. Go warn your brother. Have him guard the back. We still have 2 cars on the trailer. Oh, right. Shasha's eyes widened. Those 2 vehicles were sitting out in the open on the flatbed trailer. If someone quietly drove them away, it'd be a huge loss. Realizing the urgency, she immediately crouched low and scurried toward the rear. Meanwhile, Chun Sichuan moved to the cockpit and peered outside through the porthole. The night was pitch black, and faint rustling noises came from the tracks. There were definitely several footsteps approaching. As the sounds drew closer, she instinctively stepped back, blending into the shadows of the corridor. Bang, bang. Suddenly, someone climbed onto the front of the train, and a flashlight beam shone inside, sweeping across the space. Huh, doesn't look like anyone's here, a man whispered. Maybe they're sleeping in another carriage, another voice suggested. Be careful. This whole train is armored. It's definitely not an ordinary train. You keep watch here. I'll go call it in. All right. Hiding in the shadows, Chun Sichuan pressed her hand tightly over her mouth. Taking advantage of the moment when the flashlight wasn't pointed at her, she stealthily retreated to car number 1. She grabbed the walkie-talkie and huddled in a corner. Sha, there are quite a few of them. Be careful. Got it. If they try anything, we'll fire a warning shot. Yes, let's scare them off first. If they're just a regular survivor team, they'll probably run. Chunjie, if they don't make a move, they might be planning something. If a fight breaks out, should we start the train and leave? Shasha's worried voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chun Sichuan's expression darkened. She fully understood the predicament they were in. The train was dark, covered in snow. This might give outsiders the wrong idea. No, we can't. Lin Xian isn't back yet. Her gaze drifted toward the back of the car, where a radio still sat quietly on the sofa. Her instincts told her that Lin Xian was still on the train. If she moved the train now, she wasn't sure if it would cause problems for him. You're right. Lingu. Hey, Chunjie, listen. Just as Shasha finished speaking, an extremely faint sound came from inside car number 3, moving toward car number 2. Something was inside the train. For some reason, hearing that sound made Chun Sichuan feel both terrified and relieved. She and Shasha both had the same thought. This must be Lin Xian. That meant he was still alive. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from car number 5. Luo Yi was firing a machine gun through a shooting port near the hydraulic ramp. He had spotted several figures sneaking around the rear, trying to climb onto the flatbed trailer to unchain the vehicles. The machine gun roared, its bullets spraying across the flatbed car and into the snow, sending sparks and ice flying. The intruders panicked and scattered in fear. One unlucky man took a direct hit in the shoulder, blood splattering everywhere as he screamed in agony. The gunfire immediately intimidated the prowlers. They quickly vanished into the darkness. Arg! The deafening shots also drew in a horde of zombies from the nearby forest, their shrill howls echoing as they charged toward the train. They're climbing onto the train. Shasha gripped her grenade launcher and relayed through the walkie-talkie. Chunjie, be careful. The tension spiked in an instant. Hearing Shasha's warning, Chun Sichuan's brows furrowed. But right now, her focus was entirely on the movement inside the train, searching for any sign of Lin Xian. She didn't turn on the lights, carefully listening for any sounds inside the car. Then, suddenly, the entire train's lights flickered on. Chun Sichuan flinched, startled. She glanced up at the ceiling lights, confusion filling her mind. Following an instinct, she stepped over to the lighting control panel. Click! She switched the lights off again. Inside the dark train carriage, Lin Xian stared at the radio in his hand, his face heavy with concern. He tried adjusting the frequency, but no matter how much he turned the dial, it always snapped back to 1542. A wave of unease surged through him. He had already seen through this eerie trick. The fear invasion was merely a mental disturbance. But despite knowing that, he still had no idea how to escape this place. A cold wind howled through the carriage, filling the air with an icy chill. Lin Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, I remember when I picked up the silver antenna, the lights turned on. His eyes narrowed. Immediately, he activated mechanical heart, and, clang, the entire train's lighting system powered on. This time, the lights behaved normally. They weren't swallowed by darkness, nor did they flicker strangely. Click! But oddly enough, just a few seconds later, the lights shut off again. Lin Xian's gaze snapped toward the control panel at the end of the carriage. Who turned off the lights? The Infinite Train's lighting system was working fine. This wasn't a malfunction. Someone had turned them off on purpose. That made things even eerier. An idea struck him. He activated mechanical heart again and switched on the heating system in car number 1. Inside, the freezing carriage. On the other side, Chen Xishuan suddenly felt a warm breeze. It's Lin Xian. She instantly realized what was happening. Without hesitation, she quickly turned the heater off again. Back inside the eerie carriage, Lin Xian abruptly shot up from the sofa, turning off the heater to save power. That's definitely Chun Laosher. His eyes widened in astonishment as he grabbed the radio. So, I really am trapped inside a frequency. Why was he stuck in 1542? He didn't have time to figure that out. What mattered was finding a way out. Frequency. That's it. The Phoenix Group transmits important information using LW01 long-wave frequency, while we Wanderers mainly use AM07 and AM09. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he suddenly understood. He wasn't in a real place. He was inside an eerie frequency. No matter how he adjusted the dial, the radio would always display 1542. If that's the case, maybe I need someone outside to tune to a different frequency. That way, I might be able to sync with it and escape. He clenched the radio tighter, but his excitement quickly turned to frustration. But I can't change the frequency from in here. Wait. He glanced at the silver antenna in his hand. I almost forgot about this thing. But then, he hesitated. If I put this thing back on, will it summon something terrifying again? So what if it does? It's all fake. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the silver antenna into place. Sure enough, the moment it connected to the radio, a red, ghostly figure materialized at the end of the corridor. A woman in a blood-red dress stood eerily still, her pale face twisted into a disturbing smile. Lin Xian scowled. What the hell are you looking at? Tell me how to get out of here. A surge of irritation overpowered his fear. His sudden outburst stunned the ghost. Her eerie smile vanished. Her eyes flashed with rage, and in an instant, she teleported right in front of him, raising blood-soaked claws to tear at his throat. Slash! Lin Xian's gaze turned icy. His blade flashed. The ghost's head flew clean off, rolling to the ground with a heavy thud. Tisich, trying to scare me? Silence filled the carriage. The ghost's severed head rolled into a corner, her lifeless eyes glaring at him with hatred. Meanwhile, her headless body remained standing, claws still raised. Lin Xian snorted. He knew this was just an illusion, so he ignored it. Instead, he turned a radio dial, and this time the frequency changed. So I was right. His theory was correct. The radio's true nature was in the silver antenna. It had trapped him inside this eerie frequency. To escape, someone outside needed to sync their radio with his, but on any frequency other than 1542. Realizing this, Lin Xian felt a surge of relief. Now, how do I get Chun Laosher to tune in? Gurgle. The severed ghost head rolled to his feet, her eyes gleaming maliciously. Ugh, you again. Annoyed, Lin Xian kicked the head aside and frowned at the headless corpse. Even knowing it wasn't real, its creepy presence was unsettling. A thought crossed his mind. He suddenly grabbed the ghost's dress. Rip! The red fabric tore away, revealing a thin but well-shaped female body, dressed in red lingerie. Lin Xian blinked. Huh, ghosts wear lingerie too. Apart from being disturbingly skinny, the severed head in the corner looked horrified for the first time. As the torn fabric fell, the sinister atmosphere instantly vanished. The overwhelming sense of dread evaporated. Lin Xian let out a long breath. Pointing at the ghost's head, he smirked. Mess with me again, and I'll strip you completely. Vroom! Engines rumbled in the distance, growing louder. A large convoy of vehicles was approaching through the forest. Chenjia, more of them are coming. Shasha's furious voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Looks like they've really set their sights on us tonight. Chen Xishuan's face darkened. We don't have a choice. Keep an eye on them. Something's happening with Lin Xian. She had finally heard movement from Lin Xian's side. That was her priority now. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before she could react, Gunfire erupted from the rear carriages. At least a dozen vehicles had arrived, attempting to surround the train. Xia and Luo Yi opened fire immediately. Meanwhile, the commotion also attracted a horde of zombies from the snowfields. Outside, a blizzard raged. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden noise echoed from the roof. Someone was climbing on top of the train. Chunjia. Up front. Xia realized something and shouted through the walkie-talkie. Chen Xishuan's heart pounded. She rushed to the cockpit, intending to seal the doors. If the attackers figured out there were only 3 people on board, the situation could spiral out of control. Thud, thud, thud. The sound moved from the back of the train to the front at an alarming speed. Flashlights peeked through cracks, searching for openings, until a face suddenly dropped upside down in front of the windshield, grinning wickedly. The man had scorpion-like insect limbs growing from his back. Chen Xishuan's face went pale. An ability user. His flashlight beam landed on her. His eyes glowed as he let out a shrill laugh. Huh, there's only 3 of them, and 2 are chicks. With that, he leapt off the train and sprinted toward the convoy. Chen Xishuan's heart sank. She snatched the walkie-talkie. Xia, an ability user spotted us. He's running to tell them. In car number 5, Xia's face darkened. She grabbed her gun and yelled, "Take that bastard out now." Luo Ye's face darkened as he immediately shifted his gun to the other side, rolled down the window, and fired a burst at the scrawny freak sprinting through the darkness. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! But the thin monkey-like man was unbelievably agile. His insect-like legs propelled him forward at an insane speed, weaving effortlessly through the forest. Luo Ye's machine gun wasn't the most accurate, and his bullets only kicked up dirt, stone, and snow behind the fleeing figure. Not a single shot hit. Meanwhile, the thin man let out a crazed laugh, sprinting towards his convoy while shouting, "Ha ha ha! Boss, there's only 1 guy, 2 hot chicks, and the rest is all supplies. Hurry up and take him. If you're late, you won't even get the scraps." His words were like gasoline on a fire. The bandit convoy erupted in excitement. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! Bang! Bang! With the first shots fired, the entire convoy opened fire, unleashing a storm of bullets toward Luo Ye's position. Gunfire rained down like a metal storm. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off the infinite train's steel armor. Luo Yi and Xia had no choice but to duck behind cover. Countless headlights and searchlights illuminated the night, casting a glaring brightness over the train. Seeing Luo Yi pinned down, the attackers grew even more reckless. Some gunned their engines and charged toward the train, extending their rifles out of car windows to fire indiscriminately. They only have 3 people. The train is loaded with supplies. Kill the guy. Tink, tink, tink. Bullets clinked harmlessly off the infinite train's armor. It was like shooting a fortress. Their standard rounds did nothing. But the raiders didn't care. Their eyes were red with greed and bloodlust. They only needed to keep Luo Yi suppressed long enough to reach the train. Some of the incoming vehicles began to flank, while others charged straight for the armored car, aiming to hijack it. Someone raised a Molotov cocktail. The bandits had begun their full-scale assault on the train. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black car number 1, Lin Xian paced back and forth, deep in thought. The headless, red-dressed ghost in lingerie stood motionless nearby, while her severed head on the ground followed him with its eyes. Frequency, frequency. Suddenly, he stopped. His gaze lifted to the ceiling lights, a thought flashing through his mind. The lights, they worked. Just now, when he powered them on, they weren't affected by the eerie frequency. That meant his mechanical heart still worked. Clack, clack. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flashed the lights twice, then waited for a response. Moments later, flash, flash. The lights blinked back twice. Gunfire pounded against the armored train. Boom. Xia fired a grenade. It hit the hood of a pickup truck, exploding its engine and front tires. The truck flipped end over end, rolling down the mountain slope, its passengers' fates unknown. But there were too many attackers. Luo Yi gritted his teeth as he fired back through the window. Go! There are too many of them. Sha Sha shouted, ducking another burst of bullets. At the front of the train, at least 10 raiders had already leaped out of their vehicles and were sprinting toward the train's various entry points. Some ran for the engine car, while others rushed toward car number 5 and the armored vehicle. The infinite train's rear ramp was now surrounded, the bandits wielding steel pipes, crowbars, and machetes. Someone dragged out a tow hook and a chainsaw. They were waiting, desperate, for that door to open. Don't be scared. There are only 3 of them. We've hit the jackpot. Forget the train. Grab the vehicles first. The gunfire wasn't scaring them. They were too greedy to back down. A dark figure suddenly leaped onto a moving car, then kicked off its roof with monstrous strength. Tum! He rocketed through the air like a cannonball. Crash! Landing heavily on top of the infinite train. He slammed a fist into the armored roof. Bang! But all he made was a tiny dent. His eyes narrowed. TCH. This ain't just regular steel. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, he dashed toward the rear, aiming to force open the hydraulic ramp. Lin Xian's heart pounded as he watched the lights blink back at him. That's gotta be Chen Laoshi. His mechanical heart worked. The lights worked, which meant Morse code would work too. If I can signal a frequency, Chen Laoshi can sync with me. AM07. AM07. Just AM7. She'll get it. Chen Xishuan was a railway professor. She should recognize international light signals. Lin Xian focused, recalling the Morse sequence for AM7. ///. He took a deep breath and started flashing the lights. First, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, SOS. He had to let her know he was using light signals. Bang! Bang! Luo Yi kept firing, but the attackers weren't slowing down. At least 4 advanced vehicles had reached the train. 10 bandits ducked behind cover, trying to breach entry points. The ramp was under siege. A hulking brute with a metal-coated arm was at the back, trying to pry the hydraulic ramp open with brute force. Shhcharke. Sparks flew as his blackened metal fingers wedged into the gap. Brother Zhu, get the tow hook. Got it. The thin, scorpion-tailed freak sprinted toward them, hauling a metal tow hook. He planned to latch it onto the ramp and let the vehicles pull it open. Rat-a-tat-it. Luo Yi opened fire through the gap and finally saw the man on the roof. A bearded brute with gray-black metallic skin. Bullets bounced off him like they were hitting armor. The man sneered. Good aim, kid. Then he gripped the ramp harder. But now, I'm gonna RIP this turtle shell. The hydraulic liftgate let out a deep groan as the steel plate gripped by his hand started to deform. Courting death. Daluo let out a muffled roar, immediately recognizing the unusual nature of his opponent's ability. His eyes burned with ferocity as he tossed aside his machine gun, raised his steel-slaying greatsword, and drove it forcefully into the gap of the liftgate. Clang! A massive force erupted, slicing off a corner of the liftgate along with the greatsword's edge. The bearded brute's gaze hardened. He seemed to have sensed danger. His hands suddenly let go, then clamped together, trapping the sword's blade between his palms. Sparks flew violently, accompanied by a piercing screech. What immense strength! The bearded brute sneered. With one hand forming a claw, he grasped the sword's spine, flipped midair, and dropped toward the ground while dragging the steel-slaying greatsword along the side of the liftgate's gap. His intention was clear. He was trying to use the sword's own sharpness to carve through the liftgate's connection points. What ruthless technique! Daluo hadn't expected the enemy to have not only a body as tough as iron, but also such agility and skilled combat techniques. With this sudden pull, he was momentarily caught off guard, and the sword blade was being wrenched downward. Arg! Veins bulged on Daluo's forehead as he roared, summoning all his strength to yank the steel-slaying greatsword free from the bearded brute's vice-like grip. Scorpion! The bearded brute shouted. Clang! 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 Several scorpion-like whips suddenly lashed out, hooking onto the slightly opened hydraulic liftgate. Use the tow hook to pull it open. I'll go to the front. Make sure they don't escape. Got it, boss. The thin monkey, who had been scouting earlier, had scorpion-like appendages on his back, which latched onto the liftgate. Meanwhile, several nimble subordinates quickly secured metal tow hooks to the gap, preparing to use vehicles to tear it open. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the train's rooftop. Luo Shasha glanced up and immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to warn Chen Xishuan. Chen Jijia, be careful. Someone's coming from the front. In carriage number 1, Chen Xishuan was focused on the flashing train lights. The pattern, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, was unmistakable. Morse code. Realizing someone was sending an SOS, she immediately reached for her gun and rushed toward the driver's cabin, worried that the enemy would try to sabotage the train. Bang! Just as she stepped inside, the bearded brute suddenly descended from above, landing outside the cockpit window. With both hands, he grabbed the armored grille and bent one of the bars apart with brute strength, creating a hole the size of a bowl. His blackened metal hand gleamed as he peered inside at the pale-faced Chen Xishuan. Grinning wickedly, he taunted, "Where do you think you're running, little girl? Come play with Uncle. I'm real tough." Then his metallic fist shot toward the cockpit window. Ah! Chen Xishuan stumbled back in fear, a chill running down her spine. "Break it open." The bearded brute roared, thrusting his fist forward. The armored grills might keep monsters out, but this windshield? He didn't think it would hold for a second. But just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the glass, he stopped. The bearded brute's pupils trembled violently. His entire body was frozen in place. The expected sound of shattering glass never came. Chen Xishuan, slowly lowering her trembling hands, was stunned to see the bearded brute locked in fear. Then, behind her, came a familiar voice. "Old man, just how hard are you?" Chen Xishuan whipped around, her eyes lighting up with joy. Standing in the carriage hallway, eyes glowing eerily, hair flowing despite no wind, exuding an aura of overwhelming killing intent. Who else could it be but Kiki? You. The bearded brute's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Not only was he completely immobilized, even his voice and breath were stilled. A terrifying ability. In just a fraction of a second, a bone-chilling fear surged through his heart. Buzz! Kiki flicked her hand. The bearded brute was suddenly hurled like a black iron cannonball, smashing straight into an oncoming military jeep. Crash! The sheer force caved the jeep into a C shape, its tires exploding, the entire vehicle sent flying. Kiki! Chen Xishuan gasped. "Chen Jijia, hurry!" Kiki's expression was ice-cold, her glowing white eyes sharper than ever. A powerful surge of evolutionary energy radiated from her. She pointed toward carriage number 1, where lights continued to flash. "Save Lin Xian." "Got it." Kiki's sudden arrival had pulled Chen Xishuan back from the brink of despair. With renewed determination, she nodded and sprinted toward carriage number 1. Kiki turned around, eyes flashing at the sight of bandits climbing onto the train. So damn annoying. As the bandits scrambled to loot, a shockwave erupted from the train's center like a sweeping typhoon. Boom! Everyone within range, bandits near the train, raiders on the flatbed trailers, even nearby parked vehicles, were all blasted away. The shockwave kicked up clouds of snow, rolling outward like a tidal wave. Ugh! What the hell? Countless screams and wails filled the air. Near the train's front, the wrecked cars skidded across the snowy ground. Amidst the flames, the bearded brute staggered to his feet, looking utterly battered. His metallic skin was now riddled with deep, bloody wounds, flesh and bone exposed. Wiping the blood trickling from his nose and mouth, he stared at the girl in utter disbelief. *T, she's insane. Boss, that girl is really strong. TCH. So what if she's an ability user? One freak can't change anything. This train is stranded. It's just a matter of time before we crack it open and feast on the prize. Yeah, but wait. Holy *T. Slap. The bearded brute smacked his underling. Who the F*** are you cursing at? His lackey, eyes wide with terror, pointed to the sky behind him. And no, boss. There's a monster. Scree! A bone-rattling screech tore through the air, shaking the ground and snow. The bearded brute felt a chill down his spine. Slowly, he turned around. But before he could even register what was happening, a massive black shadow descended upon him. A second later, his body, along with over a dozen others, was obliterated into a splatter of blood and gore. On the infinite train, Luo Xia and Daluo barely caught their breath before Kiki ran over. Daluo, Xia, close the windows now, before they could react. Boom, crash. A terrifying sound filled the air, followed by the horrifying sound of something dragging bodies away. Run! What the hell is that? Look up. It's in the sky. Shasha's eyes darted outside. Giant, writhing shadows loomed over the train. Her voice trembled. What the hell is that? Kiki's voice was grim. Tentacle. A massive force yanked the entire infinite train, causing it to lurch forward violently. The deafening sounds of dragging and scraping filled the air as the train's roof and sides were struck by something terrifying. Qin Xishuan lost her balance and collapsed onto the floor. Through the window, she saw dark, writhing shadows outside, and her mind went completely blank with fear. Then, the flashing train lights jolted her back to her senses. Lin Xian, I have to save Lin Xian. Gritting her teeth, Qin Xishuan pushed herself up, her mind racing as she focused on the flashing lights. One short, one long. Too long, too long. 3 short, 7. AM 7. AM 7? What does that mean? Her lips felt dry, her heartbeat pounding. Suddenly, she spotted the radio on the sofa, and her eyes widened in realization. AM 07. That's a frequency. I got it. Just as she stood up. Boom! A massive tentacle scraped along the side of the train, slamming into it with a heavy impact. The entire infinite train almost tipped over. Qin Xishuan fell hard onto the ground once more, but she gritted her teeth and got up again, crawling toward the radio. She quickly tuned the frequency to AM 07. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Lin Xian sat in front of a radio, his face tense. He had already tuned in to AM 07, waiting for Qin Xishuan to act. But he had been waiting for too long, and still nothing happened. What's going on? Did I guess wrong? No, that doesn't make sense. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His mechanical heart could sense the entire train shaking violently, but strangely, the room he was in remained completely still. 1542 dark radio. Why are we encountering it? He suddenly recalled something Jiang Yun had said. Be careful with this thing. It doesn't just receive signals from people. Lin Xian's breath hitched. Right? The eerie blood crystal. Only that thing can activate the dark radio. A shiver ran down his spine. He had attached an eerie blood crystal to the radio before. That was how he had unlocked this terrifying frequency. But hadn't he removed that crystal? Holding his breath, Lin Xian began searching frantically. I remember having it in my hand. It has to be here. Yet, ever since he entered this eerie frequency, his mind had completely forgotten about the crystal. Not on the sofa. What about the floor? Heart pounding, Lin Xian switched on the light and began searching inch by inch. The blood-red bead should be easy to spot. Where is it? As he rummaged around, his vision suddenly froze. A pair of pale, ghostly feet appeared in front of him. Lin Xian slowly looked up. Standing there was the headless woman dressed in a 3-piece lingerie set. Get lost! Lin Xian shoved her aside. She staggered back a step, but then his movements abruptly stopped. His gaze flickered between her red clothing, her 3-piece lingerie, and the severed head in the corner of the room. After a long pause, Lin Xian frowned and spoke coldly. Why are you completely dressed in red? The moment he said those words, the ghost's face twisted. Her severed head suddenly flew toward him, jaws wide open, fangs bared. Slap! Lin Xian caught her head midair with one hand. Oh, I get it now. That's why I kept hearing the sound of glass marbles rolling. It was you all along. A look of horror flickered across the ghost's face. Suddenly, the train lights began flashing wildly. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Both hands tightened around her head. And then, he squeezed. Crack! The head shattered. A red mist burst out, swirling chaotically before quickly condensing. Lin Xian blinked, momentarily disoriented. When he looked down again, a blood-red bead had appeared in his palm. The eerie blood crystal. Lin Xian's expression darkened. They try to trap me in my own train, kill me with my own sword, and now they're using my own things to turn into ghosts and scare me. This is pure psychological torment. Without hesitation, Lin Xian grabbed the radio and attached the eerie blood crystal. The moment he did, the world around him collapsed. Boom! A massive impact shook the entire train. Lin Xian staggered, his ears ringing. Lin Xian, before he could react, Chun Sichuan crashed into him, holding onto him tightly. At the same time, the infinite train almost tipped over completely. Chen Jijia, be careful. Lin Xian instinctively shielded her, pressing her beneath him. The infinite train felt like it was being swallowed whole by something monstrous. All around them, a deafening screech, a suffocating pressure, a suffocating nightmare. The sound drilled into their skulls, tormenting their eardrums until, finally, it stopped. What the hell was that? Chun Sichuan shuddered as she sat up, her body trembling from exhaustion. Lin Xian helped her up, and they both stumbled into the driver's cabin. Looking outside, their breath hitched. The entire railway was flattened. Deep gouges ran along both sides of the tracks, and hundreds of meters ahead, the rails were completely destroyed. The sight made their skin crawl. Lin Xian, look! Chun Sichuan pointed, and her voice caught in her throat. Up ahead, floating above the valley, a gigantic, island-sized jellyfish drifted eerily through the night sky. It looked like something out of nightmare. Lin Xian's face darkened. The sheer terror of this thing was almost on the same level as the floating colossal corpse he had seen in the black mist. Just how many terrifying creatures lurked in this endless night. Luo Sha, Dao Yuo, and Kiki rushed into carriage number 1. Lin Ji, A.H. Sha hadn't even finished her sentence before she saw the monstrous entity in the sky and screamed. Even the usually stoic Luo Ye's face paled. Kiki stepped forward, eyes wide with shock. An atmospheric mica. It looked exactly like something straight out of interstellar horror fiction. Sha gulped. How do we even kill that? Lin Xian surveyed the devastation around them, his face grim. We're lucky it didn't swallow us. Everyone held their breath as they watched the massive entity slowly drift away into the night. Finally, they let out a collective sigh of relief. It's gone. That was terrifying, Chun Sichuan murmured. Sha turned to Lin Xian and Kiki. Lin Ji, you're finally back. Where the hell did you go? And Kiki, you were unconscious, and then you vanished. We were scared to death. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, who simply grinned mischievously. It's a long story, he said. Let's assess our situation first. Dao Yuo, come with me. We need to check the train's damage and see if we can fix the tracks. He turned to Kiki. Are you okay? Kiki put her hands on her hips. Report, train captain. I feel great. Lin Xian shot her a long look. Her attitude felt different. All right, he nodded. Use the drone to scout the area. Sha, keep watch. What about me? Chun Sichuan asked. Lin Xian noted her exhaustion. Rest up. Once I fix the tracks, you're driving us through the Daoyuo Mountains south route. Chun Sichuan sighed. Fine. I'll cook something. Kiki just woke up. She needs food. Kiki smirked. You're not worried that thing is still floating up ahead? Lin Xian paused, then nodded. Fair point. We'll rest until dawn. The combination of midnight raiders and the encounter with a massive eerie entity had left everyone drenched in cold sweat. Woo! The side panels of carriage number 5 lowered with a mechanical whir. Flashlights flickered on, illuminating the devastating scene outside. Lin Xian and Dao Yuo stepped forward, their expressions darkening. It was a massacre. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blizzard howled as it rushed into the carriage. Lin Xian quickly shut the door connecting carriage number 5 to carriage number 4 to keep out the freezing wind. The lights shone onto the flatbed carriages in the back. Among the two vehicles there, only the armored car still resembled its original form. The off-road vehicle, on the other hand, was completely crushed into scrap metal. The tentacles of the atmospheric jellyfish had swept across the railway, and now the entire raider convoy that had attacked them in the night was annihilated. Not even a single corpse remained. The road, the slopes, all covered in blood and wreckage. The snowstorm was already starting to bury the destruction under a fresh white layer. Lin Xian tightened his coat and jumped down from the carriage. His gaze swept over the train's exterior armor, and his face grew grim. Good thing we reinforced the roof. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Most of the armor plating on the train was deformed, its high manganese steel surface covered in deep drag marks. Beneath the train, the railway sleepers were completely shattered. A deep sense of relief settled in Lin Xian's heart. If he hadn't spent 2 nights in Yuqi City upgrading the armor, no one would have survived tonight. CNG, can this still be repaired? For the first time, Lin Xian saw fear on Dao Yuo's usually unfazed face. Truth be told, even he was shaken. But something odd struck him. Ever since he had experienced the fear illusion inside the 1542 dark radio frequency, his fear threshold seemed to have increased. Now, even after facing this catastrophe, he wasn't as terrified as before. It's not a big problem, Lin Xian exhaled. It'll take time, but that's better than losing our lives. In the apocalypse, everything was in short supply. As long as you weren't dead, you still had a chance. Come on, let's fix the track. If we run into another disaster, we'll be trapped here for good. At that moment, Kiki stepped out of carriage number 5 and leapt down lightly into the snow. Lin Xian, I'll help. Lin Xian raised a brow. Aren't you supposed to be scouting with the drone? Already did. Guess what? Kiki pointed to the dark sky. After that thing passed through, there's nothing left alive around here except for us. Lin Xian's expression darkened. That brutal. Kiki nodded. This thing isn't on the same level as the eerie entities we've seen before. Sha told me earlier she saw an Iron Guard battalion during the day. I think they were sent to deal with this thing. A military unit? Lin Xian's face grew more serious. Then we need to move fast. If this thing reaches Yubei City, we won't be able to board the high-altitude corridor. Exactly why I'm helping, Kiki huffed, wrapping her puffy down jacket tighter around herself. Sha had found the coat back in Yuqi City, but the biting wind had still turned her cheeks red. As she started walking toward the train's front, Lin Xian suddenly called out, Zhao Enki? That's a pretty nice name. Kiki froze mid-step. She didn't turn around, just snorted and shot back. Nice my ass. I'm Kiki, you turtle bastard. And with that, she stomped forward without looking back. Lin Xian chuckled, but didn't press further. Her reaction told him one thing. She remembered what happened while she was unconscious. Fixing the railway was both simple and complicated. Lin Xian had plenty of track material stored in his mechanical devourer space, but the foundation of the railway was destroyed. He'd have to fill in the ground and lay new sleepers. Instead of wasting time with that, he took the easier approach, building a temporary steel framework to hold the tracks in place. The damaged section wasn't too long, so it would be enough to let the train pass. Steel frames and track beams rapidly formed under the precision of Lin Xian's mechanical heart. Welding, assembling, everything proceeded methodically. Kiki watched him work, then smirked. So, how was it flying the train that day? Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. Exhilarating. Never thought we'd go this far. If we weren't crazy, we'd be dead. Kiki wrinkled her nose, looking smug. You said we'd soar into the sky. Well, I helped you take the first step, didn't I? You did. That was a big contribution. Hee. But Lin Xian's gaze swept over the broken tracks ahead. He let out a sigh. The night is full of dangers. We haven't even reached the planetary orbital rail, and we've already had 2 track breaks. This is just going to keep happening. We need a permanent solution. Kiki lifted a section of track with her ability, placing it onto the steel framework. If we follow your plan, The first step is making the train independent of tracks. The simplest way is converting the wheels into caterpillar treads. But that comes with a ton of drawbacks: speed, energy consumption, noise, and maintenance issues. Lin Xian didn't argue. It's impossible to solve everything at once. The planetary orbital rail's main lines are still intact. Otherwise, the Apocalypse Union wouldn't be able to mobilize their Starfleet Iron Guard battalions at such a scale. Doomsday began only a few months ago. Even though humanity is scattered, we've been adapting, researching, and uncovering the truth about the eerie threats. We're still hiding and running, but we're learning more. Understanding soul wave values, discovering the true nature of the eerie. For now, we don't have the power to fight back. That's why we're fleeing eastward, to survive and grow stronger. So whether it's treads, maglev tech, or wheels, if it lets us get past broken tracks, then it's worth it. Kiki exhaled. I get it now. Options are better than no options. Living another day is better than waiting for death. Exactly. Lin Xian nodded. Survival first. Kiki grinned and patted his shoulder. Then we have to go to Underground City number 9. Your mechanical ability is the key to our future, train captain. Join the glorious path of mechanical evolution. Huh. Lin Xian raised a brow. So, I'm no longer a bad guy. I'm your train captain now? Kiki winked. Yep. You're now officially my personal train captain. She smirked. Take good care of me. I'm putting my life in your hands. Lin Xian. The heaters were already on. Despite the deformed armor, the interior was undamaged, still warm and secure. Outside, the blizzard howled, battering the massive train. Inside, golden lamplight filled the carriages with warmth. At the center of it all, a pot of steaming hot pot. Chen Sichuan had gathered canned beef, braised pork, preserved vegetables, bamboo shoots, and noodles, throwing them into a giant boiling pot. The rich aroma of meat filled carriage number 1, curling through the air. She even brought out Kiki's favorite canned fruit and some red wine from Tanghai's. Xia raised her glass excitedly. To Lin Ji's safe return and Kiki Jie's recovery. Cheers. To survive another day, Lin Xian added. To my ability, evolution. Kiki grinned. Everyone turned to stare at her. Kiki snorted. What? Drink first, talk later. Cheers. With warm red wine in their bellies and hot pot filling the air with its rich aroma, the 5 of them felt as if they had been reborn after surviving the life-or-death ordeal. They clinked their glasses in celebration. Kiki Jie, did your ability really evolve? Xia barely put her cup down before eagerly asking. Kiki nodded, looking quite pleased with herself. All thanks to a certain someone, I can clearly feel my ability has leveled up. No wonder you were so strong just now. Chen Sichuan's eyes sparkled. I haven't even thanked you for saving me yet. Why thank me? Chun Jiejie, do you even realize how many times you've saved everyone? Kiki waved her hand dismissively, then cast a mischievous glance at Lin Xian. Speaking of which, Lin Xian, weren't you going to tell us where you disappeared to these past 2 days? Lin Xian smirked. Don't you already know? Hearing that, Kiki's face flushed red as she quickly retorted, I mean, how did you end up there? The others listened, completely lost in their cryptic exchange. Lin Xian took a deep breath, stood up, and walked over to grab the radio from the sofa. If there's no other explanation, then I was captured by this. 1542, the dark radio. With that, Lin Xian began recounting his experience after being pulled into the eerie broadcast. However, when it came to Kiki's part, he glossed over the details, only mentioning that he had witnessed her corruption process and some of his theories. But even that much left the others pale-faced in shock. So that footstep sound was really you? Xia shuddered as if she had just heard a horror story. Lin Ji, you mean you actually kill me over there? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead awkwardly. That was just a mind game. That thing was trying to break my mental defenses. At first, Lin Xian had assumed the radio broadcast was purely supernatural. But now, looking back, it wasn't just the darkness. Some kind of unknown force was actively preying on survivors' minds. Xia's eyes lit up suddenly. So, Lin Ji, you do care about me. Seeing me get killed almost made you lose it. She grinned mischievously. Lin Xian froze. This girl, that's what she got out of this. Chen Xishuan, on the other hand, was still unnerved. So, when I turned off that radio, that was what saved you. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, if not for that, and if you hadn't helped adjust the frequency through the lights, I definitely wouldn't have made it out. Smart thinking, Lin Xian. Kiki listened intently, fascinated. Wait, you're saying that after I passed out, some invisible creature was sucking my blood? Yeah. Ugh. Kiki shuddered, hugging herself. That's so disgusting. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He turned to Daluo. Daluo, do you remember what I said when we escaped Yuchi City? Daluo nodded. Lin Xian continued, his voice grim. I was confused back then. Sounds and lights only attract zombies and ghouls. But whenever we draw in an eerie entity, they're already nearby. Everyone held their breath. Lin Xian clenched his fists. After being trapped in that dark radio, I'm now certain. Some of these things have been around us all along. Some only appear in the dark. Others require special conditions to be seen. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Shasha visibly shivered, glancing nervously around. Wait. You're saying those horrifying things might be right next to us all the time? Exactly. Lin Xian's tone was dead serious. A heavy silence fell over the group. While Lin Xian's theory wasn't confirmed, it served as a terrifying warning. More than ever, he realized, they needed a better detection method, and the key to that was the soul wave detector. This device could detect eerie entities, zombies, and other supernatural threats. For humanity's survival, the ability to actively detect danger was absolutely critical. Without it, they wouldn't even have 10,000 lives to spare. I finally understand what the 1542 dark radio really is. Kiki suddenly narrowed her eyes at Lin Xian. Something supernatural, but not related to abilities. Lin Xian, have you read the Angel Project files I gave you? Lin Xian took out the portable hard drive she had given him earlier. He frowned. Not yet. I haven't even had time to sleep, let alone read it. Kiki snapped her fingers. She grabbed the hard drive and dashed to carriage number 2. A moment later, she returned with a portable screen in her hands. I think this explains everything. She set it down in front of them. Everyone was so focused on abilities that we completely overlooked all the other weird stuff. Look at this. On the screen was an old document from the Angel Project, a global investigation on eerie and paranormal phenomena. This report was compiled by a now-defunct department of the former federal government called the Special Item Investigation Department, SID. The report contained early records of strange occurrences during the polar night. And every single one of these incidents had one thing in common. They were all caused by specific objects. These items were ordinary objects from before the doomsday. But after the apocalypse, they became catalysts for supernatural events. They were believed to be contaminated by an unknown force, turning them into extraordinary artifacts. The Angel Project classified these objects as forbidden items, items capable of causing regional or contagious eerie events. The report listed several eerie cases, but only 2 had been confirmed and contained. Forbidden Item SID-01, Big Ben. Location, Lisbon City, Big Ben Tower. Description, the original Lisbon Big Ben was 13.5 tons, with a 6.7-meter clock face. Effects, July 9th. First test, 3 researchers died, communication cut off. July 10th. Second test, 2 researchers died, range of anomaly expanded to 300 meters. July 11th. Third test, 3 researchers died, rapid aging effect confirmed. July 12th. Fourth test, 4 researchers died, further expansion of anomaly. Containment method. A group of healthy test subjects must enter at night, holding hands. No running allowed. Must grab the hour hand before all subjects die. Containment location, Lisbon Branch, Angel Project. Forbidden Item SID-02, Desert, 857404 Taxi. Location, Imo City, Dragon Nation. Description, a 2057 model yellow taxi with a heavily decomposed male corpse in the driver's seat. Effects: July 25th, first test. One researcher vanished after hailing the taxi at 2:12 a.m. July 26th, second test. Only one disappearance per night, proving it has a fixed spawn location. July 27th, third test. 9 researchers vanished. A survivor reported a horrifying cost for travel. Containment method: only used for short-distance travel. Survive by paying the price. Containment location: Mo City Branch, Angel Project. Kiki took a sip of cola, then looked at Lin Xian. There aren't many reports, but after hearing your story, I'm pretty sure that dark radio is... Lin Xian frowned deeply. So this radio really might have nothing to do with abilities, nor is it some kind of eerie entity or monster. Who knows? Kiki shrugged. Even if we figured it out, these things have no predictability and can't be detected in advance. Aside from researching eerie phenomena, it doesn't seem to have much use. Not necessarily useless. Lin Xian looked at the radio in his hand with a meaningful expression. If it can be contained, that means no matter how strange its power is, it can still be utilized. It's just that, although he didn't yet know how to use the power of this forbidden item, since he had risked his life to obtain it, he naturally wouldn't discard it. Who knows? It might be of great use in the future. Besides, it was this eerie radio that allowed Lin Xian to see the monster corrupting Kiki, which led to her ability to evolve. So in a way, it was a blessing in disguise. Lin Ji. Sha looked at the radio in his hand, her small face full of caution. Can we still use this radio? That's easy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He raised his hand, and with a flash of light, a brand new radio appeared before him. With the amount of material he had gathered, making a simple radio was hardly a challenge. As for the 1542 dark radio, he decided to wait until late at night, when no one was around, to see if he could mechanically devour it, just to be safe. No matter how eerie something was, it was still just a radio. And considering that the strange power from the frequency hadn't affected his mechanical heart, didn't that mean, my code is above yours? With that plan in mind, Lin Xian stored away the old radio and placed the newly crafted one on the table. Following the same setup, he mounted the eerie blood crystal he had obtained from the three-faced spider monster. All set, Lin Xian placed his hand on the dial and began tuning. Everyone instantly tensed up. ZZ, 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 Federal Radio YB Region Broadcast. A strong soul wave disturbance has been detected in the northern foothills of Mount Daluo. Confirmed as a B-class supermassive eerie entity, atmospheric jellyfish. The entity is currently moving towards Yubei City. The Federal Phoenix Rescue Organization has deployed Iron Guard Battalion 52 to intercept. Survivors along G1523 and X556 heading toward Yubei or Maple City are advised to reroute. This message is provided by the Federal Phoenix Rescue Organization. Federal Radio YB Region Broadcast. Due to the collapse of the Daju Mountain Tunnel, the Phoenix Division of Tianhai Province has urgently repaired the Yubei No. 1 Spaceport Ascension Passage. Refugees escaping from Abyss Zone No. 3, Luqing, Dingzhou, Jiang City, Maple City, and Luo City can use the Huanqing high-altitude corridor to bypass the Daju Mountain Plateau. Alternative routes include North 756 Plateau Highway, clear, and Southeast Expressway GS66. ZZ, citywide emergency alert. Yubei City is experiencing a full-scale zombie horde outbreak. Due to the effects of polar night, Spaceport No. 1 will close in 3 days. ZZZ, Federal Phoenix Global Broadcast. Due to the dark tides, global temperatures are dropping. Some regions are experiencing extreme blizzards and natural disasters. Important notice: tests confirm that snow and black rain are contaminated by the polar night plague, carrying unknown bacteria and energy-based infections. This has caused widespread wildlife mutations. Boiling and high-temperature distillation can partially reduce the infection rate. ZZ, Federal Phoenix Global Broadcast. Several newly discovered non-nocturnal eerie entities have emerged in blizzard zones, posing extreme threats. Daytime precautions are advised. Countless broadcasts continue to stream from the dark radio, filling the room with a heavy silence. Everyone had mixed feelings, not sure whether to feel relieved or more anxious. Hearing official news in the apocalypse was somewhat reassuring. The information was undoubtedly crucial. But at the same time, these reports cast an even darker shadow over their hearts. Damn, surviving is seriously hard work. Kiki was the first to complain, staring up at the ceiling. Lin Xian, just turn this train into a spaceship. Let's go live on another planet. Her joke lightened the mood a little. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Looking on the bright side, with the Ascension Passage repaired, we don't have to risk breaking through ourselves. Plus, the Iron Guard Battalion is there, so we're not completely on our own. Once we get past the high-altitude corridor, there's an electromagnetic acceleration system that'll get us to Jiazhou City, 4,500 kilometers away. Even if Abyss Zone number 3 expands, it'll take at least 10 days to reach us. We'll finally get to enjoy some sunlight. You're right. Chen Xishuan nodded, but then frowned. But we need to ration our clean water. Blizzards and water contamination could mean an ecological disaster for the entire planet. Yeah, does this mean we'll never get to eat fresh fruits and vegetables again? Sha pouted. Of course we will. Lin Xian's face was serious. Worst case, we farm on the train. We're from Longhua. We can grow crops anywhere. Nearby, Luo Yi gave them a strange look. How did this conversation shift from a life-or-death crisis to farming? To avoid further delays, Lin Xian drove the train past the repaired railway section. Then, he removed the eerie blood crystal from the radio and placed it on the soul wave detector for a test. Click! He pressed the detector's button. The crystal emitted a faint red energy wave before quickly retracting it. The gauge needle on the detector began to move. -21. Inside the cockpit, Chen Xishuan and Kiki watched curiously. Is that number high or low? Low. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Didn't you say regular zombies are at -1? This reading doesn't even exceed -100, so it likely means there aren't any eerie entities nearby, for now. Kiki nodded. Makes sense. The only thing we don't know is the detector's range. It should be a few hundred meters at least. That bonfire gathering covered quite an area. All right, then, Kiki yawned. In that case, I'll rest for a bit. Chenjia, wake me up later. I still need to finish setting up the water-oxygen circulation system. Okay, get some sleep. Hearing Lin Xian's analysis, Chen Xishuan finally exhaled in relief. However, as soon as Kiki left, her expression changed. Lin Xian, look. The eerie blood crystal on the detector had dimmed significantly, as if a portion of its blood energy had been consumed. Lin Xian's face darkened. Just as I thought, it's a consumable item. This thing won't last long. Damn, such a precious material, and it only works a few times. Chen Xishuan looked heartbroken. But if it helps us stay safe, it's worth it. Keeping watch in shifts wasn't a long-term solution. If eerie entities couldn't be seen, guards wouldn't be able to detect them either. The soul wave detector was now an essential survival tool. As the lights dimmed, the blizzard intensified outside. For the first time in days, the heavy train parked on the snowy plains was finally at rest. Everyone was exhausted. The steel fortress gave them a much-needed sense of security. Shasha and Kiki fell asleep almost instantly. In the cockpit, Chen Xishuan glanced at the darkened hallway. Her body relaxed, and she suddenly collapsed into Lin Xian's arms. Days of stress had drained her completely. With Lin Xian back safely, she had finally found something to hold on to amid the storm. Lin Xian, her eyes reddened, her shoulders trembling as she whispered, "Thank you for coming back." Lin Xian's heart softened. If not for her, he might not have made it back from that eerie radio frequency. Moved by the moment, he held her tightly. "I owe you one." Inside the dark train carriage, the warmth from the heating system created a stark contrast to the freezing cold beyond the thick armor. Lying on his bed, Lin Xian glanced at Chen Xishuan, who was sound asleep beside him, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. The apocalypse had taught him a lot in a short time. Food and water were incredibly scarce, and while zombies and eerie entities were deadly threats, the isolation and fear of survival were just as suffocating. Without Qin Sishuan's support, without Kiki's ability, without Luo Yi and Shasha's help, even finding the courage to keep going would have been incredibly difficult. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Lin Xian got up, dressed, and quietly made his way to the Whale 03's cockpit, activating his mechanical heart to run a full diagnostic and repair check on the train. The massive, eerie entity in the sky weighed on his mind like a dark cloud, keeping him restless. He decided to use the time to reinforce the train's armor a little. Now that the train's armor had been upgraded, the increased weight, combined with the power consumption of the heating system, was putting a strain on the electric locomotive's energy reserves. This directly increased the fuel cost of running the train. If I don't upgrade my mechanical heart to level 3, even traveling 300 kilometers a day will be a struggle. Hopefully, the underground city has a useful energy system to take some of the pressure off. After handling the most critical armor repairs, Lin Xian returned to bed, set an alarm, and forced himself to rest. Thanks to the soul wave detector, he only assigned Luo Yi to guard the rear of the train for the night. The radar warning system in the front car gave him some peace of mind. He needed to recover his energy. Tomorrow wouldn't be easy. Beep beep, beep beep. At 8 a.m., Lin Xian's wristwatch alarm woke him up. He felt significantly recharged. Qin Sishuan was still fast asleep. As one of the only 2 non-enhanced humans on board, her stamina was far lower than the others. Even compared to Shasha, she was physically weaker. After days of constant tension, this was probably the first time she'd had a proper rest. Not wanting to disturb her, Lin Xian quietly got up, opened the door to carriage number 2, and found Kiki already sitting at the computer, hard at work. "Hello, boss." Kiki hadn't turned on the overhead lights. The soft glow of the monitor illuminated her face, making Lin Xian suddenly think of a phrase. "Internet-addicted girl. You're up early? I slept for so long, okay." Kiki stretched lazily, full of energy, and grinned. "Right now, I'm the most awake person on this train." "Not bad, energetic little Mississippi." Lin Xian smirked. "Are you working on the water oxygen circulation system?" "Here." Kiki pointed at the screen and pursed her lips. "It's not that simple. First, we need a separate storage tank for living water, separate from the train's water supply. Then there's the filtration system, which depends on what kind of purifier blueprint you plan to use. If you want to set up a heating system, you'll need to link the train's water tank and the living water tank into a loop. That way, you can integrate distillation. It purifies the water and provides heat at the same time. As for the water oxygen system, that's even trickier. If you're setting up a plant and carriage, you'll need hydroponics, drip irrigation, and air regulation, meaning you'd have to fully seal the train to make the oxygen cycle work properly." Hearing this, Lin Xian got interested. He pulled up a chair and sat down. "Right. Originally, I just wanted to improve the train's water supply, but now we have to consider purification, recycling, heating, and farming. It's getting more complicated, but we can start with water purification and recycling first. Heating-wise, the current warm air system is still functional. I was thinking the underground city number 9 must have advanced systems in place. We can't copy them directly, but we can study their design. Maybe they even have a ready-made system we can take advantage of." Kiki's eyes lit up. "Oh, that's right. A place that big definitely has a botanical zone and a medical system. Clap." She slapped her palms together, her gaze burning with excitement as she stared at Lin Xian. "And one more critical thing." "What?" "An AI system module." Kiki's eyes widened. "If we can get a high-performance AI, we can have it design a customized solution for our train systems. Way better than us brainstorming blindly." Lin Xian nodded. "That makes sense." And also, Kiki was getting more and more excited, spinning her chair around. Because she was only wearing shorts, her long legs stretched out carelessly toward Lin Xian. The underground city might even have an Eternal-class rail train, used for resource transport or emergency evacuation. These super trains have miniature nuclear reactors on board. If we could get our hands on one. Seeing her over-the-top enthusiasm, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk. Of course, he wanted all these things. He knew the underground city would have cutting-edge tech. For someone with mechanical abilities, it was paradise. But he also knew things aren't that simple. First, the underground cities were federal government assets before the world fell apart. Did the new Apocalypse Union maintain them? Were they still operational? Even if they were intact, an apocalypse-scale underground city would have insane security measures. Kiki might be able to sneak in, but that didn't mean he could. And more importantly, time was running out. Yubei City's #1 spaceport passage would close in 3 days. Even considering travel time, he had less than 2 days to explore the underground city. But looking at Kiki's beaming face, Lin Xian didn't want to crush her enthusiasm just yet. If things go smoothly, he said, our train might undergo a huge upgrade. Once we pass the high-altitude corridor, we'll reach Jiazhou City in under a week. From there, it's only a short trip to Jinhai. The moment he said this, Kiki's smile disappeared. She stared at him sharply. Wait, what did you just say? What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. Did he say something incorrect? Thud, thud, thud. Before he could react, Kiki suddenly jumped off her chair, barefoot, and ran up to him. Like a cat, she straddled his lap, grabbed his shirt collar, and pulled him close, her eyes burning with anger. Jinhai, what? Are you planning to kick me off the train again? Lin Xian looked into her big, beautiful eyes and instantly understood. He chuckled. How could I? You're our communications expert. I was just talking about the route. Really? Kiki stared intensely into his eyes, so close he could feel her breath on his face. A soft, tingling sensation. Really? Lin Xian nodded seriously. For a moment, the air went still. Then, out of nowhere, Kiki lunged forward and bit his nose. Chomp! Then she shoved him away. Get lost, get lost. Don't interrupt my work. Lin Xian touched his nose in shock. What the hell was that move? Lin Xian rubbed his nose as he walked out of carriage #2, looking somewhat dazed. I got bitten. Wonder if I'll turn into a zombie. Passing through carriages 3 and 4, he glanced at the mostly empty compartments. These 2 were the ones they had seized from Tanghai, mainly used for storage, but since they didn't have many supplies, they were still somewhat vacant. In fact, aside from carriage #5, Lin Xian had distributed supplies across all the carriages, a precaution against unexpected situations. Arriving at carriage #5, he found Luo Yi sitting on a chair, rifle in hand, keeping watch. Seeing Lin Xian approach, he immediately stood up. Xianji, are we setting off? Lin Xian shook his head. No, you rest for now. I'll take over the watch. All right. Luo Yi didn't argue. He knew Lin Xian always had a plan, so he put his gun aside and went straight to sleep. Lin Xian opened the rear ramp of the train, preparing to devour the broken off-road vehicle and see if he could repair the armored vehicle. For Lin Xian, an armored vehicle was highly valuable. It would make ground operations much easier. The open flatbed trailer was convenient for loading and unloading vehicles, but the lack of protection was a major flaw. If another bandit convoy attacked, they could just climb aboard and steal a vehicle. However, dedicating an entire carriage to a single vehicle was impractical. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to drive the armored car into carriage #5. The ramp made it easy to load and unload, though it would be inconvenient when handling other cargo. Unlike his motorcycle, which was far more maneuverable, this would take some planning. He walked over to the armored vehicle, placed his hand on the surface, and activated mechanical heart to run a diagnostic. Not bad, still intact. Armor does make a difference. All right, let's move it to carriage #5 first. Glancing at the thick layer of snow covering the flatbed trailer, Lin Xian made a mental note. Once they reached underground city #9, he would deal with this excess weight. For now, though, he needed the flatbed trailer, just in case they found large machinery that needed towing. With that in mind, Lin Xian stepped outside, devoured the wrecked off-road vehicle, organized the carriage #5 to a rack, and drove the armored vehicle inside before sealing the ramp shut. Then he pulled out the old radio, exhaled, and looked toward the railway tracks in the distance. There, A headless ghost woman in lingerie stood eerily. Only Lin Xian, holding the radio, could see her. A forbidden item. Since you're attached to a machine, let's see exactly what you are. His expression turned cold as he stared at the headless ghost, his thoughts sharp and calculating. If you give me just one mechanical source point, I swear I'll take you apart piece by piece. Buzz. A faint glow flickered. Lin Xian activated his mechanical heart. Immediately, the red-dressed ghost and the radio trembled violently, resisting his control. Devour progress, 50%. For small mechanical devices like this, Lin Xian only needed a few minutes to complete the process. Devour progress, 99%. Suddenly, a flood of terrifying visions surged into Lin Xian's mind. The red-dressed ghost flickered violently, her screams distorting reality. Just as Lin Xian thought the devouring process was about to succeed, an unexpected notification appeared on his interface. Devour failed. Non-mechanical energy detected. Upgrade mechanical heart to level 3 to attempt again. Warning. Non-mechanical energy detected. Activating mechanical heteromorph to seal energy. Boom. At that moment, mechanical heart whirred into overdrive. The radio in Lin Xian's hands transformed, its components shifting and folding like a Rubik's Cube. Within seconds, it became a disjointed rectangular object, with its silver antenna now coiled at the center. Ah! A piercing wail echoed as the terrifying vision shattered. An invisible force compressed, sealing itself into the strange mechanical cube in Lin Xian's hands. What the hell just happened? For the first time ever, Lin Xian's mechanical devour failed. Non-mechanical energy. Automatic activation of mechanical heteromorph to seal the energy? Lin Xian stared at the now featureless block, the horrific ghost woman and hallucinations completely gone. He immediately tried scanning it with mechanical heart. No response. It was as if the object had turned into a dead lump of metal. Seal. Lin Xian mulled over the word. This wasn't a random occurrence. His mechanical heart had acted on its own. For now, he had no choice but to trust the process. Once I upgrade mechanical heart to level 3, I'll deal with this thing properly. A strange feeling told him this forbidden item's power might eventually become his to control. At 3 p.m., the Infinite Train crew had enjoyed a rare night of uninterrupted rest. Lin Xian wanted to depart before dawn. The southern route was still over 200 kilometers away, and since daylight was short, he had to risk traveling at night to maximize daylight efficiency. After sleeping for over 10 hours, Chen Xishuan's complexion finally regained some color. Since leaving Jiang City, this was the best sleep she'd had. Inside the train, warm yellow lights cast a cozy glow, contrasting with the raging blizzard outside. Chen Xishuan, now acting as both navigator and cook, was preparing food. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and Sha Sha were fully geared up, checking their guns and ammunition. Kiki, who had worked through the night, wasn't working on the water oxygen system. Instead, she had been upgrading the train's radar system. With Lin Xian's guidance, she adjusted the optical sensors to monitor the vertical track conditions ahead, an elegant solution to a major hazard they had been facing. Hunk! The electric and gas-powered engines roared to life. Infinite Train rumbled forward after its night of rest. Before long, the train reached the Mount Daluo junction. Lin Xian stepped out into the darkness to check the track conditions. Sure enough, a newly constructed high-grade rail line lay before him, a promising sign. He adjusted the switch, redirecting the train onto the branch line. Clang, clang, clang. Moving cautiously, Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan kept the train speed low, watching the tracks carefully. In the distance, Mount Daluo's silhouette loomed against the night sky as the train pressed southward. Lin Xian, look! From the cockpit, Chen Xishuan pointed at the tracks. 6 parallel tracks. This must have been a massive infrastructure project. Suddenly, boom! A wrecked car lay across the tracks. Infinite Train's icebreaker shield smashed it aside, sending debris flying. Chen Xishuan flinched, while Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. As they continued, the landscape changed. The highway running parallel to the tracks was now jammed with abandoned cars, many buried in snow. Why so many vehicles? Lin Xian, it's getting worse. Beep beep. Radar alarms blared. Kiki rushed into the cockpit, face pale. The road is completely blocked. There must be at least 10,000 vehicles. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Looks like they were all trying to escape to the underground city. Then, as dawn broke, the light revealed an apocalyptic nightmare. The entire highway was buried under bodies. Clang, clang. Grah. The sound of train tracks clashing and the shrieks of zombies echoed through the sky. Countless zombies surged from all directions, completely surrounding the infinite train. However, everyone's attention was drawn forward, their gazes piercing through the sea of undead, locking onto a breathtaking megastructure ahead. The infinite train, with its monstrous horsepower, plowed through abandoned vehicles and zombies alike, showing no mercy as it cleared a path. Finally, it veered onto a dedicated track leading into the underground city, steadily approaching the towering outer walls. At the center of the tracks stood a massive gate. Behind it was a vast loading platform where several high-end freight carriages lay dormant. However, the station was eerily empty. The distant construction vehicles, cranes, and watchtowers were all buried under thick layers of snow, as if this unfinished mega-project had been frozen in time. Is this underground city abandoned? Kiki asked in shock. It's possible that it's already fallen, Lin Xian said grimly. No wonder we never heard of any survivor convoys mentioning this place. Turns out it's been a living hell for a long time. A desolate underground city swarming with zombies. Only someone like Lin Xian, armed with a fortress-like heavy train, would dare venture here. Regular survivor convoys wouldn't even make it past the outskirts, let alone risk entering this nightmarish wasteland. If it weren't for Lin Xian's mechanical ability, who in their right mind would come here looking for supplies? So, are we going in? Shasha hesitated. Yes. Lin Xian exchanged a glance with Kiki before making his decision. I'll open that gate. Chen Laosher, you drive the train inside. The rest of you cover me. The moment the cockpit door opened, zombies surged forward like a tidal wave. Kiki raised her hand, and an invisible force field blasted dozens of zombies away in an instant. Lin Xian wasted no time, charging out with his gun blazing. A hail of bullets rained down, carving a bloody path through the undead. Rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire erupted. Luo Yi and Sha Sha had also disembarked, continuously firing to cover Lin Xian's advance. Seizing the opening, Lin Xian sprinted toward the massive gate, placing his hand on its freezing surface. His mechanical heart whirred to life, quickly linking with the gate's hydraulic system. Bzzzt thud. With a deep mechanical groan, the gate trembled against the blizzard before slowly splitting open. Chen Sichuan immediately pushed the throttle, guiding the infinite train into the loading platform. Meanwhile, the others fought their way back, retreating through the opening before Lin Xian sealed the gate once more. Bang! Bang! Crack! Zombies desperately clawed at the closing gate, their numbers thinning rapidly. Within moments, Luo Yi and Sha Sha finished off the remaining stragglers. Rei-ia! Tens of thousands of zombies roared outside the walls, stretching their decayed hands through the gaps. The sheer horror of the scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Move back. Stay alert. There might still be something in here, Lin Xian warned. He didn't believe the underground city was completely abandoned. If the entire operation had shut down, it most likely meant the interior had already fallen. There was no way the former federal government would simply abandon a multi-trillion-dollar project without reason. The infinite train slowly pulled into one of the loading bays. The area was vast and eerily silent. The underground city's entrance resembled a gaping chasm in the earth, where warm updrafts clashed against the icy winds, creating swirling mist above the pit. Unbeknownst to the group, several hidden security cameras inside the loading platform had quietly turned, locking onto the infinite train. There's seriously no one here? Kiki frowned at the empty station. This place is huge. How are we supposed to search it? We should have expected this, Lin Xian replied. No survivor has ever received a broadcast signal from this underground city. It's been silent for ages. But that's a good thing. Without people, we can search freely for useful supplies. Yeah, but if there's no power, we can't exactly just jump in, Kiki muttered, biting her lip. And without electricity, the underground city's main control system is definitely offline. Even if I wanted to hack in, I can't do anything if the servers are dead. Then we take whatever we can find. Lin Xian wasn't too disappointed. If the place was truly deserted, it meant fewer obstacles. There were plenty of large machines around, perfect fuel for his mechanical heart. With any luck, absorbing them would push his ability to level 3, not a bad trade-off. Chen Lao sure, Lin Xian decided. Kiki and I will check the entrance. To avoid wasting time, the rest of you stay here and gather whatever useful supplies you can find. We may need to backtrack later, and turning the train around outside would be difficult. We might have to return to Yuqi Station and take the north route instead. Got it. Luo Yi nodded. Sha pointed at a flatbed trailer nearby. Lin Ji, why don't we use the forklifts on the platform to load stuff onto that? We still have gas, and we can fit a lot of things back there. Lin Xian nodded. Good idea. Prioritize machinery first. If you find any useful supplies, load those too. This place is bound to have plenty of valuable stuff. We'll need it later. Kiki, you're with me. Fine. Let's see if we can find anything good, Kiki muttered, pulling her hood over her head and rubbing her hands for warmth. She grabbed the gun and prepared to follow Lin Xian off the train. Chen Xishuan hesitated. Be careful. It's too quiet here. I don't like it. Just as Lin Xian reached for the cockpit door, a sudden beeping sound echoed inside the cabin. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Xishuan's eyes darted toward the source. To her shock, the train's communication system was blinking. Her eyes widened. Lin Xian, it's the radio. What? Kiki was stunned. How was that even possible? Without a red bead, how is there a signal? Lin Xian strode over, his expression darkening. Unless it's coming from inside the station. Reaching the console, he hesitated for a moment before decisively pressing the answer button. Beep. The air fell eerily silent. Who's there? Lin Xian broke the silence. A mature female voice crackled through the speaker. Survivors, hello. This is Underground City number 9, floor -52, research lab. Do you read me? The entire group froze. There were still people alive in the underground city. Chen Xishuan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. There are actually people down there. Let's hear them out first. Lin Xian gestured for silence before pressing the responder again. We can hear you. This is Ding Junyi, Deputy Director of the Biological Research Department in Underground City number 9. The city has been overrun by a massive outbreak of zombies and nocturnal entities. My colleagues and I are currently trapped on level -52 in the research sector. Can you assist us? If you're willing to help, we can offer a trade. Her voice carried a hint of urgency, but on the infinite train, the crew's expressions darkened. Are you saying, out of this entire underground city, only a few of you survived? Lin Xian's first instinct was to doubt her claim. He had encountered too many baited traps before. This wasn't something he would easily fall for. The exact number of survivors in other areas is unknown, Ding Junyi replied. 2 weeks ago, the excavation teams in the lower levels encountered an unidentified subterranean life form, which led to an emergency shutdown of operations. Core reactor number 1 suffered a meltdown, triggering widespread mutations and infections. As a result, at least 376,000 citizens, over 95% of the population, perished. The Underground City Federal Management Committee was forced to initiate an evacuation, deploying 8 Intercontinental-class trains, 3 Eternal-class trains, and numerous airships, helicopters, and flight units to transport key personnel. However, nearly all airborne evacuation vehicles went missing over the Daluo Mountains. Preliminary analysis suggests they were intercepted by airborne nocturnal entities. The mutations triggered large-scale chaos, severely damaging the city's infrastructure. Zombies swarmed the underground levels, and nocturnal entities appeared in large numbers. My 3 colleagues and I failed to escape in time and were forced to take refuge in a biological research lab. As of now, there are likely very few survivors left in Underground City Number 9. We were able to locate you via surveillance feeds at GF2 station, which is why we're reaching out for help. Despite requesting aid, her voice remained unervingly calm. The moment she finished speaking, Kiki glanced out the window. Sure enough, several surveillance cameras were locked onto their cockpit. So not only are there people here, but there's still power. Lin Xian nodded, scanning his team's faces. He was certain that the nocturnal entities Ding Junyi mentioned were the same as the eerie entities they had encountered before. Pressing the responder again, he asked, "How exactly do you expect us to rescue you?" They had no idea what lay ahead. From what Ding Junyi described, an unknown creature had emerged from the underground. Zombies and nocturnal entities had taken over, and they were stuck 52 levels below. Even if Lin Xian wanted to help, he needed more information first. This could just as easily be a death trap. Ding Junyi wasted no time responding. Currently, elevators 1, 2, and 5 are completely destroyed. Elevators 7 and 8 only reach level -80 and below, which are already overrun with infected. The only functioning elevator is number 3, which is a freight elevator for transporting equipment. It leads to the underground level, 95 freight rail terminal, but due to structural damage, it can only reach level -89 at best. I can remotely unlock the security gate leading to GF2 station's underground track, but we only have a backup power source. There isn't enough energy to power the rail elevator for your train. However, your train can still take the direct tunnel down to level -65 freight terminal. From there, you can use elevator number 3 to reach us on level -52. There are plenty of zombies outside, but given your heavy firepower and the presence of a psychic ability user, the risk should be manageable. Lin Xian frowned slightly. From her explanation, her identity as a deputy director of biological research seemed highly credible. A regular underground city citizen, even high-ranking officials, wouldn't have such detailed knowledge of the city's infrastructure. Her logic was clear, her planning methodical, and she spoke in the precise tone of a researcher. Still, Lin Xian wasn't fully convinced. "You make it sound easy. Why didn't you contact the federal government for help?" Kiki leaned in, her sharp intuition kicking in. "Yeah, what?" Another voice, this one younger and more anxious, cut in through the responder. "Because the underground city's satellite communication systems were taken during the evacuation. Standard communication devices are useless due to the dark night magnetic waves, which you should be well aware of. The only systems we have access to now are the city subsystems, which is why we're using the station's responder to contact you." Lin Xian's brows furrowed. "So, when the evacuation happened, no one came to get you?" A brief silence followed. Then, Ding Junyi took over the call again. "Our distress calls were received," she said plainly. "But given the circumstances, we were likely classified as abandoned assets." Inside Underground City Number 9, deep within a sealed-off research sector, the quarantine doors remained locked. The outer hallways were pitch black, infested with wandering zombies. Inside the lab, 4 researchers, 2 men and 2 women, huddled together, their faces filled with anxiety. They had been trapped here for over a week. Despite the high-level security measures and life support systems, food and supplies were critically low. If they didn't escape soon, they would starve to death. Ding Junyi, the deputy director, was in her early 30s, her sharp gaze framed by glasses. With her were Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming, a microbiologist. The oldest among them, Zhao Yin, was visibly weakened. They had resorted to eating experimental green plants to sustain themselves. Fortunately, the lab still had functioning lighting and air circulation, preventing them from suffocating. Since the Great Evacuation, the underground city had turned into a nightmarish wasteland. Roads were blocked, the polar night had descended, and their chances of rescue were growing dimmer by the day. Nearly all useful resources had been taken during the evacuation. This half-finished, post-apocalyptic megastructure, barely 175% completed, had become nothing more than a graveyard of despair. Director Ding, I don't think they trust us. Su-1, the youngest and most timid, was growing frantic. The silence on the responder made her panic. What do we do? Stay calm, Han Shiming replied, scratching his messy, unkempt hair. He was already skeletal after 2 weeks of starvation. They came in on a train, which means they have a purpose here. Plus, they open the security gate and have high-tier abilities. They might want to explore the underground city anyway. If that's the case, we can find common ground. Exactly. Zhao Yin, the eldest, turned to Ding Junyi. Director Ding, should we just ask them directly? Ding Junyi, however, remained calm as ever. Instead of replying, she silently reviewed the security footage, rewatching how Lin Xian's group had breached GF2 station. Unlike the others, she wasn't focused on whether the train crew would help them. She was studying them. Taking notes on her tablet, she analyzed the video carefully. They have 5 people visible in the footage so far, she noted. It's unclear if there are more on board. The leader is the man speaking with us. Estimated age, 25 to 30. Clear sense of purpose, logical thinking, highly educated. He opened the GF2 station gate. I checked the system logs. No authorization was granted, which means he likely has an advanced mechanical ability and forced it open. This matches the basic profile of a crisis leader. The second individual, a female aged 16 to 18, possesses a rare and extremely powerful telekinetic ability. Logically, her ability would have been the most efficient way to open the gate, which suggests that the male leader's ability is even more valuable. Likely something beyond brute force, such as magnetic manipulation or inorganic control. The third male is heavily built, estimated age 26 to 35. He wields an M556 light machine gun chambered for 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle rounds, with a firing rate of 650 to 950 rounds per minute and a weight of 21.5 kilograms. He also carries a heavy metal sword on his back, with the hilt positioned for a right-hand draw. However, he uses the machine gun with his left hand effortlessly, which indicates extreme muscle strength. While there's no visible sign of an ability, his sheer combat prowess makes him a formidable survivor. The fourth individual, a young girl, appears highly skilled in firearms. Whether she has an ability is unclear. From a sociological standpoint, bringing a child on an escape journey usually means one of 2 things. She either possesses a unique ability or value, or she has a close familial tie to an important team member. The 5th person hasn't exited the train. The cameras only captured partial footage, but she is female, around 25 years old, and appears to be the driver. Likely a technical expert or a non-combatant. Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses as she enlarged the surveillance footage on her handheld device. Her face, though pale from starvation, remained razor-sharp in focus. The train itself is a heavily customized mobile refuge. It consists of a Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, a model produced 30 years ago, along with a Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, which is 14 years old. Both are freight-grade and lack nuclear propulsion, meaning they rely on liquid fuel and railway power grids. The train has 5 modified passenger carriages, each with reinforced armor from a specialized manufacturer, suggesting extensive internal upgrades. Suwon frowned. Director Ding, so what are you saying? Ding Junyi turned her gaze to the group. It's obvious that this train was meticulously designed as a mobile survival base. These people aren't just a temporary alliance. The Federation's Intercontinental Class and Eternal Class rail trains are all nuclear-powered, capable of planetary transit via the Star Rail system. That means this crew is likely here to solve an energy crisis. That makes sense. Han Qiming nodded. They wouldn't risk entering a zombie-infested underground city just for food and water. Zhao Yin, growing anxious, interjected. But we can't help them with that. All the nuclear-powered trains were taken during the Great Migration. Ding Junyi took a deep breath, her sharp eyes flickering as she stared at the silent cockpit on the monitor. That's not entirely true. She swiftly navigated the system logs, pulling up a surveillance record. Before the level -95 power grid shut down, the station logs recorded the presence of a Gemini 11 R nuclear electric locomotive. This locomotive was meant as a backup power unit for the Intercontinental-class trains, but was left behind at the level -95 freight terminal during the evacuation. If they're looking for energy solutions, this could be what they need. Her voice remained steady as she continued. Based on this assessment, we have 3 key bargaining chips for negotiation. What are they? Zhao Yin asked her. First, we hold a level P3 administrative clearance and extensive knowledge of the underground city's layout. Besides the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, we can help them locate other valuable resources. Given their small team but high survival capability, this makes up about 70% of our negotiation leverage. Second, we have access to biological research data and archived pre-collapse Federation records. While these may not be immediately useful to survivors, they could be valuable for trade with the Apocalypse Union. This accounts for about 29% of our leverage. Zhao Yin frowned. And the last 1%? Ding Junyi's eyes turned cold. Ourselves. As long as we're alive, we hold intrinsic intellectual, labor, and physical value. Han Qiming's face twisted in horror. Absurd. We are high-level Federation researchers. Even as bargaining chips, our intellectual contributions should outweigh physical labor. Ding Junyi glanced at him indifferently. You're too naive. When I said physical value, I was including you. What? Han Qiming's face turned ashen. Zhao Yan and Su Wen also looked disturbed. Never in their lives had they imagined being reduced to tradable assets, and that their value in that regard was a mere 1%. Zhao Yan, her face pale from hunger, muttered weakly, Director Ding, even if we have access credentials and maps, why would they risk their lives for us? Yeah, and that locomotive is still in level -95. That place is already... Su Wen shuddered. Ding Junyi's expression remained cold. This is our perspective on negotiation. But for them, our offer might not even compare to a single crate of food. The situation is asymmetric, but we don't have any better options. Silence filled the room. Meanwhile, inside the Infinite Train, Lin Xian and his team exchanged glances as they processed the conversation. Chen Xishuan was the first to speak. If their description is accurate, this underground city is already overrun. We're running out of daylight, and searching for supplies in these conditions won't be easy. Lin Xian nodded. We'd have to operate at night, which is insanely risky. Not to mention that unknown subterranean life form and the fact that over 100,000 people have already turned into zombies or worse. So we're not rescuing them? Shasha asked. Didn't they say they could trade supplies with us? Negotiate first. Kiki crossed her arms. Let's hear what they can actually offer. If it's not worth it, we can just ignore them. We have backup power. We can find our own way inside. Going in blindly is reckless. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. This underground city is the size of a small metropolis. The internal layout is a mystery. Getting in is easy, but then what? Even with his mechanical ability, bypassing ordinary security systems wasn't difficult. But an entire underground city? The system was likely too complex to be overridden manually. If he overexerted himself, he could end up dead before even covering one level. Not to mention the dangerous state of the city. One wrong move could trigger a chain reaction that would force them into a hasty retreat with nothing to show for it. After a moment of thought, Lin Xian pressed the responder. All right, let's hear your terms. As soon as the words left her mouth, the tension in the laboratory rose instantly. All eyes turned to Ding Junyi. After some thought, they all understood this rundown lab had no real bargaining chips. They had no choice but to rely on Ding Junyi's analysis. She stepped forward without hesitation and stated directly, We have level P3 management clearance for the underground city. Aside from a few restricted zones, we can grant you access to residential areas, commercial districts, entertainment zones, industrial sectors, storage levels, animal and plant conservation areas, cultural heritage sites, research facilities, and all major transit routes. Despite the mass exodus, an underground city built for tens of thousands of people couldn't have been completely emptied in an emergency evacuation. There are bound to be valuable resources left behind. Additionally, We know the location of a Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. This train is equipped with a DRX micronuclear power reactor, boasting a thermal output of 290 megawatts. Lastly, if you need research data from our biological laboratory, we can provide it, but we need a mutual confidentiality agreement to avoid political persecution from the federal government. She laid out all their bargaining chips in one go. Beside her, Suwon looked uneasy and muttered in a low voice. Should we mention the third thing? Despite her initial reluctance, now that she was in a real negotiation, she felt desperate to spill everything in exchange for survival. No need, Ding Junyi replied coolly, lifting her finger off the responder button. If they agree to rescue us, we'll gain the right to live, but we'll also lose every other right. Once they get us out, we'll have no say in what happens to us. Everyone here was an ordinary civilian, completely powerless. Given their circumstances, they had to see Lin Xian's group as both potential saviors and possible marauders. Han Qiming's expression darkened. Maybe it's not that bad. Look at those 3 women. They don't seem like the type to do anything to a guy like me, right? They don't look like ruthless killers. Zhao Yin gave him an incredulous look. Professor Han, are you out of your mind? You think Director Ding was talking about those 3 girls? Have you seen the 2-meter-tall giant standing with them? What? Han Qiming's face turned green. His legs trembled. In no way. Ding Junyi pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated by their misplaced concerns. Hearing Ding Junyi's words, Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes lit up. My God, a Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. Whoa, Kiki exclaimed. Lin Xian, this sounds like a jackpot. Lin Xian smirked, exchanging glances with Chen Xishuan and the others. This woman is smart. But if you think about it, she's only offering permissions and information, no actual supplies. A massive underground city, after an emergency evacuation, would undoubtedly have leftover resources. But this was too vague to be valuable. Lin Xian's group already assumed they'd find supplies inside. The problem was whether the risks were worth it. The nuclear-powered train, however, was a tangible prize. But the fact that Ding Junyi brought it up directly made Lin Xian feel like she had somehow guessed his objective. If that's the case, we don't need them at all. Give me some time, and how long would that take? I won't know until I get access. But in cases like this, the main AI must have been removed, leaving behind subsystem. My estimate, 5 to 6 hours. Then it's not worth it, Lin Xian concluded. Rescuing them might actually be faster. If they really are researchers, they might have useful information. Plus, they're familiar with the underground city's layout. Cooperating with them is more efficient than working against them. But what if they're lying? Chen Xishuan voiced her concern. Let's find out. Kiki. Lin Xian pointed to the train's roof. Kiki immediately understood. Moments later, 2 drones lifted off from the infinite train, heading towards the underground city. The blizzard's too strong. It's messing with the image quality, Kiki grumbled as she piloted the drones. No problem, Lin Xian said. Before nightfall, we need to get a general layout. Look below. Got it, Kiki pouted, staring at the screen. The underground city lay before them, completely silent and lifeless. Looks about right, no signs of survivors. A thermal imaging system would be really useful here, someone muttered. Lin Xian nodded. That large airborne nocturnal entity they mentioned could be the massive atmospheric jellyfish we saw last night. But that underground creature, what the hell is it? Chen Xishuan frowned. This place is even more dangerous than we thought. Even if we go in, we can't stay for long. Then we'll prioritize securing the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. The rest will decide on the spot. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Can you locate their level -52 floor? Kiki shook her head. Nope. The moment we go below the horizon, we lose signal. It's pitch black down there. But look, a tunnel leads straight underground. If we open the gate, we could drive the train directly inside. An underground city of this size would have freight rail, someone commented. Staying aboard the train offered a tactical advantage. It was easier to fight off zombies, and elevators inside would make resource transport more efficient. But driving the train into a collapsed underground city was a huge risk. Lin Xian hesitated briefly, then looked at Kiki. Your thoughts? There's definitely a risk, Kiki admitted, resting her chin on her palm. But everything they said aligns with our mission. The only issue is we don't know what eerie entities are inside or that underground monster they mentioned. Lin Xian exhaled. Energy is a core issue. It's critical for our survival. I already allocated 1 to 2 days here before heading to the high-altitude corridor, specifically to upgrade the train's defenses, sensors, life support, and weapons. So, I think this risk is worth taking. Lin Xian's voice was firm. An entire abandoned underground city lay before them. If he didn't even attempt to explore it, he'd be wasting his mechanical abilities. In a nuclear-powered train? That was an apocalypse-grade artifact. They had to try. I'm in. Kiki raised her hand excitedly. Chen Xishuan and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They all knew survival depended on the infinite train. As a mechanical ability user, Lin Xian had the final say. If securing this train boosted their chances, it was a risk worth taking. Meanwhile, Ding Junyi's group waited in agonizing suspense. Finally, they encountered a potential rescue team before the polar night. A glimmer of hope. But these people had no obligation to save them. They could only pray that Ding Junyi's offer was enough to convince them. Would they really agree? Suwen muttered in despair. We have no food, no water, and we don't even know if the military district still has weapons. Would they really risk their lives for a train they don't even know still works? Despite how logical Ding Junyi's reasoning sounded, upon deeper thought, it didn't seem like a strong bargaining chip. Lin Xian's group had ability users. They could enter the underground city without help. And the Gemini 11 was just theoretical. The level -95 system had been down for days. They had no clue what was really below. Food, weapons, or even the hope that their rescuers had moral integrity all seemed like better incentives. Suwen became increasingly panicked, pacing frantically. When a responder remained silent, he snapped. I'll tell them that we have tons of food, water, and weapons. That'll convince them. But Ding Junyi coldly shut him down. Lies will only get us killed. Ding Junyi's words caused the other 3 to freeze, their expressions shifting instantly. The air in the room turned heavy. Almost as if in response, Lin Xian's voice came through the responder. We'll come to get you. Open the gate to GF2 tunnel. The moment those words landed, the people in the lab shot up from their seats, eyes filled with hope and excitement. They agreed. We're saved. Director Ding was right all along, Suwen muttered, his face pale. Good thing she stopped you, or you would have ruined everything, Zhaoyan scolded, unable to hide her relief. Ding Junyi, however, remained expressionless. There was no time to waste on conversation. She immediately accessed the system and opened the underground passage to the tunnel. At the same time, she spoke into the communicator. The downward tunnel is 31,650 meters long, with a 59.5% incline. The backup power supply is insufficient to support the electromagnetic braking system, so you need to maintain a speed of under 20 kilometers per hour. Keep the brake pads from overheating. Although all 127 tunnel monitoring sensors report no anomalies, I'd still advise turning on your lights and proceeding with caution. The GF2 tunnel gate slid open as the infinite train began moving forward. Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan stood in the control cabin, their expressions serious as they listened to Ding Junyi's instructions. You're Ding Junyi, correct? Lin Xian asked while adjusting the controls. Yes. This is the infinite train. I'm the train captain, Lin Xian. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lin. Lin Xian got straight to the point. Where exactly did you encounter the underground creatures? Level 106. Everything below level 100 is unfinished construction. Elevator number 3 used to reach level 95, but we lost contact below level 89. I suggest stopping at the level 65 freight rail terminal. From there, you can use the freight elevator to load supplies onto your train. Understood. What's your exact location on level 52? Sector F13. Once you exit the elevator, you'll be in Sector K2, where there are some zombies. There's a zone map posted outside the passage. When you reach the elevator, I'll send you a visual feed and guide you. Distance-wise, it's about 1.9 kilometers. Got it. The information was clear and precise. Lin Xian motioned for Chen Xishuan to sit tight before he accelerated the train into the tunnel, descending underground. Whoosh! The infinite train glided downward, its metal wheels screeching against the tracks. The tunnel ahead stretched endlessly into darkness, illuminated only by the train's headlights. As the train descended rapidly, everyone on board felt pressure building in their ears. Hold on tight, Lin Xian called back. He constantly adjusted the brakes, ensuring the train wouldn't derail or spiral out of control. Yellow depth markers flashed by. Level 10-65M. Level 30-175M. Level 50-255M. Level 60-301M. The train spiraled downward through the black abyss, moving like a roller coaster. A damp, musty scent filled the air as they penetrated deeper into the underground. Finally, after a gradual incline, the train emerged onto the Level 65 freight rail terminal. Level 65-325M. Hiss! The scalding train wheels emitted steam as the infinite train ground to a halt at a pitch-black station. Beyond the cracked train windows, flickering damaged lights cast eerie sparks across the cavernous space. Chen Xishuan, Kiki, and Xia crowded around the window, peering outside. A massive cargo station stretched before them, equipped with cranes and conveyor belts. However, something horrifying had occurred here. Dark red bloodstains splattered the walls and floors, and mutilated corpses lay scattered across the loading bay. The oppressive atmosphere of the sealed, underground space weighed on them. At 325 meters below the surface, knowing that this city was filled with tens of thousands of zombies, along with unknown underground creatures, sent shivers down their spines. Chen Xishuan turned to Lin Xian, her face uneasy. What's the plan? We'll split up. Lin Xian gestured toward the tunnel behind them. This is our only escape route. If something happens, we lose the train, and we'll have to fight our way out with nothing but our bare hands. That's not an option. Xishuan, you two stay behind and guard the train. If anything tries to cut off our retreat, you stop it. Meanwhile, Kiki, Luo Yi, and I will head to level 52 to rescue them. Once we're back, we'll evaluate the situation and decide which areas to search for supplies. The underground city was enormous. Searching blindly was pointless. They had limited time. Securing information first was critical. Chen Xishuan and Xia had no abilities and weren't physically on par with the others. Staying behind to defend the train was the safer option. Lin Xian, Luo Yi, and Kiki armed themselves to the teeth. Lin Xian, GK-03 electric blade, a submachine gun, and a pistol. Kiki, automatic rifle. Luo Yi, light machine gun with extra ammo. Additionally, they equipped gas masks. A sealed underground zone meant they had to prepare for potential air contamination. Watch your stamina. Don't waste energy on zombies, Lin Xian instructed as the cockpit door slid open. I know, Kiki grinned. Didn't I tell you? My ability evolved. I won't run out of power so easily anymore. Lin Xian eyed her. How many times can you use it now? No idea, but it's a lot stronger than before. All right, clack. Lin Xian stepped off the train. His boots splashed into a puddle. The ground was damp. Stay alert. He signaled for Chen Xishuan to secure the train doors. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and dried blood, causing both Xia and Chen Xishuan to gag slightly. Once the train doors sealed, it blocked out the worst of the stench. Their walkie-talkies flashed green, confirming short-range communications were still working. Lin Xian had realized something back in Yuqi City after fighting the three-headed spider monster. Their radio signals seemed to fluctuate whenever eerie entities were nearby. It wasn't a perfect detection system, but it could warn them of potential supernatural threats. With their weapons ready, they advanced into the darkness, toward whatever horrors lay in wait. Plop, plop. The three of them switched on their tactical flashlights, illuminating their path as they moved through the platform. Apart from the flickering fluorescent lights overhead, everything else was shrouded in darkness. Whoa, it's so new. Kiki swung her flashlight around, scanning the surroundings. Looks like it was just built not long ago. This underground city isn't even finished yet. I'd say not even 1/5 of it is done. Lin Xian spoke in a low voice. Built with the combined effort of the Federation, yet it can't even save 1 million people. Well, it's not the only underground city. Even though the Federation has collapsed, there must be larger ones out there. The question is, what's their situation like? Sure. Lin Xian, leading at the front, suddenly halted. Both Daluo and Kiki immediately tensed up. Lin Xian raised his flashlight and pointed it toward the edge of the platform, where a man in a worker's uniform stood with his back pressed against a pillar. His entire body was trembling slightly. The sudden illumination caught the man's attention. Slowly, he turned around. The moment his face became visible, all three of them felt their expressions shift. His face had completely rotted and mutated beyond recognition. From the center of his head sprouted writhing, fleshy tendrils, filled with razor-sharp teeth, all a grotesque crimson hue. The sight was utterly horrifying. What the hell is that? A zombie? Kiki gasped. Whatever it is, it's not human. Hiss, gurgle. The humanoid creature let out an eerie chittering sound, its grotesque facial tendrils quivering. The moment it locked eyes on Lin Xian and the others, it suddenly shrieked. Oh! Then, it bolted straight for them and in human speed. Its movements were nothing like the sluggish zombies they had encountered before. It was as fast as an elite athlete, charging forward with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Open fire! Lin Xian shouted. Bang! Bang! Boom! Uncertain about what they were dealing with, Lin Xian didn't dare to hold back. The three of them fired simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Rounds tore into the creature's flesh, sending sprays of blood and tissue flying. The force knocked it back slightly, but instead of collapsing, it accelerated, moving even faster toward them. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! Sensing the abnormality, they immediately concentrated their fire, aiming for the writhing tendrils and its horrific mouth. The bullets shredded its twisted head apart, finally bringing it down. Even after hitting the ground, the flesh tendrils continued to twitch and writhe for several seconds before finally going still. This thing isn't right. Lin Xian was unnerved. All three of them were ability users, armed with firearms, yet this mutated zombie displayed a level of resilience far beyond anything they had encountered before. Its speed and endurance were terrifying. Ugh, that was disgusting. Why was it so hard to kill? Kiki wrinkled her nose in disgust. Could it be an eerie entity? Daluo speculated. Lin Xian directed his flashlight toward the corpse, scanning for any traces of black mist. Finding none, he frowned. Doesn't seem like it. He checked the time. It was only 1802, even though night hadn't fallen yet. After what they experienced at Beiwang, he knew that dangers weren't necessarily restricted to the dark. Some horrors lurked in specific locations regardless of the time. Inside an underground city, where daylight never reached, who knew how bad things could get? Stay on guard. Let's move. Lin Xian kept his nerves taut as they quickened their pace, following a conveyor belt deeper into the complex. Soon, they reached a massive elevator entrance, a freight lift several meters in length. Before they could approach, the control panel beside it suddenly lit up. On the screen, the face of a woman appeared. She wore a lab coat and glasses, exuding a sharp professional air. She looked to be in her early 30s. Mr. Lin, I'm opening the elevator for you now. You're Ding Junyi, the one I was just speaking to? Lin Xian asked. That's me. Lin Xian nodded. In the background of the video feed, he could see two women and a man, all dressed like scientists. The sight eased his nerves slightly. Open the doors. Ding Junyi's expression turned serious. Be careful. Surveillance shows there's standing water inside the elevator, and there may be unidentified creatures within. Step back. What kind of unidentified creatures? Kiki asked, retreating a couple of steps in curiosity. Lin Xian gestured for them to move further back. Stand clear to the sides. A deep mechanical hum resonated as the elevator began descending. They instinctively stepped back, guns at the ready, watching the numbers on the screen. Elevator arrived. Level 65, Level 4 Freight Rail Terminal. A mechanical female voice announced its arrival. The massive elevator doors slowly split apart, revealing the dim interior. Then, a flood of murky, yellowish water, more than a meter deep, surged outward with a violent rush. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened as he immediately caught sight of movement within the swirling filth. He shouted a warning to the others. "Something's in the water!" Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! All three opened fire, their bullets tearing into the dark, writhing masses in the water. Flesh and blackened blood splattered everywhere as the unknown creatures were blasted apart. As the water drained away, the creatures became fully visible, black, multi-legged abominations clinging to bloated, decaying corpses. Parasitic organisms. "Disgusting," Kiki exclaimed. "Don't let your guard down. Kill them all," Lin Xian ordered. Bang! Bang! Boom! Thanks to Ding Junyi's warning, they had been prepared. The second the creatures were flushed out, they unleashed a storm of bullets, reducing them to pulp. The gunfire echoed through the massive terminal, likely attracting more unwanted attention. Lin Xian grimaced. "Get on the elevator now." Kiki and Daluo immediately dashed inside. Lin Xian followed, and the doors swiftly sealed shut behind them. "Damn, there are way more monsters here than we thought. What about Chunjie and the others?" Kiki asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "They're fine." Lin Xian's tone was firm. The infinite train was an impenetrable fortress, strong enough to withstand the tentacles of that monstrous atmospheric jellyfish. Plus, Chun Sichuan and Xia had plenty of weapons on board. He was confident they would be safe. The elevator began its ascent, a powerful force lifting them upward. Ding Junyi's voice came through the speaker. "You'll be arriving in Sector K2. There are a lot of creatures outside the passage. The ground between K2 and D23 is partially flooded. Here's the route map." A schematic appeared on their handheld displays. The layout is complicated with multiple paths. Some areas have damaged communication systems, so I won't be able to guide you the entire way. Also, be extremely cautious when passing F5, D6. That's where the floor's main elevator and staircase are located. It's the most overrun area. Originally, it was an emergency escape route, but it's definitely completely blocked now. Both power and surveillance systems are down there. Inside the laboratory, Ding Junyi was fully focused, swiftly enlarging the floor plan of level 52 on her screen. Using auxiliary lines, she carefully explained the route for Lin Xian and his team. Beside her, Zhao Yin and Su wore anxious expressions. Their lives were at stake, and the tension in the room was palpable. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, the large screen displayed Ding Junyi's detailed briefing on their path forward. Kiki and Lin Xian watched closely, quickly memorizing the key directions. This underground city really is one giant factory. Just moving across a single floor from the freight elevator to another research sector takes 2 kilometers. Lin Xian took a deep breath. "That's nothing," Kiki muttered under her breath. This place was built for hundreds of thousands of people. Just one floor has to accommodate thousands, plus commercial and work zones. There are even roads and high-speed transport systems down here. Whatever you had on the surface, this place had too. Lin Xian nodded, then turned toward the elevator doors. "When we move out, speed is our priority. Avoid unnecessary fights. I'll take the lead, Daluo, you cover the rear. Kiki, you stay in the middle." "Got it." Understood, Lin Ji. Their goal was to reach the research sector where Ding Junyi and the others were located. That area had defenses and was temporarily safe. Lin Xian needed to assess their situation before deciding the next steps with Kiki. If things looked viable, they'd bring the scientists back to Infinite Train, then reorganize for supply transport. His plan was to leave the underground city before nightfall tomorrow, then follow the southern route back to Jiangyu Line before making their way into Yubei City. Suddenly, the elevator screen played old underground city advertisements, creating a stark contrast against the deathly silence of the facility. Jia Dental, protecting your oral health. This month, first-class citizens can enjoy a 5% discount on memberships. Visit us on level 31. Do you struggle with mobility? Are you disabled? The Longting Prosthetic Modification Center offers cutting-edge artificial limbs. Run freely. Embrace fully. The latest ARX-2 industrial prosthetics have a battery life of 168 hours, allowing a full week of nonstop work. The ultimate tool for boosting income. Conda Gourmet Protein Blocks. Selected from premium New World breeds. Made with authentic ingredients using traditional craftsmanship, each bite is packed with rich, original flavor. The lively advertisements, promising a prosperous and efficient underground life, clashed violently with the horrifying reality of the now lifeless, abandoned city. Ugh, gross. What part of that sounds gourmet? Kiki shuddered at the ad. Lin Xian's voice was serious. Don't be so quick to judge. With the global food shortage, when we run out of supplies, you might just learn to love it. No way. I'm not eating cockroaches. Daluo gave the advertisement a strange look, but stayed silent, clearly not thrilled at the thought of insect-based food either. Elevator arrived. Level 52. New Dumera Research Sector. Access. First-class citizens and special personnel. Clearance. F3. Lin Xian tensed as the doors slid open. Beyond the elevator, the K2 sector was in total darkness. The three of them stood still, weapons raised, carefully scanning their surroundings. Aside from the elevator screen, which continued to play recorded ads, the silence was absolute. Move out. Lin Xian gave the order, and they rushed forward. Their footsteps echoed eerily in the hollow corridors as they moved swiftly through the cargo unloading zones. Soon, they exited the main passage, and the layout shifted. This floor consisted entirely of research laboratories and offices, with no residential or commercial areas. The architectural quality was high, with sealed, dust-free lab spaces and wide hallways. The problem? Everything looked exactly the same. Without clear signage, it was easy to get lost in this maze-like research complex. If not for Ding Junyi's route plan, they would have wasted a ton of time just navigating. As they approached F1 sector, the corridors suddenly lit up. Their footsteps echoed through the halls as they ran. Through the lab windows, they saw blood-soaked interiors, evidence of violent deaths. Then, zombie howls began to rise. More and more voices joined in, creating a chain reaction throughout the sector. Just keep running. Don't look back. Lin Xian raised his wind cannon, blasting away a zombie at the next corner. He deliberately avoided using gunfire, try to minimize noise, and avoid attracting more undead. But just as they rounded a bend, they all froze. Ahead of them, the corridor was packed with countless mutated zombies, each wearing white lab coats. As they turned to face the sound, their facial tendrils began to writhe, their toothy maws opening wide. Damn it, it's more of them. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He had wanted to avoid unnecessary gunfire, but seeing these things, there was no other choice. Fire! Bang! Bang! Boom! Gunfire erupted. The hallway flashed with firelight as bullets tore through the monstrous horde. These zombies lunged forward, their grotesque maws wide open. One bite could easily rip off a person's head. Having learned from their earlier encounter, the team didn't hesitate, aiming straight for their heads. The ground quickly became littered with twitching, mutilated corpses. More zombies poured in from behind, forcing Daluo to provide cover fire, while Lin Xian unsheathed his blade, decapitating any still writhing creatures to ensure they were truly dead. Crash! A glass door shattered as another wave of zombies burst through. Lin Xian turned instinctively, blasting them apart with his wind cannon. They charged ahead, only to find themselves in a circular elevator hall, completely blocked. Before them, countless black insect-like creatures, mutant spiders, and more zombie abominations had gathered, sealing off their only escape route. Hey! Kiki's eyes glowed faintly. With a sharp motion, she raised her hand. A powerful shockwave blasted outward, sending the creatures flying. The path was clear. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, cutting through the horde as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming stared at the monitor screens, their faces pale with anxiety. The sheer number of creatures swarming around Lin Xian's team was overwhelming. If even these powerful ability users, armed with advanced weaponry, couldn't make it, then, as helpless scientists, their chances of survival were zero. But compared to them, Ding Junyi remained eerily calm. She wasn't even watching the monitors. Instead, she was focused on her computer, rapidly executing a series of commands. Ding Director, what are you doing? Zhao Yin frowned. Shouldn't we be giving them instructions? I've already told them everything they need to know. Ding Junyi didn't even glance up. The best thing we can do is be ready to open the doors the moment they arrive. And not waste time. What do we even need to prepare? Ding Junyi finally looked up. Research data. Abilities, blood flora, underground city logs. We might need all of it. Oh, and Zhao Laosher, prepare specimen number 1's containment tank. If we can't take it, we activate the destruction protocol. Zhao Yin stared tensely at Ding Junyi. Even though she normally disliked her emotionally detached colleague, she had to admit that Ding Junyi's rational mindset far surpassed her own. It was her negotiations and approach that had secured Lin Xian's team's rescue mission in the first place. Watching Ding Junyi work so efficiently, Zhao Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. She had an idea. She quickly turned to her student, Su Wen, and urged, Su, hurry. Let's copy all our research data and take it with us. Huh? What for? This is our life's work. Zhao Yin cast a glance at Ding Junyi before pulling Su Wen aside and whispering, if we make it out, this research will prove our value. If we want to seek refuge with our former organization or join the Apocalypse Union, don't you think this data will be critical? Su Wen sucked in a breath, realizing the importance of what she said. For researchers like them, their findings could become bargaining chips, perhaps even the key to their survival. With that in mind, the two immediately rushed to their computers and began downloading everything. Seeing their actions, Han Qiming quickly understood what was happening and joined in as well. Ding Junyi ignored what the others were doing. Apart from research data, she also downloaded the holographic blueprint of the underground city, notes on each sector's layout, any available surveillance footage for backup. She glanced at the monitors. Lin Xian's group had already moved past D23. They were only a few hundred meters away from F13, where she and the others were. However, the hallway cameras ahead had been destroyed, meaning she could no longer track their movement. After finishing her tasks, she stood up and strode towards the sealed hallway, the last barrier between them and the outside. Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming followed behind her, but kept their distance, hesitating to approach the isolation door. Are they coming? Han Qiming called out. Su Wen anxiously asked, Director Ding, are you really going to open the door? It looks like there's no one outside. None of them dared to get too close, fearful that if the door opened, a flood of monsters would rush in. But Ding Junyi simply raised a hand, signaling for silence. Then, she calmly placed her slender fingers on the unlock panel. Thud! Thud! Inside the highly sealed, soundproofed isolation chamber, almost all external noise was blocked. The silence was suffocating. Everyone could hear their own heartbeats pounding in their chests. No one knew what lay beyond the door. Would it be their rescuers or a horde of flesh-eating abominations? At this moment, their fates hung in the balance. Ding Junyi focused intently, her face calm and unreadable. Her gaze flickered slightly, then she pressed down on the panel. Buzz! The isolation door, sealed for countless days, suddenly slid open. A cold, eerie gust of air rushed in. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! A hail of gunfire roared through the hall. Almost instantly, 3 figures wearing gas masks stormed in, their backs against a swarming tide of zombies. Kiki rushed and laughed, spinning around as she swung her hand. A wave of invisible force erupted, sending the pursuing zombies flying backward. The horrifying sight sent Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming scrambling into the corner, trembling in fear. Han Qiming even grabbed a chair, holding it up defensively. Wow, that door timing was perfect. Kiki whistled in amazement, looking at Ding Junyi. But before responding, Ding Junyi had already pressed the close button. Slam! The isolation door shut tight, sealing off the deafening howls and screams outside. Inside, the research sector was bright and pristine, a stark contrast to the blood-drenched, corpse-ridden nightmare just beyond the door. Ding Junyi turned around and calmly raised both hands. I am Ding Junyi. The air purification system is operational, and no contamination alarms have been triggered. You may remove your gas masks without worry. Lin Xian kept his gun trained on her. She stood still, hands raised, her expression serene, her entire demeanor radiating harmlessness. Seeing her, Lin Xian felt a moment of intrigue. She was calm, logical, completely unemotional. Her features weren't stunning, but she had a sharp, intelligent beauty, gold-rimmed glasses, a white lab coat, jeans, and short-heeled boots. There was an icy, intellectual elegance about her. Lin Xian pulled off his gas mask, took a breath, and swept his gaze toward Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming. You're the only four here. Ding Junyi, still holding her hands up, answered immediately. Zhao Yin, Ph.D. in molecular biology, level 1 federal research asset. Su Wen, Ph.D. in biochemistry, level 1 federal research asset. Han Qiming, Ph.D. in microbiology, also an expert in ecology. Her words were precise, concise, and free of nonsense, as if she were stating facts rather than pleading for her life. Her intent was clear. She wanted Lin Xian to understand that the people he saved were not ordinary civilians. If he was going to kill them, he should at least reconsider the cost. We have no weapons and will fully cooperate with your operations. If you rescue us, you can negotiate valuable exchanges with either the former federal government or the Apocalypse Union. Why, yeah, we have value. Please don't hurt us. Su Wen nodded frantically, practically begging. We're just scientists. We mean no harm. Why, yes, yes. Zhao Yin and Han Qiming quickly echoed. Lin Xian's gaze darkened. Didn't you say earlier that you were already considered abandoned assets? Ding Junyi didn't deny it. She simply replied, in terms of rescue priority, we were deemed expendable. But as long as we're alive, we still hold some value to the authorities. Lin Xian snorted internally. Even after being abandoned, they're still discussing their value. Typical intellectual mindset. Ruthlessly pragmatic, yet undeniably logical. And from a survival standpoint, she wasn't wrong. For scientists, their best chance at long-term survival was aligning with a government entity. Debating human rights versus being a research asset meant nothing in this situation. Daluo, check them. Lin Xian gave the order. Daluo approached, his imposing figure making Zhao Yan's group shrink back in fear. He patted them down, checking for weapons. After confirming they were clean, he nodded at Lin Xian. Whoa, what the hell is that? Kiki suddenly exclaimed. She had spotted something in the laboratory. A sealed, transparent containment unit housing a strange, flower-like plant. It resembled a chrysanthemum, but was entirely black. At its center, faint crimson veins pulsed ominously, exuding a sinister aura. Su Wen hesitated, then explained. That's blood scourge flora, specimen number 1. We first discovered it during the first polar night. Ding Junyi cut in coldly. It grows exclusively on corpses. Ding Junyi's voice came through as she noticed Lin Xian and the others showing interest. She spoke directly. We strongly suspect that this type of plant is directly linked to the biological mutations caused by Apocalypse Day, as well as the corruption from eerie entities. Based on our current research, the blood scourge flora has a soul wave value exceeding 100, which is inversely proportional to the standard for C-class nocturnal entities. This suggests that blood scourge flora contains the same bioenergy as nocturnal entities, and its energy is closely related to eerie blood crystals. Whoa, eerie plants. Kiki blurted out, her face filled with amazement. In this messed-up world, whether it's people, animals, organic, or even inorganic matter, it looks like everything is affected by that D*M darkness. What's the use of this thing? Lin Xian frowned and asked. We're not sure yet. A frail scientist named Han Qiming stepped forward, his voice trembling. We conducted some biological experiments and discovered that this thing directly triggers mutations in living organisms, very similar to the Dark Knight infection. Dark Knight infection? Kiki asked. When the Dark Knight is even infectious. Well, Han Qiming nervously glanced at the three of them before turning to Ding Junyi. Then he finally spoke. Actually, all our research teams have reached a common understanding. However, this consensus... Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What? Even in this situation, you're still keeping secrets for the Apocalypse Union. It's not about secrecy. Strictly speaking, it's about scientific rigor and responsibility. As researchers, making claims without experimental proof is irresponsible. It could mislead the public and cause unnecessary panic. But if you really want to know these unverified theories, we could tell you. Ding Junyi replied matter-of-factly. Exactly. Let me explain. The microbiologist, Han Qiming, adjusted his thick glasses with a trembling hand. All major research teams worldwide now believe that zombies and mutations are not transmitted through bacteria or viruses. The reason we can't publicly state this theory is, first, to avoid panic, and second, because it's not yet scientifically rigorous. There's no conclusive biological, pathological, or microbiological evidence supporting it. Even in direct studies of zombie specimens, we haven't found any infectious agents. Zombies themselves aren't a precise biological classification. From a purely scientific perspective, such an organism shouldn't even exist. What do you mean? Lin Xian was confused. Han Qiming explained. For example, a person with severe physical deterioration can't suddenly gain immense vitality and strength without caloric metabolism. A virus-ravaged body would only deteriorate further. How could it suddenly become superhuman and attack people while staying active for so long? Hearing this, Lin Xian froze. Now that it was laid out like that, it did make sense. When the first extreme night outbreak occurred on Apocalypse Day, global population loss was exponential. We had highly advanced IoT surveillance, yet we detected no infection source or transmission pathway. This was the main reason why so many governments and military forces collapsed so quickly, because we had no idea where the virus was coming from. Was it airborne? Bloodborne? Something else entirely? Only after we discovered the concept of soul wave value did we realize that all mutation events had one common factor: darkness. As long as someone was exposed to the dark, a massive number of people would mutate into zombies or become nocturnal entities. It was completely unpredictable and impossible to prevent. We even suspected that the survivors might possess a specific genetic trait or physiological anomaly that made them immune. So we conducted mark recapture studies and molecular biology tests, but we found no common pattern. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to Kiki, recalling how, during her corruption, an invisible monster had appeared near the train. If Kiki's ability hadn't evolved and instead spiraled into corruption, would she have turned into something like Tang Hai, a creature neither human nor ghost? Thinking along these lines, he realized the ordinary Dark Knight and the Abyss's Dark Tides were completely different concepts. The Dark Tides weren't just some deeper darkness. They must have carried a sinister force that actively transformed everything within them. The eerie entities lurking in the shadows, the forbidden items mutating under assault, the blood-scourged flora growing out of flesh, and the unpreventable zombie transformations. When all of this was linked together, Lin Xian finally understood the phrase Han Qiming had just used. Dark Knight infection. Beep beep. 65th floor, rail terminal station. Chen Xishuan pressed the walkie-talkie button. The indicator had turned red ever since Lin Xian's team took the elevator up. She assumed it was just a signal interference issue in the underground, not necessarily a sign of trouble. At this moment, the train was in total blackout mode to avoid attracting any creatures lurking in the darkness. The light-blocking shields were lowered, and the interior lights were turned off. Both Xia and Chen Xishuan held guns, waiting in carriage number 1, listening intently to any sounds outside. From time to time, the platform's flickering electrical tubes made a faint buzzing sound. Somewhere deep in the black void, an occasional rustling could be heard. Maybe there were zombies hiding in the darkness, or maybe it was just the airflow through the underground tunnels. Staying inside the train felt relatively safe, but after the eerie radio incident, Chen Xishuan had become extremely wary of strange occurrences. How long have they been gone? Xia sat on the sofa, swinging her legs casually. Compared to Chen Xishuan, she had far more guts. Chen Xishuan checked her watch. Almost 40 minutes. They should be back soon. Beep. Just then, a beep came from the responder unit in the cockpit. Though the sound was faint, it shattered the eerie silence, sending a jolt of tension through both of them. Chen Xishuan and Xia exchanged looks and hurried over. "Hello, Miss Chen. We've arrived. Everything okay on your end?" Lin Xian's voice came through the responder, and the two women instantly relaxed. "No issues here. Everything's fine. Good. It's about to get dark soon. Stay alert." "Understood." Chen Xishuan switched off the responder, glancing at Xia. In this underground city, no one could predict what would happen after nightfall. They had to stay vigilant. 52nd floor, F-13 sector, research hall. Lin Xian turned to Ding Junyi. As soon as he said this, Zhao Yin and Su Wen's expressions changed. But we know this system better than anyone, and it's extremely complex." "No problem. Kiki." "Okay." Kiki had already hacked into the lab's mobile terminal and quickly opened a backdoor program. She walked over and handed the device to Ding Junyi. "Big sis, just authorize this, please." For Kiki, as long as she had enough time, Lin Xian had no doubt she could hack the system directly. After all, she had done it before. But since Ding Junyi had administrator access, there was no need to waste time on a full-scale breach. However, this move instantly made the other three researchers nervous. At this moment, their only bargaining chip was Ding Junyi's admin privileges. If they handed it over, they would be utterly powerless. Luo Yi stood there, holding his assault rifle, exuding a murderous aura. Facing Zhao Yan's group, he radiated an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if they were about to be executed on the spot. None of them doubted that this big guy could rip all four of them apart with his bare hands. Lin Xian could clearly see the tension on Zhao Yin and Su Wen's faces, but he had no intention of explaining anything to them. They had risked their lives coming here, not to play mind games with a few researchers. Since they had arrived, Ding Junyi needed to follow through on her promise immediately. Ding Junyi glanced at Lin Xian, then at the mobile terminal Kiki was holding out to her. After a brief pause, she entered the password and pressed her fingerprint without hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming held their breath. They were terrified that as soon as Ding Junyi finished, Lin Xian's group would mercilessly execute them on the spot. Beep, authorization complete. A mechanical voice confirmed the process. Kiki cheerfully grabbed the device and checked the interface. As expected, it granted access to the underground city's internal management system. She grinned at Ding Junyi. "Thanks a bunch." Ding Junyi turned to Lin Xian and reported. "The Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, is currently docked at the Level 5 freight terminal on the 95th floor. The system was taken offline 5 days ago, but the logs contain the last recorded footage to confirm its presence." "System offline? Does it have something to do with the underground creatures?" Lin Xian frowned. It was never going to be that simple. "Yes, I suspect structural damage in the underground city might have affected the tunnels below the 89th floor." The air grew heavier at her words. Zhao Yin and Su Wen could tell Lin Xian was very interested in the locomotive, but this information was completely negative. "You have the access now. You're taking us with you, right?" Zhao Yan's face was ashen, her body trembling. Su Wen huddled close to her, looking at Lin Xian in fear. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, ignoring them, and turned to Kiki. What's the situation? Pretty much what she said. Kiki's fingers danced over the mobile terminal. The system confirms that a Gemini 11 our nuclear electric locomotive was active at that terminal, but it's now offline. We'll have to go down there to check it out. Then let's go. Coming all this way just to get system access would be a waste. Lin Xian turned around, sweeping a cold gaze over the researchers. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes? What do you mean? Are you going to kill us? Su Wen cried out in panic. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He looked at Ding Junyi, the only one still somewhat composed. Miss Ding, pack your things. We leave for the train in 10 minutes. Nightfall is coming. There are all kinds of monsters out there. If any of you fall behind, I won't be turning back for a rescue. Hearing this, Ding Junyi relaxed slightly, nodding. We're already prepared. 10 minutes is more than enough. This lab was merely a temporary shelter during the catastrophe. Aside from research materials, they had no personal belongings. If Ding Junyi hadn't reminded them, the others wouldn't have even thought to gather their work logs. The other three researchers also exhaled in relief at Lin Xian's words. Their attitudes shifted instantly, and they hurriedly nodded. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We'll get ready right away. Quick, pack up. But then, in an unexpected move, Ding Junyi bent down, took off her shoes, and broke off the heels before slipping them back on. She then stuffed several portable hard drives into her pocket. These contain research data from the Institute, as well as some underground city information. Of course, now that you have access, you can retrieve everything directly. This is just a backup. Besides, if there's anything else in this lab that you want, I can help. After saying that, she picked up a Geiger counter from the workbench and handed it to Lin Xian. The core reactor number 1 in the underground city has already melted down. The emergency isolation doors were sealed, but since the main structure is damaged, there is a risk of nuclear leakage. If you're going deeper underground, you'll need this. I like your attitude. Lin Xian appreciated people who got straight to the point. Someone like Ding Junyi might be exhausting to deal with in daily life, but when it came to business, she was efficient and reliable. Just then, Kiki walked over, holding up the research files on the blood-scourged flora, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Xian, should we take this thing with us? It looks really mysterious. Who knows, it might be valuable. Before Lin Xian could respond, Ding Junyi spoke seriously. If possible, I strongly recommend that you take it. From a research standpoint, its value surpasses eerie blood crystals. We suspect it has a direct link to abilities and the Apocalypse Knight. It's also classified as an important Federation asset. Lin Xian turned to study the containment pod, holding the blood-scourged flora. After a brief pause, he nodded. Luo Yi, take it. But if it causes trouble on the way, dump it. Lives matter more. Luo Yi grinned and nodded. Got it. Ding Junyi's eyes flickered with a subtle expression as she watched Lin Xian. She took a closer look at this not-so-old yet not-too-young man, as if trying to figure something out. Meanwhile, Luo Yi slung his heavy machine gun over his back. Seeing this, Han Qiming hurried over, eager to help. This needs to be disconnected from the power supply. It's a self-sustaining incubation pod with an internal circulation system. Here, let me show you. He expertly assisted Luo Yi in dismantling it. Kiki, looking around the lab, sighed regretfully. This lab has so much great equipment, like the air circulation system and plant cultivation chambers. Feels like such a waste to leave them behind. Lin Xian glanced around, his interest piqued. However, these research tools weren't their main priority. Even if they brought them aboard, they wouldn't be immediately useful. For now, their top priorities were energy systems and weapons. Medical and survival systems came next, including things like plant incubation chambers, but only if they could find a way to integrate them. Still, finding the underground city's AI module would have been the biggest prize, but that was already impossible. From Ding Junyi's information, the central control system had been removed long ago, leaving only subsystems. Ding Junyi overheard their conversation and suddenly asked, "Why do you even need this equipment?" Lin Xian replied flatly, You're a scientist. Do you not understand their value? My apologies, I didn't phrase that correctly. She corrected herself. I mean, these are research tools. They're important to us, but why would we care about research tools when we're fighting for survival? Lin Xian interrupted. Ding Junyi realized she had overstepped, but still nodded. Yes, but you don't have to tell me. Lin Xian responded coolly. You've already figured out my goal. If the train is a mobile survival base, then beyond food and supplies, I also need useful equipment. That's why I agreed to cooperate with you. Energy systems, weapons, air and water purification, medical facilities, I need all of it. If possible, I'd even take mobile research labs. So tell me where I can find them. Ding Junyi's icy expression briefly flickers with shock. She slowly said, You're trying to turn the train into a mobile underground city? Exactly. Lin Xian met her gaze head-on. Got a problem with that? Ding Junyi stared at him for a long moment before speaking. No, but if that's the case, you want to check GF4's internal lift terminal. It has 2 core, 3 biological science research carriages, J5 grade labs equipped with high-end experimental equipment. Whoa! Kiki's eyes lit up with excitement. See? I told you we'd find something good. A high-grade research carriage just waiting to be taken. Lin Xian hadn't expected that. His main goal wasn't scientific research. It was farming. It wasn't just his personal obsession. Under the extreme cold catastrophe, the long-term lack of fresh vegetables posed a serious health risk. Once the train moved onto transoceanic rails, food supply would become an even bigger issue. Besides, Lin Xian was already planning to recycle all water resources on board. If oxygen shortages became a problem in the future, they'd need an internal oxygen supply system. A fully integrated water, heat, and oxygen system would be critical. With the infinite train as his moving fortress, plus his mechanical ability, there was nothing stopping him from implementing these ideas. From a rational perspective, energy and weapon upgrades were top priorities. But if these research carriages were available, why should he turn them down? Not bad. Thanks for the heads up. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. By now, Zhao Yin and the others had almost finished packing. They didn't have much, just 2 laptop bags and 3 briefcases stuffed with portable computers and research materials. Each of them clutched their belongings tightly. Lin Xian glanced over. If you're ready, let's move. Zhao Yin, still tense, hesitated before stepping closer. Mr. Lin, you'll take us to a Federation mobile rescue point or another underground city, right? You're not just going to dump us outside, are you? Outside the underground city, the zombie horde was endless. If they were just left outside, it wouldn't be much different from staying here. Lin Xian kept walking as he replied. We'll be passing Yubei City, making a stop at the Huanxing 1 spaceport high-altitude corridor. You'll get off there, so you better pray it hasn't fallen, or that your precious Federation government is still there. The moment he said this, Zhao Yin, Su Wan, and Han Qiming's faces turned pale. They glanced at Ding Junyi, hoping for reassurance, but she stayed silent and followed Lin Xian without hesitation. Seeing this, the 3 researchers didn't dare to argue further. They focused completely on keeping up. Swoosh! Luo Yi effortlessly hoisted the incubation pod onto his shoulder with one hand, while the other held his gun at the ready. You 2 stay close to me, Lin Xian ordered, glancing at Kiki and Ding Junyi. Luo Yi will cover the rear. It's almost nightfall, and we have no idea what's lurking out there. Stay together. No one falls behind. Got it. Kiki pulled down her gas mask, stuffed her mobile computer into her jacket, and gestured for Ding Junyi to open the door. Ding Junyi nodded, took a deep breath, and pressed the controls. Hiss! A faint mechanical hiss echoed as the research hall's protective door slid open. Crash! The moment the alloy door cracked open, countless zombie hands clawed wildly through the gap, writhing and grasping. "Ea!" Suwon shrieked, face twisting in horror as he cowered behind Zhao Yin. Even Zhao Yin and Han Qiming, scientists used to controlled environments, were frozen in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian ignored them. The second the door fully opened, Kiki unleashed a shockwave. Boom! A dozen zombies and grotesque insects were blown away, their bodies splattering against the walls and floor, leaving blood and severed limbs scattered across the corridor. Bang! 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 Lin Xian fired multiple shots, clearing out the remaining zombies, blocking the passage. From all directions, more unearthly screeches echoed. Move! Now! Lin Xian took the lead, charging ahead. He raised a hand, and in an instant, a steel door materialized, sealing off one of the corridors to prevent more zombies from swarming in. Ding Junyi's eyes widened in shock. Of all the ability users she had studied, she had never seen someone who could create steel out of thin air. Kiki followed right behind, showing no hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin and the others scrambled to keep up, running as if their lives depended on it. Beep, beep. Lin Xian's watch beeped. 1845, nightfall. Deep underground, they couldn't see the outside world, but the moment the time struck, the hallway lights flickered ominously. An unnatural chill surged up from below, washing over everyone simultaneously. Lin Xian's eye twitched. He stared into the dark corridor ahead. Something was coming. Fast. Kiki. Lin Xian gestured, signaling her to slow down. He clipped a flashlight to his ear, quickly fabricating a support bracket to keep it in place. His free hand began charging with electricity. Ah! A piercing female scream shattered the air. Lin Xian's flashlight beam swung toward the source. A blood-red silhouette raced toward them at terrifying speed. In an instant, it was right in front of them. Two clawed hands, blackened with elongated nails, slashed toward Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian, watch out! Before Kiki could finish shouting, Lin Xian's eyes hardened. Crack! A bolt of white lightning pierced the darkness, searing the creature's head in a flash of blinding energy. For a split second, everyone could clearly see it. A female zombie with rotting flesh, her skin half-melted, revealing decayed muscle and sinew. Her mouth hung unnaturally open, jawbone nearly dislocated down to her chest. A truly nightmarish sight. BZZT. The zombie At the same time, Kiki clenched a fist, telekinetically gripping the monster midair. She flung it sideways, sending it crashing through an office wall, leaving a gaping hole in the concrete. What the hell was that? Kiki's distorted voice came through a gas mask. Lin Xian frowned, but kept moving. I don't know. These zombies aren't like the ones outside. They're not eerie entities, but they're also far stronger than regular zombies. The speed of that female corpse was insane. Faster than anything they'd encountered before. Tap! Tap! Ding Junyi caught up, speaking in a low voice. We classify these kinds of mutations, different from nocturnal entities, but still born from human transformation, as human eerie. Human eerie? Kiki looked intrigued. Yes, you could think of them as zombies with special abilities. Are you saying they're the result of corruption? Ding Junyi stared at Kiki, visibly surprised. You know about corruption? Kiki smirked. Oh, we know a lot. Lin Xian fired another shot, blasting apart a few more zombies. He didn't even glance back as he kept running. That's not the kind of question that matters right now. Ding Junyi was momentarily speechless before continuing in a deep voice. Yes, according to the theory of the dark tides, all zombies can be considered a form of human corruption, while some individuals possessing abilities can be seen as evolution. Regardless of whether it's evolution or corruption, unpredictable biological mutations occur. This phenomenon is not uncommon in basic biological evolution and virology. However, what causes these mutations and evolution, namely the dark tides, remains completely unknown to us. Gunfire erupted as Lin Xian and Kiki led their team swiftly through an open area. Along the way, they passed by the remains of zombies they had previously taken down, confirming that they were retracing the correct route back. I understand everything you're saying, but that's not what we were asking, Lin Xian said, his expression focused as he moved quickly. What I want to know is, why are there so many of these so-called human Eries down here? Outside the underground city, zombies were everywhere. But the moment they entered, these strange zombies started appearing frequently. To Lin Xian, This was a dangerous sign. I don't know. Ding Junyi panted heavily from running, but tried to remain calm. Ever since the construction team encountered unknown subterranean life forms, strange incidents have been occurring more frequently within the underground city. If it were just regular zombies, the federal underground city's armed forces wouldn't have fallen so quickly. It was the emergence of these human Eries that forced the upper management to abandon the entire underground city and opt for a full-scale evacuation. So whatever's lurking underground is, in some ways, even more terrifying than the Dark Knight infection, right? You could say that. Ding Junyi's words made Lin Xian's expression grow even more serious. The danger level of this place had exceeded his expectations. The threat posed by these human Eries was unpredictable. If the theory of ability-based evolution was correct, didn't that mean these human Eries could also possess formidable abilities? Lin Xian thought of Tang Hai. Perhaps that guy had already become a human Erie, just at the evolutionary level, making him even more troublesome. But now, Kiki's ability had evolved, and Lin Xian's own strength had also improved significantly. If they encountered another one, they shouldn't be as helpless as last time. Wait for me. Behind them, Han Qiming was staggering, his legs trembling uncontrollably, barely able to walk. Clutching his briefcase tightly, he suddenly collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Can we slow down a bit? I can't keep up, he gasped desperately. Lin Xian glanced back while running. It wasn't just Han Qiming. Zhao Yin and Su Wen were also pale-faced from exhaustion, their eyes filled with terror. Even Ding Junyi wasn't doing much better. Although she had been maintaining a composed front, as someone who had spent years in a laboratory, her physical fitness could only be so good. Besides, they had been starving for a week, surviving only on experimental plants in the lab. If there hadn't been drinking water, they would have already died of thirst. Professor Han, don't fall behind. Zhao Yin called out urgently, seeing Han Qiming slowing the team down. I'll help him, Su Wen said. She was the youngest among them, and, despite being exhausted, still had more strength than Han Qiming. She turned back to assist him, only for a shadow to suddenly grab her from behind. Watch out! Before the words fully left her mouth, a sharp, piercing screech echoed through the corridor. A crimson blur streaked past where they had just come from, followed by several black, insect-like creatures scuttling out of the darkness at high speed. A chill ran down Han Qiming's spine. Before he could even stand up, a razor-sharp claw tore straight through his throat. At the same time, the black insects swarmed over him, sinking their fangs into his flesh. Ah! Zhao Yin and Su Wen shrieked in terror and staggered backward. Bang! 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 Lu raised his light machine gun and fired, instantly shattering several of the black insects. Kiki, grab her! Lin Xian hadn't expected this thing to come back to life. He had clearly blown its head off and watched Kiki crush it into a bloody pulp. So why was it suddenly here again? Kiki, who was leading the group, immediately turned around. The female corpse was lightning fast, nearly upon Lu when Kiki's telekinetic force clamped down on it midair. The situation was so perilous that even Kiki was breaking into a cold sweat. Lu took 2 steps back, his face dark as he looked at the floating corpse trapped by Kiki's power. Without hesitation, he pulled out his steel-slaying greatsword, raised it high, and brought it down in a brutal vertical slash. Slash! The female corpse was instantly cleaved in two. But Lin Xian wasn't taking any chances. He stepped forward and unleashed 2 wind cannon blasts, obliterating both halves of the corpse's head into a gory mess. Finally, the creature stopped moving. Professor Han! Su Wen cried out. Da-da-da-da. More black insects swarmed toward them. Lu raised his machine gun and sprayed bullets, mowing them down. Kiki swung her hand, sending out a telekinetic shockwave that blasted the insects away. But when a flashlight illuminated the scene, Han Qiming was already in pieces, torn apart into 4 or 5 chunks. Blood splattered across the corridor walls, a horrific sight. Ah! Zhao Yin screamed in horror. Run if you want to live. Lin Xian shouted. Thump! 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 Hearts pounding, The group sprinted frantically toward their escape route. Zhao Yan and Su Wen were shaking with fear, their minds blank. They didn't even have the energy to cry anymore. They just focused on running, wishing they had more legs to keep up with Lin Xian and Kiki. Finally, they reached Elevator 3 in Sector K2. As the elevator doors opened, the bright lights inside shone upon them like salvation from the heavens. "Get in now," Lin Xian urged. "Da-da-da." Bang, bang, bang. From the darkness of the corridor, a wave of zombies came rushing toward them. Most of them were wearing research uniforms, clearly former researchers from this facility. As the elevator doors sealed shut, Lin Xian let out a breath of relief. He pulled out his walkie-talkie, adjusting the signal. "Oh my God! Professor Han is dead." Su Wen was completely broken, grabbing Zhao Yan's shoulders and trembling in shock, her eyes hollow with fear. Lin Xian turned back and gave them a sharp look. "Can you still run?" Hearing his voice, both Zhao Yan and Su Wen frantically nodded. Their expressions screamed fear, almost as if they were terrified that Lin Xian might abandon them. Lin Xian sighed slightly. It was clear that these people were utterly exhausted. They were just ordinary researchers, and after a week of starvation, the fact that they could still move at all was impressive. He remained calm. There was nothing more he could do. Even though he, Kiki, and Alu were ability users, they weren't gods. If Kiki hadn't been there just now, or if he had reacted a second too slowly, he might have been injured by that blood-red female corpse. Thankfully, he had left Xia and Chun Sichuan back on the train. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At least there weren't many people stationed on the research floors. If this had been the residential zone, who knows how many we'd be dealing with. Inside the elevator, Kiki took off her gas mask, feeling overheated, and fanned herself with a hand. Those black bugs are insane. They ate him in seconds. Ding Junyi, still panting heavily, was trying to steady her emotions. The horrifying scene had shaken her to the core. The 52nd floor had no more than 2,000 people, including researchers and administrators. It's one of the least populated floors, aside from the high-level living quarters and the energy sector. Elevator has arrived at level 65, rail freight terminal. The doors opened. Lin Xian, Kiki, and Alu raised their guns, on full alert. But the expected zombie horde wasn't there. Lin Xian checked the walkie-talkie. It was glowing green. Pressing the comm button, he spoke. "Ms. Chun, we're off the elevator. Is everything safe on your end?" After a moment, Chun Sichuan's voice crackled through. Safe. Everything's fine on the train." Lin Xian remained highly alert as he led the group out of the elevator, using a flashlight to probe the path ahead. Before long, they arrived at the Infinite train. The cockpit door opened, and after their harrowing ordeal, the 6 of them finally stepped onto the train. CHHK. As the heavy cockpit door sealed shut, Lin Xian switched on the cabin lights. A long-lost sense of security washed over them. Inside the train, Zhao Yan and Su Wen collapsed onto the floor of carriage number 1, drenched in sweat and completely drained, gasping for breath. "Are you guys okay?" Seeing Lin Xian return, Chun Sichuan and Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over in concern. "One didn't make it." Lin Xian took a deep breath and said softly. Chun Sichuan covered her mouth in shock. Her gaze moved from the 2 women who were still trembling on the floor to Ding Junyi. "Is she the one we were in contact with?" Ding Junyi. She met Chun Sichuan's eyes and introduced herself directly. "Are we saved?" Zhao Yan, still recovering from shock, asked as she scanned the train's interior between gasps. "For now, you won't die." "Miss Chun." Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Yan and Su Wen before turning to Chun Sichuan. "Get them something to eat. We need a break." "Really? Thank you so much." Hearing Lin Xian offer them food, Zhao Yan snapped out of her terror. Her survival instincts took over, making her realize just how close to starvation she was. Crying over Professor Han would have to wait. Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Wah. Teacher Zhao, we're safe." Su Wen was caught between fear and overwhelming relief. After enduring such a prolonged period of despair, their spirits had shattered multiple times. Now, sitting inside what felt like a fortress-like safe house and hearing that food was coming. They couldn't hold back their emotions any longer. Both women burst into tears again. In contrast, Ding Junyi, the deputy director of the biological research department, remained tense. She was silent, scanning Lin Xian's team and the train's interior, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Xian ignored them and turned his attention to De Lu, who had carried in a glass cultivation pod. "Whoa, what's that? A flower?" Shasha ran over in excitement upon seeing the strange plant encased in the glass. "What was it called again?" Kiki tilted her head. "Blood Scourge Flora, specimen number 1. If you prefer, you can call it Hell's Black Chrysanthemum." Ding Junyi's expression remained cool as she explained to Kiki. "It's not an official name, just what we call it. Hell's Black Chrysanthemum? That sounds ominous." Chun Sichuan frowned slightly, staring at the strange black petals with fascination. To her, this eerie flower held a sinister beauty, especially its crimson core, which gave off an unsettling allure. "This thing," Lin Xian glanced at it. "Store it away for now. The Federation's Phoenix organization probably has information on it. We'll decide what to do with it later." Without a full understanding of its properties, Lin Xian wasn't eager to get too curious. If it was related to abilities, then it might be incredibly valuable. As night fell, the blizzard intensified. In the vast southern plains of the Daluo Mountains, the wind howled as snow covered the landscape. The endless rows of abandoned vehicles and thousands of corpses were buried beneath the thick, relentless snowfall. Zombies roamed the frozen wasteland, their feet crunching through knee-deep snow. Many had frozen solid, turning into lifeless, black inside the Level 65 freight terminal of Underground City No. 9. The infinite train remained stationary. The warm glow of its interior lighting pushed back against the encroaching fear. After about an hour of rest and a bit of food, Zhao Yin and Su Wen finally began to regain some stability. Lin Xian had no time to focus on them. In carriage number 2's information hub, he and Kiki were analyzing the underground city's internal layout. Since Ding Junyi was familiar with the city's infrastructure, Lin Xian had called her over as well. "This GF4 terminal still has 2 carriages left," Kiki said as she pulled up surveillance footage from station number 4 on the surface. From their paintwork, they seemed to be pre-Federation assets. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This trip might actually be worth it. And Ding Junyi hadn't lied. So far, his decision to risk the rescue mission seemed to be paying off. "Once we get up there, we'll reorganize our train setup at the terminal, then head toward Yubei City." "What's our next move?" Kiki continued searching for usable information within the underground city's network. However, most areas had lost contact, and only a few subsystems were still online. "Our priority is securing the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. Now that it's night, those human Eries could be everywhere, so we need to deal with this first. Everything else will depend on the situation." "How do we get down there?" Kiki pulled up the underground city schematic, studying potential routes. Ding Junyi stepped forward and spoke. "If you want to go down, there are 2 options. Move the train directly downward. This is the fastest method, but if the tracks are broken or blocked, it's useless. Take the elevator to level 89, then go down the stairs. However, if the tracks are damaged, even if you find the locomotive, it won't matter." "That's not necessarily true." Kiki smirked and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. "We've got a secret weapon." Ding Junyi cast a curious glance at Lin Xian, but remained silent. Lin Xian pointed at the underground city's layout and pondered aloud. "It's simple. We take the elevator to level 89, then use this safety passage to enter the tunnel. From there, we follow the tracks down to level 95 and reach the station." So far, the tracks from level 65 to level 89 were still intact, so Lin Xian planned to scout ahead along level 89's tracks. If anything was damaged, he and Kiki could fix it. He wasn't willing to risk taking the infinite train down yet. If they couldn't dock properly, the train would be stuck on a 59.5% incline, a disastrous situation. If the brakes failed, they'd all be buried alive. To play it safe, they needed to confirm the track conditions first and check the Gemini 11 RS status. If everything was fine, he and Kiki could drive the locomotive up and link it to the infinite train, escaping the underground city together. Yeah, that works. Kiki agreed. Then that's the plan. Lin Xian decided immediately. Delu, you're staying on the train. Xianji, let me go with you. Delu frowned, clearly uneasy about being left behind at such a dangerous time. Lin Xian shook his head. You and Shasha stay behind and protect the train. There were 3 outsiders on board, plus the human Iris lurking in the underground city. Lin Xian wasn't comfortable leaving them alone. Keeping Delu, an ability user, on guard felt like the safer move. Besides, he and Kiki were more agile. Whether they ran into zombie hordes or track issues, their abilities would be more useful. Delu, watch over them. Delu hesitated for a moment, but understood what Lin Xian meant. He nodded. Don't worry, Xianji. I'll handle things here. As Lin Xian prepared to leave, Ding Junyi stepped forward. If you're following this plan, I can navigate for you, she said, pointing to Kiki's mobile terminal. The walkie-talkie won't work, but you can use the underground city subsystem for communication. Okay. Lin Xian gave her a deep look before nodding. He knew she could be useful. Then, he and Kiki donned their gas masks, and Lin Xian grabbed the Geiger counter. Under the cover of darkness, they set out once again. Lin Xian, fully armed, slung a backpack over his shoulder and stepped onto the dark platform with Kiki once again. Perhaps because it was nighttime, a bone-chilling cold seeped through even the tunnels deep within the underground city. The underground city's mobile terminal successfully connected with the infinite train's responder system, allowing Ding Junyi to communicate directly with Lin Xian through the terminal. Once they entered the elevator, they confirmed they could still access messages from the train. The entire underground city from levels 20 to 60 is the main residential and work area. Levels 60 to 70 are for industrial production, research, and storage. Below that, levels 70 to 80 house third-class citizens, the most densely populated level. Level 89, however, is a permanent preservation zone for civilization storage. It holds various species fossils, plant seeds, a gene cryo-storage facility, and an archive of artistic artifacts. Hardly anyone works there, and it doesn't have any vital survival resources, so after the infection broke out, very few people would have gone there. But the space is enormous, so be careful. Ding Junyi's voice remained calm as she explained through the communicator. Wow, so 40 floors are reserved for the least populated first and second-class citizens, while 10 floors cram in the majority of third-class citizens. That's some messed-up logic, Kiki snorted. Lin Xian glanced at her. If you were here, you definitely wouldn't be living below level 60. Kiki scoffed. As if I want to stay here. It's suffocating. My carriage number 2 is way more comfortable. When we finally break through Palma grasslands, cross the Roma Desert, and reach the Pacific Ocean, at least if I die, it'll be somewhere better than this place. It's a shame, though, she added. I thought we'd find a ton of supplies here. Lin Xian didn't seem to mind. If we can get that Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, that alone would be a huge win. And on top of that, there are 2 entire research carriages. If we integrate them into the train, our infinite trains planning base will be up and running in no time. Expand the air and water circulation system, and our train won't be any worse than an intercontinental class 1. You've got a point. With the polar night closing in, the underground city collapsing, and unknown subterranean creatures lurking, even this much of a haul was already a blessing. Lin Xian wasn't about to be greedy and attempt to loot the entire underground city. He wouldn't have enough lives to survive that. Besides, he hadn't actually obtained anything yet. Well, except for 3 more women on the train and a potted plant. A dull thud echoed as freight elevator number 3 rumbled to a stop on the offline level 89, accompanied by a loop of old advertisements playing in the background. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Xian and Kiki stood on either side, guns raised, eyes sharp with vigilance. The elevator light cast a dim glow onto the pitch-black floor outside. Scanning their surroundings, they saw an immense, dark space filled with towering storage shelves. Kiki fiddled with her mobile terminal, pulling up the navigation for the track safety passage. This place is empty. We should be extra careful. The vast space gave Lin Xian an unsettling feeling. Besides the elevator's dim lighting, everything around them was dead silent. Let's move. Click. As soon as Lin Xian's foot touched the ground, it was like dropping a stone into a still lake. The sound sent an eerie ripple through the silence. Level 89. At this moment, the two of them were nearly 450 meters underground, and an immense pressure weighed down on them. Lin Xian took the lead, a tactical flashlight clipped to his ear, sweeping the surroundings. This floor had a much higher ceiling than level 52, at least 10 meters tall. The massive storage racks loomed in the darkness like mountains. Rows of neatly arranged insect specimens lined the shelves. The aisles stretched on endlessly, disappearing into the void. We're at G-Zone, aisle 117. We need to turn right and go down the passage near the Gene Cryo Storage Facility. Kiki's voice was barely above a whisper, but in the vast silence, it sounded like a thunderclap. Lin Xian walked briskly ahead, then suddenly stopped. Did you hear that? Kiki instantly tensed, her shoulders shrinking as she scanned their surroundings warily. I didn't hear anything. They stood still for a few seconds. Aside from their breathing, there was nothing. Don't scare me like that. Lin Xian gestured for silence and pressed forward into the darkness. This time, he drew his GK-03 electric blade, slinging his automatic rifle onto his back. In this eerie space, if danger struck, using backlash or power surge would be far smarter than firing a gun. A single gunshot could trigger a zombie tide, and in a place like this, they wouldn't even know which direction to run. Turning out of aisle G-117, they entered the fossil storage section, where rows of skeletal remains stood in eerie formations. Kiki followed closely behind, her unease growing with every step. Lin Xian, talk to me, she whispered. This place is freaking me out. Talk about what? Anything. Like, when I was unconscious, did you try to save me? Maybe even give me CPR or something? You seriously want to discuss this now? Lin Xian sighed. I'm scared, okay. Kiki took a deep breath, quickening her pace to stay close. Or how about this? Are we going to pick up more people for the train? Should we install an AI driver? If we reach the ocean and the rails are gone, are we turning the train into a sea cruiser or a submarine? Lin Xian replied evenly, the more people, the better. More hands, better odds of survival. What about those 3 people today? Are we taking them along? Not planning on it. We're not a rescue train. Besides, those scientists don't seem like they need to flee with us. They're still hoping to find the new Federation government and pledge loyalty. Let them go. They'll probably be less safe there than on the Infinite train. Lin Xian's voice grew serious. What I'm more concerned about is the high-altitude corridor. He continued. Ding Junyi mentioned that during the Great Migration, plenty of aircraft and airships were evacuated alongside the underground city. But they all got wiped out. That means whatever's up there might be even worse than the monsters on the ground. Since Apocalypse Day, all airborne and satellite equipment have gone down with the rest. If something's in the sky, it's probably not just that giant jellyfish. Just thinking about the floating colossal corpse from Kiki's corruption nightmare sent a chill down Lin Xian's spine. The skies weren't necessarily safer than the ground. If not for the Infinite train's thick armor, who knew how many times they would have died already? As they continued forward, the air grew noticeably colder. Leaving the fossil zone behind, they entered a larger section filled with numbered glass containers, each one storing dried plant seeds. Lin Xian, look, so many seeds. Kiki shined her flashlight over the shelves, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Didn't you want to grow vegetables on the train? Should we grab some and start cultivating? Lin Xian scanned the shelves and made a quick decision. Yeah, since we're here, might as well take some. Good crop seeds were hard to come by. The black rain had devastated natural plant life, making fresh vegetables and fruits nearly impossible to find. Lin Xian didn't have the luxury of searching for them in the wild. If these were readily available, he'd be a fool not to take some. Slipping off his backpack, he started selecting and packing seeds. Scrape, thunk. Just as they were gathering seeds, a strange noise echoed through the space. It sounded like something wooden being dragged along the ground. Both of them froze, holding their breath. Lin Xian was sure this time. He hadn't imagined it. A sudden, unfamiliar sound shattered the eerie silence, making Lin Xian and Kiki tense up instantly. Their eyes darted around, searching for the source. Because this level was so vast, composed entirely of rows upon rows of towering display shelves and corridors, it felt like wandering through a massive museum. Sounds echoed unpredictably, making it impossible to determine their origin. Lin Xian's nerves tightened. We're not alone down here. Kiki instantly grew anxious. She quickly checked the route on her mobile terminal before looking around nervously. We need to hurry. There's a corridor up ahead. Once we get through it, we'll reach the Gene cryo-storage facility. Without hesitation, Lin Xian tightened his grip on his electric blade and moved forward, his senses heightened to the max. Scrape. That sound came again, this time from just a few rows of shelves away, running parallel to them. Tap! Tap! Lin Xian and Kiki broke into a jog, their tactical flashlight beams swaying wildly through the darkness, illuminating the cold black floor ahead. Scrape! The dragging noise persisted. Lin Xian's stomach clenched. He had already covered a significant distance, yet the sound stayed right alongside them, never too far, always just beyond the shelves. As they turned into a long, dimly lit corridor, something strange happened. Whether it was an illusion or something in the air, Lin Xian noticed their flashlights dimming. The darkness ahead grew thicker, swallowing their vision like an ink-black void. At the same time, the scraping noise suddenly emerged, this time just behind them. Scrape. Lin Xian. Kiki let out a startled cry. She wasn't as fast as Lin Xian, so he instinctively reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her along at full speed. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed through the massive corridor, amplifying their anxiety. Kiki's heart pounded as she clung to her mobile terminal with her free hand. Then, that horrifying scraping noise came again. This time, it felt like it was right behind her. Kiki's instincts kicked in. Without thinking, she yanked her hand free and unleashed her ability in a wild, sweeping motion. Bzzzt. An invisible force erupted from her palm, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. A muffled thud followed. Something had definitely been blasted away. Lin Xian, there's something behind us. I know. Lin Xian kept running, but Kiki was visibly struggling to keep up. Unlike him, her ability didn't enhance her physical attributes. Lin Xian had grown significantly stronger since gaining his enhancements, but Kiki's stamina was still that of an ordinary human. She was already gasping for breath. Tap! Tap! They burst through the corridor, finally reaching an area bathed in an eerie, bluish glow. White mist swirled in the passage ahead, shrouding everything in a ghostly haze. Wait, wasn't the power supposed to be out? Cryo chambers usually have independent emergency power, but judging by this fog, one of the storage units must have a leak. Lin Xian quickly checked the Geiger counter in his hand. Both he and Kiki were wearing gas masks, but aside from that, they had no additional protection. We need to go through here, Kiki urged. They rushed into the mist-filled passageway. The freezing vapor swallowed them whole, reducing visibility to near zero. Lin Xian gripped his blade tightly in one hand, while his other hand clutched Kiki's wrist. Hello. A voice suddenly echoed ahead. It was soft, childlike. Yet, the moment Lin Xian and Kiki heard it, an unbearable chill ran down their spines. It wasn't just because the voice came out of nowhere. It was the way it sounded, like it wasn't quite human. Who's there? Lin Xian's instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, he yanked Kiki into a narrow cryo-storage passage. Whoosh! Something rolled past the space they had just vacated. Hello, the eerie voice spoke again, this time lower, as if struggling to mimic normal human speech. But the forced effort only made it more terrifying. There, by the passage entrance. Kiki gasped, pointing where they had just come from. Lin Xian turned and immediately noticed something horrifying. The swirling white mist at the passage's entrance was parting unnaturally to both sides, as if something huge was moving through it. A horror entity. That was Lin Xian's first thought. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't a zombie. And it definitely wasn't human. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Xian steadied his breathing, gripping Kiki's wrist tighter as they ran. That thing is following us. We're almost there, Kiki shouted. They burst out of the gene cryo storage facility and into another corridor. But before they could catch their breath, the horrifying voice rang out again. You, hello. This time it was shrieking. A grotesque attempt at mimicking human speech. Lin Xian spun around, raising his tactical flashlight, and saw it, emerging from the misty cryo chamber. A tall, skeletal shadow, and it was running straight for them. Look out! Lin Xian yanked Kiki behind him and activated mechanical heart, rapidly constructing a steel frame barricade across the corridor. Crash! The shadowy figure slammed into the metal bars with brutal force. Sparks erupted as the steel groaned under the impact. But the barricade held. Just as Lin Xian was about to take this chance to escape, something lit up in the darkness. A massive, blood-red skull began to glow, its hollow eye sockets and gaping maw igniting with eerie flames. Then, a 3-meter-tall, humanoid skeletal creature emerged. Its body was covered in jagged bone spikes, and its crimson skull burned with unnatural fire. Grora! A deafening shriek blasted through the corridor, rattling their eardrums. Then, the creature opened its jaw and spewed a wave of scorching blood fire straight at them. It can breathe fire? Lin Xian's expression darkened. He had to react fast. Ice shield. Boom! The fiery blast illuminated the entire corridor. Kiki, pressed against Lin Xian's back, quickly raised her hands, using telekinesis to reinforce their defense. A shimmering barrier formed in front of them, barely holding back the scorching heat. But the fire still splattered everywhere. The walls glowed red-hot. The steel barricade began melting. If Kiki hadn't reinforced it, the entire structure would have collapsed already. What the hell is this thing? Why can a horror entity talk? No time. We need to move. Kiki shouted. She reached up and grabbed onto a massive hanging light fixture from the ceiling and yanked it down. Crash! The metal fixture smashed onto the creature's flaming skull, pinning it beneath Lin Xian's half-melted steel barricade. The entire structure collapsed with a thunderous clang. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian grabbed Kiki's hand and sprinted forward. Ahead, his flashlight beam revealed a narrow maintenance tunnel. There! That's it! Before she even reached the emergency door, Kiki had already used her ability to rip it right off its frame. The thick metal door groaned and twisted before being yanked away, leaving the passage exposed. Lin Xian barely had time to react. You're way faster at opening doors than me. Less talking, more running. Clang, clang, clang. Behind them, the red skeletal horror emerged from the corridor, its elongated limbs and jagged bone spikes scraping against the walls with a sharp, grating noise. Gah! It shrieked again. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He grabbed Kiki and leaped into the stairwell, simultaneously constructing a metal barrier to seal off the passage behind them. But what he hadn't expected was that the stairwell was insanely steep. Oh! Kiki barely had time to react before she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's waist. Her eyes glowed with ability energy, and their free fall abruptly slowed midair. Even so, they still tumbled down at least 10 meters before rolling to a stop at the bottom, landing in a painful heap. Boom! The steel door Lin Xian had just created was suddenly blasted off its hinges, soaring over their heads and slamming into the stairwell wall with a deafening crash. The impact bent the door out of shape, turning it red-hot as steam hissed from its surface. Lin Xian's spine went rigid. Holy sh*T. This thing didn't just breathe fire. It had ridiculous destructive power. Ugh, ow. Kiki groaned, sitting up while rubbing her sore ass and head. If she hadn't cushioned their fall with her ability, they'd probably be half dead from that tumble. Scrayatch! A blood-red clawed hand suddenly reached through the narrow stairwell entrance, its charred flesh twitching as it scraped wildly at the air. FK. Ignoring the pain from their fall, Lin Xian grabbed Kiki and yanked her backward, just in time to dodge the creature's frenzied grasp. The grotesque hand flailed wildly for a few seconds. Then, as if realizing it couldn't reach them, it slowly retreated. Lin Xian exhaled sharply, his heart still hammering. This was nothing like the pale giant he had encountered before. This thing was covered in muscle-like tissue, steaming with unnatural heat. And then, it spoke again. You. Hello. A few seconds passed before their flashlights revealed a blood-red skull slowly peeking through the stairwell entrance. Its empty eye sockets stared at them, glowing like hollow blood pits. It watched them, like a hunter observing its prey. Holy sh*T, it breathes fire, and it talks. Kiki's eyes went wide as she instinctively jumped backward. What the hell is wrong with these things? They're getting nastier by the minute. Lin Xian panted as he backed away from the stairwell, an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. This thing was looking more and more human, and the moment he realized that, a chill crawled up his spine. Do you think it'll come in? No idea. Lin Xian shined his flashlight down the stairwell, scanning the endless darkness. His voice turned grim. But if it's blocking the entrance, we won't be able to go back the way we came. I don't want to go back anyway. Kiki scowled, shuddering. If this had been just another horror entity, it wouldn't have felt this disturbing. But this thing could speak, and that inhuman, chilling mimicry made her skin crawl. Let's move. It probably can't fit through. Lin Xian took a deep breath, then grabbed Kiki's wrist and led her downward. As they descended into the stairwell's abyssal darkness, the last thing they heard was, "You. Hello." The words echoed from above, distant yet unervingly clear. Lin Xian felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Hello, my ass. This was the first time he had ever encountered a horror entity inside a building. And, compared to the ones in the wild, this one felt far more terrifying. Thump, thump, thump. With their flashlights cutting through the dark, they continued down the stairwell. Soon, a yellow emergency door came into view. This is it. Reaching the landing, Lin Xian stopped Kiki. No using your ability to open doors anymore. Even though Kiki had reached the evolution level, she couldn't waste energy recklessly. They had no idea what other threats lurked below. Lin Xian placed a hand on the door's handle, activated mechanical heart, and click. The lock disengaged instantly. Whoosh. The door swung open, a cold gust of air rushing past them. Their flashlights illuminated what lay ahead. A subway-like underground tunnel. Pipelines and maintenance corridors lined its walls, relatively new-looking, as if it had been recently built. But the entire passage reeked of decay. We're really walking along the tracks? Kiki asked. It's about 6 floors down. We'll need to run at least half a circle around this underground city, Lin Xian replied, checking his Geiger counter. 56.66 MUSV/H. Radiation was higher than the surface, but still within safe limits. Kiki groaned behind her gas mask. Great. More running. Beep. Beep. Kiki's mobile terminal lit up, and Ding Junyi's voice came through. Did you enter the railway passage? We're in. Good. The total distance from level 89's passage to level 95 is 2,620 meters. The vertical distance to core reactor number 1 on level 100 is 62 meters. If radiation levels exceed 100 MUSV/H, abandon the mission immediately. Lin Xian took a deep breath and glanced back toward the stairwell. Let's go. If we fail, we'll either have to backtrack or climb up another tunnel. No way. Kiki waved a hand, still catching her breath. I'm not running into that thing again. Then let's keep moving. Lin Xian adjusted his flashlight beam, widening the illumination radius as they started down the tunnel. The newly built ceiling already had leaks, with water dripping down. Some areas even showed cracks. Just as Ding Junyi had warned, the underground city's structure was collapsing. Rumble. They had barely taken a few steps when a massive tremor shook the tunnel. debris and dust rained down, sending a wave of dizziness through them. The entire ground trembled violently. An earthquake? Lin Xian and Kiki staggered, barely staying upright as they grabbed onto the metal railing. Ah! Kiki yelped. The shaking intensified. Lin Xian instinctively pulled Kiki close, shielding her head while constructing a barrier to support the ceiling. Just when he thought the quake was about to worsen, it abruptly stopped. Sand and dust trickled down as the tunnel slowly fell silent again. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xian's mobile terminal rang. Qin Sixuan's urgent voice came through. Lin Xian, are you okay? We're fine. Lin Xian exhaled in relief. Then, his face darkened. Ding Junyi, is this normal? Do these earthquakes have anything to do with the underground creatures? Ding Junyi's voice came through calmly. Yes. For the past 2 weeks, these quakes have been happening every night. Lin Xian froze. Then slowly, his entire body went cold. At this moment, Lin Xian started to feel that coming down here might have been a huge mistake. A creature that could cause earthquakes. He didn't even want to imagine what lay beneath this underground city. Russell, brushing off the dust and debris clinging to him, Lin Xian felt a sinking sensation in his chest. But since they were already here, there was no turning back. Let's move. Damn, Lin Xian, if this whole place collapses in an earthquake, we'll be buried alive, Kiki muttered as she walked. Better than getting eaten by zombies or black centipede creatures. Wait, you're seriously not scared? What good would that do? Lin Xian kept his flashlight aimed forward, his tone urgent. We're already here. We need to make this trip worth it. TCH, if I die down here, I'm stuck with you forever, Kiki pouted. You could always go back and join Mr. Hello Red Skeleton. He's polite, at least. Lin Xian couldn't help but find it absurd. This girl was still joking at a time like this. Hell no. Kiki quickened her pace and grabbed onto Lin Xian's sleeve. Fine, I'll stick with you. At least I won't be a wandering ghost. As they continued descending through the long, hollow tunnel, their soft conversations echoed off the damp walls. Lin Xian swept his flashlight carefully across the passage. Then suddenly he stopped. Kiki, caught off guard, bumped straight into his back. Ugh, what the hell? Why'd you stop so suddenly? She rubbed her nose in irritation until she noticed where Lin Xian was pointing his flashlight. At the ceiling of the tunnel, something brownish red, the size of a wash basin, was stuck to the wall, its irregular shape eerily resembling organic tissue. Is that meat? Kiki's face twisted in disgust. Wait, look ahead. There's more. She gasped. Lin Xian immediately shined his light forward. Sure enough, more of that flesh-like growth. Clusters of bloody, tumor-like masses spread along the tunnel walls, growing denser as they went deeper. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He crouched down, picked up a small rock, and tossed it at one of the flesh-like growths. Thud! The rock bounced off. No reaction. No signs of corrosion. Cautiously, Lin Xian stepped closer and pressed his fingers against the fleshy surface. What the hell is this? A mutated fungus. Kiki shivered. Lin Xian, this place feels really wrong. Ignoring the unease settling in his chest, Lin Xian kept moving forward. The further they went, the more of that grotesque flesh appeared. Larger masses began to take shape, some covering entire sections of the tunnel. Lin Xian, Kiki swallowed. Doesn't it feel like we just walked into the stomach of some giant creature? I was thinking the same thing. For once, Lin Xian wasn't being sarcastic, because that exact thought had just crossed his mind. Kiki suddenly grabbed his arm. Lin Xian, look out. Whoosh! A chilling gust of wind rushed toward them. Lin Xian's flashlight beam vanished into the void, as if something had swallowed it whole. He stopped breathing. The tunnel had disappeared. Holy **T. Kiki took a step forward, only to realize they were standing at the edge of a cliff. The right side wall of the tunnel had completely collapsed, exposing a vast open void. Above them, a pale glow spilled in from a massive, rectangular opening in the underground city ceiling. It was the surface, The tunnel had been spiraling downward along the underground city's inner walls. Now, from her current depth, level 90 and below, the sky above was just a distant pinprick, like looking up from the bottom of a well. And below, a massive collapsed pit. At the center of that pit, a hill, a mountain of flesh. The grotesque red tissue that had been growing along the tunnel continued downward, cascading like a waterfall into the chasm. And now, standing closer, Lin Xian realized something horrifying. The hill was breathing. This thing, it grew from below. Lin Xian and Kiki stood at the broken edge of the tracks, staring down into the abyss. Lin Xian, do you see that? Kiki whispered, her voice laced with uncertainty. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, tried to focus. But when he aimed his flashlight downward, the beam disappeared into the darkness. See what? Kiki pointed toward the center of the pit. Lin Xian adjusted his light, but still couldn't see anything. I don't see sh*T. Wait. When Kiki didn't respond, Lin Xian turned and froze. Kiki had gone completely still. Slowly, she removed her gas mask. Under the pale moonlight, her face was drained of color, eyes wide, filled with sheer terror. She raised a trembling hand, pointing at the pit, and, with her other hand, she switched off Lin Xian's flashlight. Click! Darkness. With the flashlight off, the moonlight cast an even clearer view of the abyss. Lin Xian followed Kiki's gaze, and finally saw it. His pupils shrunk violently. Kiki hadn't been pointing at a specific spot. She was pointing at the entire hill, because when Lin Xian stopped looking at it as terrain, and instead saw it as a whole, he realized it wasn't a hill. It was a creature, a colossal, 1,000-meter-long entity. Its grotesque, mountainous body sprawled across the underground city's core, its flesh extending outward like a cancerous growth. And most horrifying of all, the shape. It looked like a giant fish, with countless, writhing human arms. Lin Xian gasped sharply, sucking in a breath of frigid air. That thing, it was alive, a living horror. Kiki clasped her hands over her mouth, barely containing a scream. Lin Xian, she whispered, voice trembling. Is this the underground creature they talked about? Maybe. Lin Xian's hands clenched into fists. Holy F***K. His mind reeled. This thing had grown up from beneath the earth, and it was still spreading. For years, people had believed that hiding underground was safer, that when Apocalypse Day came, the deep shelters would be their last refuge. But now, as they stood before this monstrous entity, nestled deep within the very foundation of the underground city, it was clear 37,000 people had vanished overnight. A multi-trillion-dollar fortress had fallen in an instant. Against the horrors of the abyss, humanity was nothing more than ants. Lin Xian, what? What do we do? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He could hear the fear in Kiki's voice. It wasn't just Kiki. His own heart was filled with shock. He stared at the collapsed tunnel ahead and the partially exposed wall, falling into silence. The cave-in wasn't too extensive, only about 7 or 8 meters. Using the inner mountain wall of the tunnel, he could directly forge tracks and steel supports. If he and Kiki worked together, they could stabilize the tracks. The two of them had already traveled more than 1,000 meters. If nothing went wrong, the freight terminal at level 95 should be just ahead. At this point, turning back would mean that their dangerous trip into the underground city had been for nothing, except for rescuing 3 strangers and picking up a plant of uncertain value. Hold on. Let me take a look first. Lin Xian observed the dark silhouettes ahead and pulled Kiki into the shadows. Maybe he was being overly cautious, but the thought of giving up when they had made it this far was too frustrating. He had originally planned to secure the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, and if there was time, he wanted to explore other areas of the underground city, maybe the military prep zone, industrial district, or even the energy reserves. He had even considered taking control of the night watch system down here. But now, forget scavenging. He wasn't even sure if their group could escape the depths of these tunnels. If they had to turn back, the elevator was no longer an option. That meant they'd have to climb all the way from level 95 back up to the freight loading platform at level 65 using the tracks. Lin Xian first crafted a segment of rail and had Kiki carefully place it over the broken section. Kiki looked tense as she used her ability to set it in place. Click! Both of them tensed up instantly. But nothing happened. No reaction. What now? Kiki looked at Lin Xian. Let's cross first and check out the locomotive. With that, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and started forging more steel tracks and support pillars. Seeing this, Kiki glanced at him silently before activating her ability to help repair the rails. Bang! Bang! Soon, a suspended temporary track took shape. Lin Xian reinforced it with steel plates, ensuring both stability and a safe walkway for them. Thud! Thud! The moment they stepped onto the suspended tracks, both of their hearts pounded. To their side, the expansive underground city walls stretched out into the darkness. Below them was a bottomless abyss, its depths unknown. They were completely exposed to whatever lurked in the dark. Be careful. That big thing probably hasn't noticed us yet. Each step felt like an eternity, but finally, they entered another tunnel where the darkness swallowed the light once more. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. Move fast. Switching on their flashlights, the tunnel ahead was increasingly filled with flesh-like growths. Lin Xian and Kiki, though still tense, picked up their pace. A few more displaced and fractured tunnel sections appeared along the way, but none as severe as the previous collapse. To be cautious, they repaired the tracks as they advanced. Finally, the tracks leveled out, and they reached a wide underground freight station. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xian's Geiger counter blared a warning. He glanced at it. The radiation level had spiked to 127.46 MUSV/H, dangerously high. We need to move faster. The station had completely lost power, but it wasn't as dark as expected. One of the city walls had collapsed entirely, exposing a skeletal framework of steel and concrete. A massive broken elevator shaft dangled overhead, with a few steel cables still hanging loosely inside. This place is a mess. Lin Xian's heart sank. He scanned the area with his flashlight. The freight station had 5 parallel tracks and a loading dock, a huge space. Overhead, a container gantry crane was still in place, once used for hoisting heavy cargo. Further along, the gap in the city walls revealed an even larger void. In a single glance, Lin Xian could make out the outline of a massive creature at the bottom of the underground pit. It seemed to have a huge head, but its body was obscured by darkness. Lin Xian, don't you think that flesh is moving? Kiki shuddered, shining her flashlight on the brownish-red flesh spreading across the walls. Looking at it as a whole, they could see countless organic structures shifting within as if absorbing nutrients. Lin Xian noticed, but wasn't in the mood to dwell on it. His entire focus was on finding the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. Beep, beep, beep. The Geiger counter shrieked even louder. Lin Xian frowned and moved it closer to the flesh-like growths. The number shot past 300 MUSV/H. But the real shock came when he pointed the detector toward the flesh wall, specifically toward the massive shadow beyond. The radiation levels continued to spike. The radiation source is coming from there. Lin Xian was stunned. The core reactor number 1 was sealed deep within level 100. How could this place be leaking radiation? Lin Xian, look over there. Kiki suddenly pointed her flashlight toward a secondary platform. In the beam of light, a streamlined train engine emerged from the shadows. Its massive industrial form loomed in the darkness. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. They had found it. Without hesitation, the two sprinted toward the platform. As they got closer, the sleek, black and purple electric locomotive came into view. Amid the ruins of the Great Migration, the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, sat there like a slumbering beast in the depths. Lin Xian eagerly approached and placed his hand on it, activating mechanical heart. Mechanical heart scanning. Mechanical heart overriding. Scan complete. Target, Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. Condition, structural integrity 100%, power system. Functional, microscale 152 type micronuclear DRX reactor. Cooled, auxiliary energy system. Operational. How is it? Everything's in perfect condition. The nuclear reactor is cooled, but I'll try activating the auxiliary energy system first for a systems check. Lin Xian wasted no time initiating phase 1 startup. A machine of this scale was impossible to control manually. He needed to rely on the train's onboard systems. His current role was simply to power it up and manage the energy flow, while Kiki would handle the system interface. As Lin Xian activated phase 1 startup, the locomotive subsystems whirred to life. The headlights flickered on, illuminating the darkness. For the first time, the full grandeur of the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, was revealed before them. Wow, this thing is amazing! Lin Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. With this locomotive, their train's power issues would be completely solved. Heating, water circulation, propulsion. It could handle everything. The 152 type DRX micronuclear reactor had a thermal power output of 290 megawatts, which meant Lin Xian could finally stop using his ability for propulsion. Instead, he could focus on improving their defenses, upgrading internal mechanical systems, and strengthening himself. The only issue? The Gemini 11R wasn't as durable as the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. Let's get inside. Lin Xian glanced at the Geiger counter, his expression shifting. This train's outer shell was built with top-tier radiation shielding. They'd be safer inside. Besides, he still needed to inspect the reactor, components, and systems. He wasn't about to stand around in a high-radiation zone doing maintenance. Underground City Number 9, Level 65, Tier 4 Freight Rail Terminal. On the Infinite train, Chun Sichuan and Xia anxiously waited for news from Lin Xian and Kiki. Deep underground. After experiencing the earthquake earlier, the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. They had initially believed this underground city to be a final bastion of civilization, a place where survivors had gathered. With Kiki's identity, they had hoped to gain something from this expedition. But what they found instead was a tomb of the apocalypse. Even from Zhao Yin and Su Wan, the two survivors they rescued, they could feel an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the ghosts of the 370,000 people who perished here still haunted the depths. Ding, ding, ding. Sitting at a table, Xia curiously observed the hell's black chrysanthemum inside a plant incubation chamber, her eyes full of fascination. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin and Su Wan, after crying their hearts out and eating something, had finally calmed down. They sat in a corner, carefully inspecting the steel-armored interior of the train. "You guys, where did you come from? Are you heading to Yubei?" Xia turned her head and glanced at them coldly without responding. Seeing this, Zhao Yin stopped trying to start a conversation and quietly spoke with Su Wan instead. Not far away, Luo Yi stood guard with his gun, his attention split between the passengers and the situation outside the train. In the cockpit, Chun Sichuan waited by the responder, while Ding Junyi, having just eaten, stood beside her. "Miss Ding," Chun Sichuan looked at the cold and composed woman, asking, "Where did all the survivors from this underground city relocate to?" Ding Junyi's gaze flickered slightly before she answered matter-of-factly. The migration plan was to transfer people to another underground city. But which one? We were never informed. And honestly, I don't even know if they made it there safely. Aside from you, are there any other survivors left here? Ding Junyi nodded. Statistically speaking, perhaps, but the odds of survival are low. Right now, the city's main energy core and 2 backup cores are all destroyed. The only one still functioning is backup core number 3 on level 75. After the underground city was sealed, we connected to this backup core for power. As for other survivors, we haven't detected any unmutated individuals in the system, nor have we found any. Chun Sichuan fell silent, feeling a chill run down her spine. This vast underground city, once a beacon of hope for countless people, had turned into a horrific tomb overnight, burying 370,000 souls in despair. Not to mention, on their way here, they saw countless refugees fleeing across the snowy wastelands. Beep, beep. At that moment, a mechanical alert sounded. At first, Ding Junyi thought it was the responder, but before she could react, Chun Sichuan suddenly grabbed her wrist, motioning for her to stay quiet. Chun Sichuan pointed at the train's radar display. Something was moving in the darkness ahead. Since the infinite train had entered from the surface, its front faced the exit while the cockpit pointed toward the lower tunnels. For a moment, Chun Sichuan wondered if it was Lin Xian and Kiki returning via the tracks. But she quickly dismissed the thought. They had just descended from the level 89 tunnel. There was no way they could have reached level 65 so soon. Her sudden movements put Ding Junyi on high alert. Not only her, Xia and Luo Yi and Car, one also noticed something was wrong and tensed up. Zhao Yan and Su Wen looked at them nervously, their fear growing. What's happening? Are they back? Xia gestured for them to be silent. Just as she stood up to open the blackout panels, a massive impact suddenly struck the train's side. Bang! Something had slammed into them from the darkness. The sudden noise sent Zhao Yan and Su Wen screaming in terror. Xia yanked open the blackout panels. The orange interior lights spilled out into the darkness, illuminating a blood-red, desiccated corpse standing in the beam. It sprinted forward and slammed into the train's armored hull. Crash! A deafening impact echoed through the entire freight terminal, painfully loud. What the hell is that? It's a human Eerie. Luo Ye's face darkened. He had just fought one of these creatures not long ago. Although this one looked different, it was clearly not a regular zombie. It had to be one of the mutated horrors Ding Junyi had mentioned. In the cockpit, Chun Sichuan saw the commotion in Car 1 and was about to rush over when. Tap! Tap! A faint noise came from the roof of the train's engine. Something had climbed up top. Nka! Ding Junyi's expression darkened. She and Chun Sichuan instinctively stepped back. A deep, grotesque growl echoed through the air. In the dim light, several eerie tentacles slowly came into view. They slithered across the cockpit's armored windshield, leaving behind brownish-red mucus. A human hand was fused into the tentacles. In the center of the mass, they could vaguely see a ring of fanged teeth and a grotesque mouth. This one's a human Eerie too, Ding Junyi murmured, eyebrows furrowed. She turned to Chun Sichuan. Do we activate any defense systems? Or fight back? Chun Sichuan stared at the nightmarish creatures outside, taking a deep breath before saying, No need. They can't get inside. Bang, bang, bang. The train shuddered as more impacts echoed across its hull. Strange creatures were crawling over the sides and roof. Nga! The sounds drew even more horrors from the depths of the dark freight terminal. Zombies. Human Eries. They were surrounding the train. In Car 1, screams filled the air. Xia stomped over to Zhao Yan and Su Wen, furious. I told you to shut up. If you scream one more time, I'll throw you both out. Zhao Yan flinched, shocked by how ruthless the young girl sounded. When she looked up, she saw Luo Yi approaching with murderous intent. For a moment, she thought they were actually going to throw her out. Panicked, she and Su Wen clung to each other, covering their mouths, too afraid to make another sound. Chenjiejia. Any word from Lin Gij? Xia called toward the cockpit. Chun Sichuan shook her head. By now, the train was under relentless attack. Above them, black centipede-like creatures crawled across the windows. A female Eerie suddenly shrieked, sprinting toward the cockpit doors. Her bloody claws raked at the reinforced metal, desperately trying to tear her way inside. The horrors swarmed the train, their eerie cries echoing inside the carriages. Ding Junyi watched in shock. She had known this train was heavily armored, but she hadn't expected it to withstand such a relentless assault. Even the human Eries, which had killed Professor Han in an instant, seemed unable to breach its defenses. This thing was practically as tough as a military tank. Beep, beep. The responder crackled to life. Chun Sichuan quickly answered. Finally, Lin Xian's voice came through. Chen Lao, sure, we found the locomotive. That's amazing. What's your status? Lin Xian hesitated. It's complicated. What's happening over there? We're surrounded by zombies and human eries. Not sure if there are eerie entities among them. Chen Sichuan forced herself to stay calm, glancing at the roof and carriages. But don't worry, she added. We should be fine. On the responder, Lin Xian's expression darkened the moment he heard that Infinite Train was under attack. He quickly relayed his own situation to Chen Sichuan and the others. The moment they heard about the massive underground creature that Lin Xian and Kiki had seen, everyone's face changed. Even Ding Junyi, who had remained composed the entire time, suddenly tensed up. She and Zhao Yin had long suspected that the unknown subterranean life form wasn't just a human eerie or an eerie entity, but they hadn't expected it to be something even more terrifying. Thinking back, the earthquake, the dark infection, the rapid mutation of countless human eries, it all seemed to trace back to a single source. Hearing about such a dangerous situation, while their train was actively under siege, Chen Sichuan felt herself losing control of the situation. She immediately asked, Lin Xian, what's the plan? I'm coming up right now. You all get ready. If we don't have time to link up, just start Infinite Train and head for the surface. We'll follow behind and force our way out. Level 95, Tier 5 Freight Terminal. As he spoke, Lin Xian worked quickly, using mechanical ability to inspect every major system on the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive. Although the 152 type DRX micronuclear reactor was still in a cooled state, Lin Xian didn't actually need to wait. His mechanical ability could jumpstart the system immediately. However, powering both this locomotive and Infinite Train all the way to the surface without the underground city's electromagnetic rail assistance was going to be a serious challenge. Even with Huanqing's 7F electric locomotive's energy reserves, relying only on his ability might not be enough. Kiki, start withdrawing the control rods. I'm almost ready here. Activating the reactor required gradually extracting the control rods to reach the desired operational state. Cockpit, Gemini 11R. Kiki quickly brought the systems online. Core activation. Control rods extracting, accelerating process. Current core temperature, 76 degrees Celsius. Startup progress, 3%. Clunk. As the first control rod was extracted, the small nuclear reactor emitted a low hum. A faint blue glow flickered for a moment. Cherenkov radiation. An invisible energy pulse rippled outward. Kiki stared at the progress screen, then suddenly thought of something. Lin Xian, shouldn't the radiation be contained within the reactor? She frowned. But that disgusting flesh is highly radioactive. And that thing outside, it's emitting radiation too. Could it be that the creature... Lin Xian glanced at her. Kiki suddenly blurted out, "Did it eat the core?" Lin Xian froze mid-motion. For a brief moment, everything went dead silent. Then, a faint rumbling vibration echoed from the depths. Lin Xian and Kiki whipped around. Through the cockpit window, they saw something that made their scalps go numb. Beyond the gap in the station wall, at the bottom of the underground abyss, the colossal shadow suddenly moved. It was subtle, a slow turning motion, like something in the darkness had just turned its head to look directly at them. **T. Lin Xian's face changed instantly. Kiki was probably right. If the creature was truly here because of the underground city number 9's core reactor, then this meant it had absorbed the energy of core number 1. No time to think. We're leaving. Now. Lin Xian pushed his ability to the limit. Mechanical heart surged with energy. Mechanical heart, overclocking system, engine ignition, maximum output. The entire Gemini 11 are shuddered violently as its electric engines roared to life. BZZZZZT. The headlights blazed through the darkness, revealing the blood-covered platform and tunnel ahead. Dust and debris slid off the train's hull as it began rolling forward. Boom! Suddenly, the entire tunnel shook violently, sending clouds of dust into the air. Kiki stumbled, struggling to stay upright, just as the electric locomotive pulled away from the level 5 freight terminal. A deafening explosion erupted behind them. A shockwave of dust and force rushed into the tunnel, slamming against the train. The Gemini 11 are violently rocked. What the hell was that? It's that thing. On the rear-view monitors, a massive gray-white silhouette loomed in the smoke. It was so huge that it completely filled the screen. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He forced the engines to maximum speed. Tell Chen Laosher to get moving, he yelled to Kiki. At this rate, there was no time to safely link up with Infinite Train at level 4 terminal. They had to move separately. If Huanqing 7F didn't have enough power to make it up, Lin Xian would push it from behind. As long as both trains were moving, they wouldn't crash into each other. Level 65, Infinite Train. Beep, beep. The responder crackled. Kiki's urgent voice came through. Chen Jijia, start the train. Now. Chen Sichuan's face went pale. She immediately ran to the controls. She disabled the safety locks, shoved the throttle forward, and prepped the route. The Huanqing 7F electric locomotive roared to life. Infinite Train, system online. Engines engaged, reverse mode. The headlights snapped on as Infinite Train began rolling backward toward the tunnel. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, zombies and human Eries relentlessly attacked the train's armor. But Chen Sichuan ignored them. Inside the cockpit, Ding Junyi suddenly pulled out her laptop. She hacked into the underground city's subsystems and reported, I'm opening the station gates in advance. Also, I'm rerouting the switch tracks from GF2 to GF4. If you plan to haul those core 3 biological science research carriages, this will save time. Got it. Everyone, brace yourselves. I'm going to ram into you. Lin Xian's voice boomed through the responder. Chen Sichuan shouted to Luo Yi and Sha Sha. Too many zombies on the rear platform. Go clear them out. Luo Yi immediately sprinted toward Car 5, with Sha Sha following, gun in hand. Car 5, rear gunner position. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. Luo Yi opened the rear shooting port and unleashed a storm of bullets into the horde. Zombies exploded as their heads were blown apart. Oh! A human Erie with writhing tentacles lunged at him. BLAM, BLAM, BLAM. It was ripped to shreds by gunfire. Meanwhile, the flatbed trailer ran over several zombies as Infinite Train accelerated into the tunnel. Inside Car 1, Zhao Yin and Su Wen were clutching each other, praying to survive the night. Brother, Sha Sha tossed Luo Yi a fresh rifle magazine as she took over with an automatic rifle. We're picking up speed. Ho ho! The Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, roared through the underground tunnel, its engine output far surpassing that of the old Huanqing 7F electric locomotive from the Infinite Train. It rapidly gained speed, its deep hum reverberating through the vast tunnel as it charged forward. Lin Xian was fully focused, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. Not far ahead was the makeshift track he and Kiki had hastily repaired. If the earthquake had destroyed it, he would have no choice but to slam the emergency brakes. Kiki gripped the cockpit railing, her gaze fixed on the tunnel ahead, her ability at the ready. Suddenly, the collapsed outer wall came into view. Up ahead, Kiki shouted. She looked ready to activate her ability at any moment. Whoosh! At the edge of the tunnel breach, a powerful air current was violently rushing inward. Something massive was moving outside, closing in. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The temporary track he and Kiki had constructed was still intact. The earthquake hadn't destroyed it. Without hesitation, Lin Xian pushed Mechanical Heart to full throttle. We're blasting through. Kiki's eyes glowed faintly, her ability enveloping the entire train to help stabilize it. Whoosh! Sparks flew as the locomotive rushed over the temporary track. The iron plates buckled, the support beams twisted, but they held just long enough. And at that exact moment, as the train sped past the breach, Lin Xian and Kiki both caught a glimpse of what lay beyond. A row of massive eyes stared back at them. Deep in the darkness, an unspeakable horror watched. Like a leviathan lurking in an abyss, its blood-red eyes as large as colossal gears. The sheer sight of it made the air freeze. Lin Xian and Kiki felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure crash down on them. "Oh!" Kiki screamed, her face going pale. "What the F*** is that? Hell if I know." Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. A near-death terror surged through his veins. Mechanical heart pushed to overclocked limits. Lin Xian willed the nuclear locomotive to fly. Above underground city number 9, under the eerie glow of the cursed moon, the titanic shadow in the abyss began to rise. Its brown-red, scale-covered body slowly emerged. It had massive insectoid legs as large as skyscrapers, growing from its fish-like torso. Atop its grotesque form, countless flesh tendrils coalesced into a monstrous human face. A behemoth from the depths, a nightmare given form. "Awoo!" A deafening, abyssal roar tore through the underground city. The ground quaked. Snow piled atop the ruins collapsed into avalanches. The massive creature lifted one of its enormous limbs and slammed it against the underground city walls. Tunnel, infinite train. Boom! The impact shook the entire city, sending a massive shockwave racing through the ascending tunnel. Infinite train trembled violently. The wheels screeched, sparks flying, debris cascading from the ceiling. Inside the train, "Oh!" Zhao Yan and Su Wen screamed. Sha was thrown to the ground, while Qin Sichuan clung tightly to the control panel. As the train reversed rapidly, a cloud of thick dust engulfed them. But still, no sign of Lin Xian's train. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian!" She slammed the responder. Static. For a split second, communication was lost. Then, "Chen Laoshi, how much backup power do we have left?" Lin Xian's voice cut through. Qin Sichuan's eyes flickered. She glanced at the system monitor. 15%. But climbing the incline is draining power fast. We're running at max capacity. "Hold on, I'm coming up." Behind Infinite Train, Gemini 11R. A black-purple locomotive erupted from the dust cloud, barreling forward at insane speed. Lin Xian's visibility was near zero. The earthquake had filled the tunnel with smoke and debris. From the responder, Ding Junyi's calm voice chimed in. Did the earthquake awaken the creature? Despite the chaos, she sounded completely emotionless, as if this was nothing to her. "No idea," Lin Xian growled. "But that thing found us. It might be trying to climb out." Ding Junyi silently nodded, her fingers typing rapidly. She had hacked into the underground city systems and was already rerouting track switches, adjusting station routes to GF4. If you plan to haul those core 3 biological science research carriages, this will save time. Good. Everyone, hold on. I might ram into you. Meanwhile, Gemini 11R. The dust hadn't settled, yet a fiery explosion suddenly engulfed the train's side. "It's here!" Kiki's eyes glowed, her ability instantly stabilizing the train. Ahead in the tunnel, a red monstrous silhouette appeared. It was the red skeletal horror from level 89. It had somehow descended into this tunnel and was now clinging to the walls, breathing fire at the locomotive. "Ram it!" Kiki shouted. "Don't let it breathe again." The Gemini 11R wasn't armored yet. Its titanium alloy body was durable, but Lin Xian feared that if critical components melted under the flames, the train would be crippled. If they broke down now, they were dead. "You! Good!" The red skeletal horror let out a distorted human-like scream. Its bone spikes extended, its charred, bloody arms lunging at the train. It spat fire again. "Screw you!" Kiki snarled, her eyes flashing silver. Her telekinetic force smashed the creature against the tunnel wall, pinning it in place. The flames spewed from its mouth backfired, scorching its own face. Boom! The entire tunnel glowed red-hot. Even the walls melted under the intense heat. A woo-woo! The deep abyss behemoth let out another earth-shaking roar. Lin Xian felt danger creeping up fast. "Kiki, throw it back." Kiki instantly understood. With a flick of her wrist, She hurled the red skeletal horror backward. Boom! The tunnel behind them collapsed, and a massive creature from the abyss ripped the horror apart. Yeah! Kiki let out a victorious cheer, then suddenly waved her hands, pulling something back. Lin Xian turned. She had ripped off the monster's head. Don't you dare breathe fire at me. What are you even doing? What? Waste not, want not. She crushed the skull, extracting a medium-grade, eerie blood crystal. She ran to the cockpit window, reached out, and grabbed it. Lin Xian stared, dumbfounded. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Kiki shook her head. Nope. It just happened to be in my hand, figure why not. Lin Xian, whoosh. The Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, surged forward, accelerating as the incline ahead became less steep. Lin Xian knew this meant they had reached the level 65 freight rail terminal. They were about to catch up to the infinite train. As the train rushed into the station, the lights illuminated a dense crowd of figures, all of them zombies and eerie humanoid entities. Lin Xian didn't slow down for even a second. Crunch. Crush. The 290-megawatt Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, roared like a steel beast, compressing the air pressure within the narrow tunnel and platform corridors. It sped forward like a black-purple lightning bolt, rolling over the mass of undead. The zombies and eerie entities on the platform barely registered the blinding light rushing toward them before they were instantly obliterated, shredded beneath the train's front and iron wheels. Splatter. Like a car speeding into a swarm of insects, blood splashed across the windshield. Flesh and intestines clung to the glass like grotesque noodles. Kiki turned away, unable to look. Lin Xian's heart pounded. He immediately switched on the wipers. What are you standing there for? Get those damn intestines off the glass. You saving them for a midnight snack? Hearing that, Kiki let out an exasperated sigh. All right. She quickly waved her hand, using her ability to clear the obstruction. Boom, boom, boom. Shockwaves echoed from deep underground. Up ahead, a beam of light appeared in their field of vision. It's the infinite train. As they accelerated, they could see it, a massive train rapidly ascending through the tunnel. Its black armor and icebreaker shield exuded a destructive aura. Lin Xian. From a responder, Chen Xishuan's voice came through. The two speeding trains drew closer within the tunnel. Through the armored grates of the infinite train, Lin Xian could see Chen Xishuan waving at him from inside. On my way. Hey girl, give me a hand. Lin Xian stood up, slowing the train while swiftly constructing two carriage-linking pillars outside the window. Since the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive at the front of the infinite train had an icebreaker shield, Lin Xian couldn't just ram it from behind to push it forward. Kiki used her ability as well, stabilizing the speeds of both trains. In the midst of their high-speed maneuver, the linking pillars successfully latched on. With the connection secured, Lin Xian activated mechanical heart, generating an immense thrust to push the power-drained infinite train upward through the tunnel. Boom! Another earthquake hit. The tunnel behind them began to collapse, with soil and debris raining down. Cracks tore through the concrete ceiling above. Watch out! It's coming again! Ruoayer! A deafening roar echoed through the underground city, reverberating like a drumbeat inside a sealed chamber. The sheer force of the sound sent tremors through the souls of everyone present. Anyone with even a shred of fear would have collapsed in terror. Boom! Tunnels and floors crumbled. A massive section of the wall collapsed, exposing the outside world. Moonlight poured into the tunnel. At that moment, everyone saw it, a massive row of gigantic eyes peering down at them from above, blotting out the sky. Aha! On board the infinite train, Zhao Yin and Su went pale with horror, their screams filling the carriages. Even Sha and Chen Xishuan were left completely stunned, their minds going blank. The collapsing underground city walls and floor slabs crashed down, bringing with them shattered fragments of commercial zones and residential areas. Alongside the debris, countless black silhouettes rained down into the abyss. A closer look revealed them to be zombified former residents of the underground city, falling like a torrential downpour. Lin Xian felt his heart turn cold. There's no escape. In the face of this deep abyss behemoth, even the underground city itself was as powerless as an ant nest. On board the infinite train, Ding Junyi remained calm, her face unmoved. Though the massive earthquake had knocked her down, she quickly climbed back up and resumed operating the system. Mr. Lin, her voice came through the responder. I've sent a system backup protocol to Miss Kiki's mobile terminal. It contains a self-destruct sequence for the number 9 underground cities, 4 energy cores. Theoretically, we can use it to activate the destruction of the level 70 backup core. Since no higher-level authority is responding, we only need P4, level clearance for internal confirmation to trigger it. If it works, we might be able to buy some time to escape. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. He immediately turned to Kiki. Kiki quickly pulled up her mobile terminal and found the protocol link flashing on her screen. It's real. It's an embedded system protocol. I'll hack in and override the P4 level clearance. As she worked, her expression turned from serious to shock. Oh my God, this was deliberately pre-programmed for a targeted destruction event. It's not just the core, it also locks down the floors above. Lin Xian's mind raced. He sensed an opportunity. Can you activate it? Before he could even finish, Kiki was already at work. No problem. The main underground city system is down, meaning the subsystems hold the highest authority. The protocol originally required P5, level confirmation, and an acknowledgement from the satellite and federal HQ. But since those aren't active, it means that when this system was set up, they already expected the underground city's leader to have full control over its destruction. All right, the backup core number 3 is online. Do we activate it? How much time do we have? Lin Xian asked immediately. 30 seconds. Ding Junyi responded over the responder. At our current speed, we'll have 20 seconds before the detonation, enough time to escape. The underground city's main structure had already collapsed. Although the self-destruct sequence was originally intended to only destroy specific floors, given the current situation, the entire city likely wouldn't withstand the blast. If they triggered the explosion, the shock wave would cause a chain reaction, leading to a complete tunnel collapse. But the core meltdown wasn't a full-fledged nuclear detonation. It was more about triggering a structural collapse. For Lin Xian, this was their only shot at escape. Boom! Another earthquake struck, signaling that the deep abyss behemoth was closing in, moving along the underground city's walls toward the trains. No time left, activate it. Lin Xian made the call. There was no waiting. If they hesitated, the deep abyss behemoth would reach them first. Even if they made it to the surface, who was to say the monster wouldn't follow them out? They had to take the gamble. Kiki understood instantly. Without hesitation, she initiated the self-destruct protocol. Backup core number 3 self-destruct protocol activated. Countdown, 30 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. Throughout the underground city, lights began flickering and shutting down. From level 70 upward to the research sectors, across corridors, offices, halls, commercial districts, industrial zones, and residential blocks. Elevator music and advertisements went silent, then abruptly restarted. 30, 29, hold on tight. Lin Xian shouted into the responder, his eyes bloodshot as he pushed his mechanical heart to its limit. The Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, surged forward. Its immense thrust combined with the infinite train's remaining engine power, accelerating through the ascending tunnel. The tunnel's cold wind howled, and the train plunged into yet another sealed passage. But the deep abyss behemoth wasn't about to let its prey escape. A thunderous tremor shook the tunnel walls, a sign that something massive was pursuing them. Lin Xian's heart pounded. No one knew if, in the next moment, the ceiling would collapse and bury them all deep beneath underground city number 9, turning them into nothing more than blood offerings for the abyssal horror. Kiki gritted her teeth and clung to Lin Xian's arm, her entire body tense. A deafening, earth-shaking roar erupted, sending tremors through the underground. Then, The ground quake began. Rocks and debris exploded into the air. Lin Xian knew what that meant. The deep abyss behemoth had arrived. 10, 9. At level 62, a newly constructed private academy stood eerily silent. Desks were overturned, scattered school supplies littered the floor. In the hallways, zombies mindlessly roamed, aimlessly crashing into walls. 5, 4. At level 56, the residential district was a scene of eerie stillness. A small wind chime, once hung at a doorway for good luck, now swayed wildly in the tremors. In the commercial district, the streets were dead silent. Neon lights and storefront signs flickered in the darkness. 3, 2, 1. Boom! At level 70's core, a brilliant blue light burst forth. A blinding white-hot explosion ignited, detonating the pre-installed explosives across 10 floors. Heat and shock waves ripped through the underground levels, vaporizing every zombie and eerie entity in an instant. But with the underground city's structure already compromised, the collapse began at level 65. The once sealed isolation walls crumbled, unleashing a chain reaction like toppling dominoes. The blinding white explosion expanded, racing toward the abyss below. Boom! The ground shuddered violently. The earth itself was collapsing. A massive fireball and shockwave engulfed the deep abyss behemoth, sending it plummeting into the pit. From the responder, Chen Xishuan's voice came through. Inside the infinite train's cockpit, she stared out the viewport, watching the destruction unfold. Snow and dust rained down. Lin Xian could finally see the surface beyond the tunnel. They had broken through to the outside world. Behind them, the underground city was disintegrating into the abyss. Rumble. As the tremors gradually faded, the infinite train surged onto the GF4 terminal platform, then suddenly stopped. The collapse might trigger a chain reaction. Do you still have time to grab those 2 core research carriages? Ding Junyi sounded puzzled, seeing that Lin Xian had brought the train to a halt instead of escaping immediately. Shouldn't we be running for our lives right now? Forget your damn theories, Lin Xian shot back. He quickly disengaged the train's coupling mechanism and spoke into the responder. Chen Xishuan, prepare to turn the train around. Outside, the blizzard had already blanketed the snowfields with over a meter of thick snow. The outer passage was completely blocked, clogged with abandoned vehicles and swarms of zombies. If they didn't rotate the train, the infinite train, lacking an icebreaker shield, would derail the moment it hit an obstacle. Lin Xian made a split-second decision. Turn the train first. Chen Xishuan immediately understood his intention. The snowfield had only a single track route. If they tried to barrel forward with the 2 flatbed trailers, a chain derailment was inevitable. I got it, she responded, wasting no time. Ding Junyi frowned, but soon realized Lin Xian wasn't stopping to grab the research carriages. He had another plan in mind. Rumble. The ground continued shaking, but Lin Xian acted quickly. With the help of Chen Xishuan and Kiki, they utilized the dual-track system at the station to rotate the train's orientation. The Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, equipped with its icebreaker shield, remained at the front, while the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, was repositioned at the rear. At the same time, Lin Xian located the 2 core research carriages. Rather than wasting time with delicate maneuvering, he brutally forced the coupling hooks into place, overrode the circuit locks, and disabled the wheel locks. With everything secured, he immediately restarted the train. No hesitation. Lin Xian and Kiki jumped back onto the infinite train, reigniting its engines. Without a second wasted, they gunned it toward the station exit. No time to open the gates. Just crash through. Boom. Outside the station's iron fence gates, thousands of zombies screeched and moaned, drawn toward the thunderous noise. The earthquake tore open fissures, causing sections of the perimeter wall to collapse. Like a swarm of locusts, countless zombies surged forward, filling the night. Whoosh! The gas turbines roared, and the 290-megawatt nuclear locomotive dragged the infinite train forward. Like a sword slicing through darkness, the The train plowed straight through the undead horde, unstoppable. Behind them, the billion-dollar underground city collapsed, dragging hundreds of meters of hollowed-out earth into the abyss. A massive cloud of smoke and dust rose into the night sky, stretching beyond the horizon of boom, boom, boom. The infinite train's orange-red headlights cut through the stormy night, illuminating the blizzard. The train's icebreaker shield plowed through the thick snow like a hot knife through butter. Neither zombies nor abandoned cars could withstand the raw power of the locomotive. Everyone held their breath, sprinting forward. Inside Car 2, Kiki monitored the radar system closely while deploying 2 drones to scout the night. That big creature must have been buried in the underground city. It's not chasing us. After nearly an hour of racing across the snowfield, the number of zombies and obstacles steadily decreased. The tense atmosphere inside the train finally started to ease, broken by Kiki's voice. Really? We were safe. Zhao Yin, who had been paralyzed with fear, suddenly seemed to come back to life, trembling as she spoke. Looks like it. Ignoring them, Chun Sichuan walked toward the cockpit, where Lin Xian was drenched in sweat. Worried, she said, "We seem to be out of danger, but should we take a break? The snow is too heavy, and visibility is bad. There's a valley ahead. If the earlier earthquake triggered an avalanche, we'd be in serious trouble if we charged through." Lin Xian nodded and began gradually slowing the infinite train. "You're right, but we can't let our guard down. While we rest, I need to reorganize the carriages behind us. If we don't, they'll slow us down." The relentless escape had drained everyone. They had covered at least 100 kilometers across the snowfield. Lin Xian didn't want to stop and rest, but the train's current setup was far from ideal. Behind Car 5 were 2 flatbed carriages, followed by the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, and then 2 core, 3 biological science research carriages, hastily linked with temporary couplings and lacking any armor protection. It was an improvised setup necessary for their desperate escape, but it needed fixing. After the high-speed chase, the train's iron wheels were burning hot, melting the snow beneath them and sending up plumes of steam. "How's it looking?" Lin Xian entered Car 1, his expression still tense. Kiki was operating the drones, keeping watch around the train. "Who?" After a night of tension, Kiki finally let out a breath, licking her lips before replying, "I can't guarantee much, but that big guy definitely didn't follow us. If it had, we'd have picked up on it by now." "That reminds me." Lin Xian pulled out the soul wave detector and tossed it to Kiki. "Didn't you pick up a blood crystal? Try scanning it." On it, realizing what he meant, Kiki pulled out the large, eerie-looking blood crystal and slotted it into the device. The detector immediately activated, emitting a strange energy fluctuation. 0. Lin Xian was taken aback. That number suggested there wasn't a single zombie nearby. Could it be broken? Kiki muttered in disbelief. Doubt it. If there was one thing Lin Xian knew well, it was machines. He glanced around at the snowfield. The blizzard was intensifying, rapidly covering everything. Ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to keep up in such conditions. They'd likely be buried by morning. Ding Junyi, who had been silent until now, eyed the device in Kiki's hands and asked, "A level 2 eerie blood crystal? Did you guys take down a B-class nocturnal entity?" Lin Xian looked at the soul wave detector again. Finally, the shadow of that deep abyss behemoth faded from his mind. He turned to Ding Junyi and couldn't help but ask, "Is shock or fear just not in your emotional system?" Ding Junyi looked at him curiously. "Why do you ask? If I screamed and panicked like Dr. Zhao and Dr. Su, would I get more concern and protection from the group?" Silence. Chun Sichuan and Kiki exchanged strange looks. Zhao Yin and Su Wan, on the other hand, seemed somewhat displeased and speechless. Even though they had worked with Ding Junyi for a long time, they still weren't fond of her way of speaking. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned by her words, then sighed. "All right, back on topic. You picked up the eerie blood crystal. By the way, how do you classify these things? Your naming system is different from the Phoenix Federation's." "It's actually the same." Su Wan, who had finally regained some color in his face, jumped in. The Apocalypse Union and the original Federation were both working on the same Grand Envoy project. After the Federation collapsed, the research approaches diverged slightly, but the terminology remained mostly consistent. Whether it's nocturnal entities or eerie entities, they all refer to the same kind of creatures. Our research into soul wave values is also aligned. The only difference is that the Underground City project no longer receives broad scientific support. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Your biological research department knows about the Grand Envoy project? Not entirely. Zhao Yan's expression turned tense. Right now, anything related to dark energy is under research. Whether it's zombies, corruption, human eerie entities, blood crystals, scourge flora, or abilities, they all seem connected to this dark energy. But after the Federation collapsed and the Angel Project was restructured, our underground city fell under the Dawn Project. We don't have the manpower or firepower to gather large quantities of blood crystals or scourge flora for research. Technically, the Dawn Project no longer belonged to the official Apocalypse Union, but its leaders still saw themselves as the rightful government of the world. That's why they had deliberately differentiated their terminology in research related to the Polar Night. For example, both nocturnal entity and eerie entity mean the same thing. Currently, anything with a soul wave value fluctuation within -100 is classified as C-class or standard level. The range from -100 to -1000 is defined as B-class eerie entities. These creatures are where we find level 2 eerie blood crystals. The size of these crystals varies slightly, but we aren't certain if they directly correlate to threat levels or if they simply indicate how many humans the creature has consumed. Consumed humans? Kiki frowned. I thought the soul wave value was just a measure of an eerie entity's threat level. I even thought ability users were classified using similar values. Things like evolution level or King Kong level. Zhao Yan's expression changed. She stared at Kiki in surprise. How do you know about that? That was a rough classification system proposed in the early days of the Grand Envoy project. This time, Ding Junyi spoke up. Ever since the Dark Knight infection theory was introduced, both the Phoenix Federation's new Grand Envoy project, Nightwalker's organization, and our Dawn project have agreed on one core belief. The Apocalypse Polar Night is a global evolution event. Most people fail to evolve and instead succumb to corruption, turning into zombies, human eerie entities, or experiencing biological mutations. Meanwhile, the Abyss spawns eerie entities. With each cycle of the Polar Night, more people die or succumb to corruption. But at the same time, every survivor undergoes continuous evolution, not just in terms of abilities, but in overall physiology. Their cellular activity increases, their muscle potential grows, and their resistance to viruses and bacteria strengthens. In simple terms, as long as someone stays alive, they're evolving. This evolution might be subtle in the short term, but over time, by the time humanity enters the second polar night, survivors will have already surpassed their previous physical limits. That's why the original Federation eventually split into 3 factions after the first polar night. 3 factions. Chen Xishuan was curious. I thought it was just the original Federation and the current Apocalypse Union. There's more to it. The original Federation, which is now the Dawn Project, represents the survival faction. Their goal is to preserve the last remnants of human civilization at any cost. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Union represents the Resistance faction, advocating for the use of humanity's full strength to research and harness dark energy, using it to evolve and eventually eradicate the Abyss. But there's also a third faction. They believe the evolution brought by dark energy is a blessing, a form of divine selection. They claim survivors and ability users are the chosen ones, the seeds of a new civilization on Blue Planet. This belief led to the creation of a fanatical organization called Holy Revelation. They actively recruit ability users, research forbidden eerie artifacts, and even absorb some former members of the Angel Project. Researching eerie artifacts? Lin Xian immediately thought of the dark radio. So, There really were people out there trying to study and use these strange forces. But with the factions split into three, each one had completely different ideas on how to handle it. The implications were fascinating. Kiki frowned. Survival faction? If the Dawn Project represents the survival faction, then why the hell didn't they let civilians into these underground cities? Most people don't even know this project exists. They're just struggling to stay alive. What kind of survival is that? Ding Junyi remained unfazed. From a sociological perspective, fairness doesn't exist. Everything is about resource allocation and utilization. This isn't a question of whether the train should run over one person or 10. It's a question of a train that can only carry 100 people while 10,000 need a ride. The goal of the Dawn Project was to build a permanent underground city to preserve civilization. But the apocalypse polar night came too suddenly. These underground cities were constructed in an extremely short time. There was no way to accommodate the entire population, so the leadership had no choice but to conduct a selective evacuation in secrecy to avoid chaos. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There's something I've been wondering about. If the Dawn Project's goal was to build a permanent underground city, a sanctuary from the polar night, and these citizens were handpicked, then why the hell does the Energy Core have a self-destruct protocol? Don't tell me it's just to stop underground monsters. Exactly. Kiki suddenly realized something. She snapped her head toward Zhao Yin and Su Wan, her gaze sharp. You people have this kind of protocol. Were you planning to lure us underground and blow us up? Titus, we don't know anything about that. Zhao Yin stammered in terror, turning to Ding Junyi for answers. If Director Ding hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have even known such a protocol existed. Su Wan frantically nodded. We're just scientists. How would we know about something like that? Everyone's eyes turned to Ding Junyi. She took a deep breath and spoke calmly. It's not that complicated. After the Great Migration, my P3 level clearance became the highest active authority in the system. This self-destruct protocol was originally part of the war contingency protocols set in the underground cities management system. When I accessed the third backup core, I discovered this protocol. It's called Project Purification. Project Purification? Kiki folded her arms, frowning. Purification of what, exactly? I mentioned earlier that the underground city categorized civilians into first class, second class, and third class tiers. Levels 70 to 80 housed third class civilians, the largest and most densely populated section. Levels 40 to 60 housed second class civilians. Levels 20 to 40 were reserved for first class civilians. The underground city had 3 backup cores, but only 2 had self-destruct protocols, one at level 70 and one at level 40. The purpose of this plan was to control risks like famine and disease outbreaks. Chen Xishuan looked utterly confused. Famine? What does that have to do with self-destructing the core? How does it not? Lin Xian's expression darkened. She means that when the underground city needed cheap labor, they'd exploit second and third class civilians. And when food shortages hit, they'd just seal off the lower levels and trigger the self-destruct, burying tens of thousands of people alive. Am I right? Silence. The air turned ice cold. Chen Xishuan and the others sharply inhaled. Even Luo Shash's expression became grim. That's vile. Kiki clenched her fists, her silver teeth grinding. Those bastards. They should have been the first ones fed to the zombies. But Ding Junyi remained expressionless. If you look at it from a moral standpoint, I completely agree with your anger. If I were in your position, I'd feel the same way. She met their furious gazes without flinching. But as I said before, civilization is not built on fairness. From a sociological perspective, throughout history, the people who control societal resources are those who are either stronger, smarter, or luckier. Of course, some are just privileged idiots who were born into the right circumstances. But statistically speaking, those who rise to the top are the result of societal selection. So, when a train only has 100 seats and 30 people need to be sacrificed, the ones chosen to die will always follow this structure. She tilted her head slightly. Think about it this way. If you were a farmer facing a food shortage due to a plague, and you had to cull half your turkeys, would you kill the strongest, healthiest, and smartest ones? Or would you get rid of the sickly, weak, and ordinary ones? Or would you let the turkeys vote and choose who gets slaughtered? Turkeys! Luo Xia, despite her mature demeanor, was still young. Hearing Ding Junyi's words, her eyes reddened with anger. But killing so many people, isn't that just too cruel? Sigh. Ding Junyi exhaled, breaking the silence. Yes, from my personal perspective, this self-destruct protocol is indeed too cruel. When it comes to killing our own kind, humanity always seems to display endless creativity. It's no different from how science is weaponized by politics. She sounded almost self-mocking. Inside the train car, silence fell again. Expressions ranged from anger to fear to confusion. You sound like you make a lot of sense, Lin Xian finally said, his voice low. But you forgot something important. Ding Junyi looked at him. What? Lin Xian stood up, pointing to the darkness outside. Turkeys and farmers aren't the same species. So those Dawn Project bastards aren't farmers either. Because to the polar night and the abyss creatures, all humans are turkeys. His voice was cold. But the difference is, these turkeys have guns. The blizzard made visibility extremely poor. The train's blackout panels were fully opened, casting light onto the snow-covered plains. After the life-or-death escape, everyone was utterly exhausted. Lin Xian, Qi, and Chun Sichuan discussed the next steps and decided to temporarily house Ding Junyi, Zhao Yan, and Su Wen in Car 5, which was originally Car 3, the storage carriage. Once they confirmed they were out of immediate danger, Lin Xian set about reorganizing the train with the others. His first priority was devouring the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive. Now that he had the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, the train's power supply would be completely secured. For safety reasons, he decided to place the nuclear locomotive at the very end to push the train forward. With the two engine carriages at the front and back, their maneuverability would improve. The two core, 3 biological science research carriages were moved behind Car 2, becoming the new Car 3 and Car 4. As for the 2 flatbed trailers, he planned to devour them as well and use their materials to reinforce the train's armor. Lin Xian set up a temporary rail track on an empty patch of land beside the train to facilitate carriage swapping. The Huanqing 7F electric locomotive was retired and placed behind the nuclear locomotive. The 2 newly added Core 3 research carriages were successfully connected behind Car 2. However, due to differing coupling and electrical standards, it took Lin Xian quite some time to get everything properly linked. The moment he stepped into the research carriages and switched on the lights, everyone was stunned by the pristine laboratory setup, filled with high-tech research equipment. Lin Xian's attention, however, was drawn to the plant cultivation chambers. He planned to repurpose the space, not for research but for growing crops. It might seem like a waste of advanced equipment, but in the apocalypse, survival took precedence. Besides, precision instruments were too fragile for a high-speed escape mission. It was far more practical to grow fresh fruits and vegetables to ease the food crisis. By the time everything was set up, it was deep into the night. The storm had intensified. Lin Xian told Qi and Chun Sichuan, who were half asleep, to go rest, while Luo Xia stood guard in Car 7. Meanwhile, Lin Xian prepared to devour the 2 flatbed trailers and the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive. He estimated that this upgrade would push him to level 3, triggering his first awakening. Afterward, once he had recovered some energy, he would build a protective armor system for the nuclear locomotive. The entire group, including Zhao Yan and Su Wen, fell into deep sleep from exhaustion. Luo Xia kept watch in Car 7, while Lin Xian remained inside Car 3 and Car 4, scanning the precision instruments one by one. This had become a habit, even if he didn't immediately need the machines. Adding them to his blueprint repository meant they might come in handy someday. Scan complete. Blueprint acquired. Desktop cryogenic centrifuge. Scan complete. Blueprint acquired. Horizontal electrophoresis equipment. 2130. Inside Car 4's laboratory, Lin Xian glanced outside. The storm finally seemed to be weakening, just a little. That was a relief. If the blizzard continued at this rate, by morning, half of the infinite train would be buried in snow. The core, 3 research carriages, were incredibly well insulated, equipped with temperature-regulating systems that provided a far more comfortable warmth compared to the standard heating in Car 1 and Car 2. Outside, it was freezing hell. Inside, it was cozy and silent. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed through the train car. Lin Xian looked up. Ding Junyi, still wearing a white lab coat, had entered the carriage. Her gaze swept across the pristine research equipment. Even though I'm a biologist, she said, logic tells me that these things are completely useless during an escape. If you actually want to research dark energy, you need an entire scientific team to sustain it. And clearly, you don't have the resources for that. Who said I'm researching dark energy? Lin Xian replied calmly, turning his attention back to the plant cultivation chambers. My main goal is to grow crops. At most, I'll experiment with blood scourge flora, see if it can be cultivated here. Crops? Ding Junyi raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected such cutting-edge biological equipment to be repurposed for farming. Yeah, fine. She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, what do you plan to do with us? Yubei City. Lin Xian turned to face her. There are quite a few survivor convoys there. And if I'm not mistaken, an Iron Guard battalion is stationed nearby. If you seek help from an official organization, you might be able to contact the Phoenix Federation. That was the most he could offer. Besides, it was on the way. Ding Junyi nodded. Thank you for your generosity. If not for your rescue, the 3 of us would already be dead. It's just cooperation. Lin Xian shrugged. But if I had to choose again, he sighed, I definitely wouldn't have come to save you. The shadow of the deep abyss behemoth still haunted him. If he had known beforehand what he was up against, he would have run without hesitation. Ding Junyi studied him and said seriously, we didn't hide the truth. When we were trapped in a lab, we had no knowledge of what was happening below level 89. There's no point discussing it now. I think it's necessary, she insisted. In times of crisis, maintaining trust is crucial for psychological stability. Lin Xian frowned, eyeing her in disbelief. Are you trying to be friendly with me? Not entirely. Ding Junyi took a step forward, her fingers reaching for the buttons on her lab coat. Then she removed it. Underneath, her slender figure was fully visible, and she was undoing the buttons on her shirt. She spoke softly, but clearly. Aside from that, I'm also offering you sex. Lin Xian? He froze. A second later, he stared at her in shock. Wait, what? Ding Junyi continued unbuttoning her shirt, her expression calm and composed. My body has just experienced an intense adrenaline rush from our near-death escape. It triggered an extreme hormonal response, likely influenced by estrogen levels. She looked him directly in the eyes. If you don't refuse, I'd like to engage in sexual activity with you. Lin Xian? His mind blanked out for a second. Then, his expression twitched. This is way too much of a personality shift, lady. Ding Junyi blinked. What do you mean by personality shift? As a mentally stable, fully grown woman, isn't it normal to seek sexual gratification from an attractive male? Lin Xian felt every hair on his body stand on end. Ding Junyi took another step forward, continuing to unbutton her shirt. Physically speaking, she continued, I undergo monthly medical exams. My health is perfect. I have no genetic disorders or infectious diseases, and my body conforms to scientific standards of attractiveness. Whoa, wait. Lin Xian's eyes twitched violently. Ding Junyi had a point. The research carriage was clean, warm, and private. Despite being filled with various scientific instruments, in a way, it did make things more stimulating. But before Lin Xian could fully process her bizarre logic, Ding Junyi was already standing in front of him, staring at him with that eerily calm expression. It felt like she was silently saying, Brother, let's execute a flawless combo move together. Was this how straight-A science girls express themselves? Logically, clearly, without even a hint of hesitation, Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, but he managed to suppress his internal turmoil and met her gaze. "Are you afraid I'll kill you?" he asked. "Or that when we reach Yubei City, no one will take you in, and I'll just kick you off the train? So, you're trying to get on my good side." He wasn't going to be taken advantage of that easily. But then again, if you were the kind of person to just sleep with her and then throw her off the train, what difference would it make? Ding Junyi had no idea what Lin Xian was thinking. But when she heard his question, she answered without a shred of hesitation. "You're right. But my request is for after we have sex." "After?" Lin Xian's face twitched. "What the hell are you trying to say?" Ding Junyi furrowed her brows slightly. Studies have shown that trust and acceptance between men and women increase significantly during or after sexual activity. In intense moments, it can even lead to a temporary state of emotional impulsivity and bonding. "So, I plan to ask to stay on your train and join your team after we have sex." Lin Xian opened his mouth to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. For some reason, he couldn't decide if she completely understood men or didn't understand them at all. "So after all that, your goal is just to stay on my train?" "Yes." Ding Junyi looked him in the eyes. "From my observations, you are the leader of this train. Your abilities and decision-making skills grant you full control. In other words, the lives of Dr. Zhao, Dr. Su, and myself are all in your hands. In this situation, showing goodwill toward you costs me nothing and only benefits me. Whether you let me stay, drop us off at an official outpost, or simply choose not to harm me along the way, it's still a positive outcome for me. Logically, my decision is fully supported by rational theory." Ding Junyi had been carefully observing Lin Xian. She realized his ability was extremely unique. He could create mechanical structures out of thin air. The Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, normally required a team of specialists to operate, yet he controlled it effortlessly. From her calculations, his ability was highly advanced, and his team was exceptionally strong. They had managed to escape from an impossible situation. Furthermore, based on how Lin Xian treated Luo Shasha, Kiki, and the others, he seemed to be trustworthy. After careful analysis, she concluded that her best survival strategy was to join his team. "I see." Lin Xian sighed deeply. Talking to this woman was mentally exhausting. She was completely honest and seemed sincere, yet it felt like debating a thesis paper. Even her attempt at currying favor came with theoretical analysis. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. "I'll think about it. But as for the rest of your request, not happening." "My apologies. I believe you may have misunderstood." Ding Junyi reached behind her back, undoing her bra strap with a calm expression, her eyes filled with a subtle intensity. "I'm not offering sex as a bargaining chip," she stated. "I genuinely need to satisfy my biological needs." Lin Xian. Devour successful. Mechanical source points plus 15. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 8. Bonus. Defense plus 1. Devour successful. Mechanical source points plus 15. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 8. Bonus. Strength plus 1. Deconstruction complete. Obtained high manganese steel times 50. Hot rolled forged steel times 50. Cold rolled dual phase steel plates times 15. Ordinary carbon steel times 100. Non-metallic foam material. Non-metallic composite material. It took Lin Xian around 40 minutes to fully devour the 2 flatbed trailers. The space behind the train was now completely empty. Now, with the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive linked to Car 7, Lin Xian removed Car 7's rear panels, planning to install a side door for easier access and cargo loading. Additionally, he planned to modify the roof, preparing to mount a CIWS close-in weapon system later. Current status: Mechanical Heart, LV.2, 745/1000. Upgrade to LV.3 for special skill reward and awakening. Strength level 2, 80%. 200 kilograms explosive force. Speed level 2, 5%. 13 meters per second sprinting limit. Defense level 1, 78%. Reinforced bones and toughened skin. Mechanical awakening, not yet achieved. Mechanical devour, LV.3, 106/1000. Boost devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing. LV.2 260/500. Boost construction efficiency. Mechanical passives. Scan/repair/deconstruct. Special skills. Wind cannon, common. LV.3, max level. Ice shield, common. LV.2, 9%. Backlash, rare. LV.1, 30%. Power surge, rare. LV.1, 23%. So wind cannon maxes out at level 3. Lin Xian exhaled deeply. The cold night wind howled outside, making him instinctively tighten the collar of his jacket. At the very end of the train, the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive was still parked. Since the nuclear locomotive wasn't connected internally and the electric locomotive was now obsolete, its best fate was to be devoured. The last time he devoured a short-range freight locomotive, it had granted 300 mechanical source points. This Huanqing 7F was a massive machine. Once he absorbed it, he would definitely break through to level 3 mechanical heart. To ensure safety, Lin Xian climbed into the cockpit. The locomotive's armor plating was thick. He had considered repurposing it for the nuclear locomotive's radiation shielding, but titanium alloy combined with high-density lead plates would be more effective. So, he decided to devour it all at once. As soon as the devouring process began, a crushing pressure slammed into him. It felt like the air had been sucked from his lungs, a clear sign that he was absorbing an enormous structure. Meanwhile, inside Car 5, Ding Junyi walked in. Zhao Yin and Su Wen were huddled in a corner, exhausted. Luo Shasha had given them blankets, and, for the first time in a long while, they were able to sleep properly. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, nerves were always on edge. Zhao Yin woke up instantly at the sound of footsteps. Director Ding? She glanced at Ding Junyi's flushed face. Her cheeks were slightly red, and there was a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead. Zhao Yan's brows furrowed in concern. You don't look well? Are you sick? Ding Junyi, no. Devouring progress. 80%. 8 hours had passed, and Lin Xian was utterly drained. He sat inside the carriage of the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, drenched in sweat. This was the major drawback of mechanical devour. Not only did it consume stamina, but it also required complete focus. Even if he reached 99%, if he stopped, all progress would be reset to 0. That was why, without ample time and a safe environment, Lin Xian wouldn't dare attempt to devour something this massive. Right now, after escaping from the underground city, they were on the vast snowfields. With the soul wave detector and the onboard radar scanning the surroundings, they had finally secured a brief moment of respite. Seizing this crucial time, he resumed devouring. Devouring progress, 95%. Lin Xian's hands were already trembling. He gritted his teeth. He was so close. Just a bit more, and once he succeeded, his mechanical heart would level up, restoring some of his stamina. Come on, just a little more. At level 3, his mechanical devour was significantly faster than when he had devoured that short-haul freight locomotive. Otherwise, he would never have endured this long. His mechanical heart was still too weak for him to bite off more than he could chew. Given his current level, this electric freight locomotive was already pushing his absolute limit. Devouring progress, 99%. Devour successful. Mechanical source points plus 500. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 200. Bonus reward. Strength plus 30. Speed plus 20. Defense plus 30. Congratulations. Mechanical heart has leveled up to level 3. Activating mechanical awakening. Zing! Just as the success notification rang in his ears, the light screen in front of him went black. Crackle. Countless arcs of electricity suddenly materialized around Lin Xian. His entire body felt incredibly light, but his left hand was violently trembling. He looked down sharply. A metallic, rotating mechanism appeared in the center of his palm for a brief moment before vanishing again. What the hell just happened? The electric arcs crackled wildly around him. His pupils reflected a faint blue glow. And then, as if rebooting, another system screen flickered into existence before his eyes. Congratulations! Awakening successful. Awakened identity mechanic. New awakening skill unlocked. R&D Center. R&D Center allows deep research into a blueprint by selecting an upgrade path. After a certain period, a new blueprint is generated. Note: research time is affected by blueprint level and mechanical manufacturing proficiency. New awakening skill unlocked. Manufacturing plant. Manufacturing plant converts one type of basic material into another using materials from the disassembly space. Note: conversion efficiency is influenced by material level and mechanical manufacturing proficiency. Disassembly space expansion successful. Capacity 1,000 tons. Strength level upgraded to level 3. Defense level upgraded to level 2. A flood of notifications bombarded Lin Xian's vision like a fireworks show. The entire Huanxing 7F electric locomotive crumbled into dust, completely devoured. Lin Xian lost his balance and collapsed onto the tracks. Sea cold. Damn, it's freezing. He scrambled back into the infinite train, slamming the door shut behind him. Only then did he let out a relieved breath. Opening his system screen, he took a look at his upgraded mechanical heart. Mechanical heart, level 3, 245/5000. Strength level, 310%, max output, 300 kilograms burst strength. Speed level, 225%, max speed, 13 meters per second. Defense level, 208%, iron bone durability. Mechanical awakening, mechanic. Awakening skills, R&D center, manufacturing plant. Mechanical devour, level 3, 306/1000. Increases devour efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing, level 2, 260/500. Improves construction efficiency. Mechanical passives, scan/repair/disassemble. Special skills, wind cannon, normal, level 3, maxed out. Ice shield, normal, level 2, 9%. Backlash, rare, level 1, 30%. Power surge, rare, level 1, 23%. My mechanical ability has finally evolved into a complete form. Lin Xian was ecstatic. After enduring so many hardships, he had finally achieved his first awakening, and the skills that came with it made him feel exhilarated. This is what a mechanic is supposed to be like. With R&D Center, he could now upgrade blueprints automatically. Excited, he immediately activated the skill. A research interface appeared before him, displaying a blueprint framework surrounded by intricate circuit diagrams. Without hesitation, Lin Xian selected the 1130 CIWS blueprint and placed it into the R&D Center. Ding! A red glow filled the research interface. High-level blueprint detected. Current mechanical manufacturing level, 2. Research time increased by 50%. Select research focus. Firepower, 18 days, 22 hours. Mobility, 13 days, 5 hours. Precision, 15 days, 12 hours. Lin Xian, that's almost half a month. By the time it's done, the battlefield might have changed completely. Looks like the higher his mechanical manufacturing level, the faster his research efficiency. Thinking about this, Lin Xian decided to test another blueprint. M556 light machine gun. Select research focus. Firepower, 13 hours. Mobility, 9 hours. Precision, 12 hours. Even that still takes over 10 hours. He then tested the Blue Sky KK-93 reverse osmosis water purifier blueprint. Blueprint detected. Research duration, 6 hours. This one doesn't have a research direction. Well, let's give it a go. Water purification was a crucial issue. While they still had plenty of water on board, there was no sustainable recycling system in place yet. Sooner or later, they'd run out. He originally planned to build one right away, but according to Xu Qin, the purifier's current efficiency was mediocre, requiring boiled water for full safety. If the R&D Center could upgrade it, he might obtain a higher-tier purifier. Alert! Blue Sky KK 93 reverse osmosis water purifier blueprint is now being upgraded. Estimated completion 5:59:59. The countdown timer started ticking, filling Lin Xian with anticipation. Turning his attention to his left palm, he examined the manufacturing plant skill. According to its description, this might just solve his biggest materials problem. Manufacturing plant. Scan a basic material to obtain its information. Select a material from the disassembly space to convert. So now materials have ranks. Opening his disassembly space, he noticed that all materials now had level indicators. Level 1, basic metals, plastics. Level 2, high manganese steel, hardened tungsten steel, hot-rolled forged steel, cold-rolled dual-phase steel, ordinary carbon steel. Level 3, forged inner armor steel, titanium alloy, tungsten titanium alloy. To test the skill, Lin Xian disassembled a bullet, extracted the smokeless gunpowder from its casing, and placed it in his palm. Then, he activated manufacturing plant scan function. Beep, beep, beep. A blue light flared from Lin Xian's left palm, displaying a material analysis progress bar. 30%, 60%, 100%. Analysis complete. High-energy solid propellant 1. Select conversion material. Lin Xian selected the lowest tier, level 1 steel. Manufacturing plant. Converting steel 1. High-energy solid propellant 1. Conversion efficiency. Consumes 50 kilograms steel 1 per hour, produces 2 kilograms high-energy solid propellant 1. It actually works. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed in astonishment. If he could now produce solid propellant, that meant he could equip the infinite train with an arsenal of firearms. He might even be able to manufacture artillery shells. 2 kilograms of propellant. Given that the M556 light machine gun uses 7.62 by 51 millimeters rounds, and each bullet contains 2.77 G of gunpowder, this batch alone could produce 722 rounds. More than enough. But if I were making 30 millimeters tungsten core armor-piercing rounds for the 1130 CIWS, each shell requires 18-20 G of propellant, meaning I could only craft 100 rounds per batch. That's 2,400 rounds per day at max output, and that's just for the gunpowder. I haven't even factored in the tungsten core casings and manufacturing time. At this rate, I'd only be able to fire continuously for 15 seconds. Lin Xian nodded to himself. 15 seconds might sound short, but against past enemies like the pale white giant, the red dragonfly, or even the skeletal horrors from the underground city, how many seconds could they really withstand? If he could fully construct the 1130 CIWS, forget everything else. Even C-class and B-class eerie entities, like Ding Junyi had warned about, will be manageable without his entire team fighting to exhaustion. From now on, high-grade metal materials are going to be a priority. Without hesitation, Lin Xian began testing the limits of his R&D center and manufacturing plant. With newfound efficiency, he streamlined material production. The manufacturing plant continuously converted raw steel into solid propellant, rapidly depleting his steel reserves while increasing his ammo supply. It felt just like the factory-building games he used to play. With manufacturing and research running in parallel, his mechanical heart had just unlocked infinite potential. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, dozens of 7.62 by 51 millimeters machine gun rounds tumbled onto the floor. Lin Xian grinned excitedly, scooping up a handful of warm brass casings. If I keep this up, I can literally turn myself into a weapons factory, building guns, producing bullets, and generating my own power. As long as I have enough raw materials, I'd be like a walking Gatling gun. Super mecha engineer. Hell yes. Next step, gather and convert more materials. Once I build the 1130 CIWS for the train, no more running from giant bugs. And after that, full body armor plating. If I could supply my own ammo, I'll practically become Iron Man. Damn. Lin Xian sucked in a breath. If he threw military-grade mechs and the 1130 CIWS into the R&D center. Who knew what kind of monstrosities he could create? Just imagining it made his fingers twitch in excitement. For now, he checked the R&D progress. The upgraded water purifier blueprint was nearly complete. All right, next. Even though his mechanical awakening had restored some stamina, running both R&D center and manufacturing plant had been draining him non-stop. Fortunately, with a nuclear-powered locomotive, he no longer had to act as a human battery, which gave him a slight breather. I should rest, then upgrade the train's armor and the experimental carriage. Lin Xian made his way to carriage number 1, eager to finally get some sleep, until something clicked in his mind. Wait, the eerie radio. Damn, he had almost forgotten about that thing. Keeping an eerie forbidden item on board without fully processing it was still a huge risk. The last time he tried to devour it, his mechanical heart detected non-mechanical energy and automatically activated self-protection mode, forcefully sealing the radio with an anomalous transformation. But now that his mechanical heart had reached level 3, it was time to finish the job. Lin Xian retrieved a metal storage box from the overhead compartment. He had custom-built this box specifically to contain the eerie radio, reinforced with tungsten titanium alloy, layered with multiple barriers to ensure. Quickly, he disassembled the box, revealing the transformed radio cube in his palm. Mechanical devour. Without hesitation, Lin Xian activated the skill. Something this small wouldn't take more than 3 minutes to devour. Non-mechanical energy detected. Enable R&D center scan? Huh. Lin Xian frowned. Another anomaly? Why is this thing so damn tricky to process? Enable scan. Buzz. A soft blue light began scanning the radio cube, agonizingly slow. Almost instantly, Lin Xian felt like a black hole was draining his strength. A sharp chill ran down his spine. How the hell does a damn radio take this long to scan? Scan progress, 10%. Scan progress, 25%. Scan progress, 80%. Lin Xian collapsed onto the couch, completely drained, while the blue scanning light continued shifting across the radio. This damn thing is harder to deal with than a spider queen. Finally, scan complete. Mechanical heart detection result. Eerie object number 01, name undetermined. Properties, capable of broadcasting fear-inducing and dark energy transmissions. Mechanical heart has restructured and frequency modulated the device. It can now be activated to reflect and neutralize fear-based and dark energy influences within a fixed area. What? Lin Xian's eyes widened. A barrier that blocks fear and dark energy? Wait, does dark energy mean Black Knight infection? Sitting motionless on the couch, Lin Xian stared at the radio cube, deep in thought. So, my mechanical heart actually contained a forbidden item, which means I can use this anomaly to generate a protective barrier for the infinite train. Screw it. Let's test it out. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian activated the radio cube using his mechanical heart. Beep. Activating non-mechanical energy reflection detection. Scan complete. No fear anomalies detected within the train. Dark energy influence neutralized. Boom. An invisible force suddenly engulfed the entire train. Instantly, everyone aboard felt as if a cold, suffocating weight had been lifted from their chests. The oppressive aura of Black Knight infection was completely wiped away. Even Chun Sixuan, who had been restless in her sleep, suddenly relaxed, her furrowed brows smoothing out. Even Lin Xian himself felt a wave of serenity wash over him. Holy sh*t, a 360 degrees anti-eerie artifact. Realization struck him like a freight train. With this transformed radio cube, the terror broadcast from 1542 radio station and those invisible corrupting demons are completely locked out. This thing is basically a magic force field. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Lin Xian silently thanked his mechanical heart. And if this theory was correct, then all those forbidden items that people feared and avoided, especially the mechanical ones, might just become his next target for mechanical devour. The blizzard had settled. In the dead of night, the infinite train remained parked on the snow-covered plains, its tracks buried beneath thick layers of snow. Chen Xishuan, Kiki, and Shasha all woke up feeling well-rested, a stark contrast to previous nights. After Lin Xian and the others woke up, they too took turns getting some sleep while waiting for the water purifier blueprint to finish upgrading. Do you guys feel like that anxious feeling is gone? Chen Xishuan stretched, then walked to carriage number 3 for a quick check. Seeing that Zhao Yin and the others were still sound asleep, she let Shasha take over keeping watch on the rear carriages. Kiki, seated at her computer, yawned and stretched. Now that you mention it, yeah, it does feel different. Chen Xishuan pulled up the blackout curtain and peered outside into the endless, pitch-black snowfield. Based on our distance traveled, sunrise should be around 1600 hours today. Kiki, see if you can pick up any signals from Yubei City. Kiki nodded, grabbed the radio, and began scanning frequencies. Federation Phoenix's daily survival radio. According to the Abyss Monitoring Department's latest report, the relatively safer zones are as follows. In the Asia-Pacific region, Jiazhou City from Hengshan Pass eastward to Wei River, Longjiang, Jinhai, and Xingqing corresponds to safe zones number 3 and number 4. From Maple City westward across the Gobi Desert, the Tashi Sands, and the Parma Grasslands, extending southeast to Jinhe, Yunnan Ridge, and Tianji corresponds to safe zones number 5 and number 7. Survivors should migrate accordingly. Federation Phoenix rescue teams are stationed in all non-polar night secondary cities. ZC Survival Tip number 53. Emergency water procurement methods. ZC Water is essential. Today, microbiologist Professor Chi will explain the dangers of black rain on surface freshwater sources. ZC To strengthen humanity's resistance against eerie entities, Federation Phoenix is recruiting ability users to join the Nightwalkers organization. ZZ Federation Radio YB Regional Broadcast. Yubei City has been completely overrun by a zombie tide. Multiple eerie entity sightings were reported last night. Yubei No. 1 spaceport is currently under full-scale defense operations. Kiki kept adjusting the frequencies, frowning. Yubei City's situation is bad. If the ascending passage shuts down, anyone inside is as good as trapped. Chen Xishuan replied, "That's not our biggest concern. As long as the sky corridor hasn't collapsed and the ascending passage isn't blocked, we can still get up there. The real problem is that we don't know what's happening inside the city. Guess we'll have to take it one step at a time." Kiki launched a drone to scan their surroundings once more. A well-rested awakening. By now, it was around 10 a.m. Lin Xian had woken up after a few hours of solid, dreamless sleep. Whether it was thanks to the eerie radio cube or his recent stat upgrades, he felt like he had slept a full 12 hours. His strength and defense enhancements made his body feel incredibly refreshed, as if he had been reborn. "You're up." Chen Xishuan was making hot soup. With the nuclear-powered locomotive supplying electricity, they could now fully utilize the various appliances collected by Shasha. In Yuqi, the electric stove and oven were now in full use. If only they had fresh vegetables. Lin Xian had no doubt that Chen Xishuan would be whipping up a full-course meal. "How's everything?" Lin Xian asked. Dr. Zhao and Dr. Su are still asleep, but Director Ding woke up early. She's been working in carriage number 3 this whole time. No idea what she's up to. I'll check on her after I set up the new carriage armor. We'll move out at sunrise. Before heading out, he glanced at the R&D center. The water purifier blueprint upgrade had 20 minutes remaining. Perfect timing. Without wasting a second, he headed toward the rear carriages, optimizing the train's design. In carriage number 2, Kiki had already pulled up the core research carriage blueprints. "See? I told you there was a ready-made solution. This carriage already has a fully integrated air circulation system. Once we hook it up to the rest of the train and install your water purification system, you'll have your oxygen water recycling setup ready to go." Lin Xian nodded approvingly. "First, I need to finish reinforcing the rear carriages with armor. Then I'll install the water purifier." Kiki pointed at her digital train schematic. By the way, carriage number 7 is directly connected to the nuclear-powered locomotive. Do you want to add more entry points? It'd make it easier for us to get on and off. On her screen, she highlighted the front and rear driver cabins. These exits work fine for us, but if we need to move cargo, things might get tricky. Lin Xian nodded. I know. I'm planning to add a side door to carriage number 7. I'm also considering installing a rooftop hatch on carriage number 6 and carriage number 1. Maybe even an elevator system. Kiki blinked. Wait, an elevator? Are you planning to catapult yourself off the train? No. Lin Xian sighed. I want to mount turrets and weapons on the roof. If they're on an adjustable lift, they won't be as easily destroyed. Kiki's eyes lit up. Oh my god, like a gunship? That's so freaking cool. You should install one on carriage number 2, so I can shoot too. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. A gunship turret? Kiki rapidly clicked through her computer and pulled up an image. Boom. Like this. But you'll need highly durable, bulletproof plating, otherwise it's useless. Lin Xian stared. Kiki, this is a damn railgun. That's not what I meant. Oh, whatever. Kiki waved dismissively. Think big. I know you're talking about a gun turret, but if we upgrade step by step, we'll get there eventually. Trust me. Lin Xian chuckled. Fine. I'll design a custom mech turret just for you. Kiki grinned, completely in her element. With the R&D center, Lin Xian now had no reason to hold back on ambitious designs. Eerie research in carriage number 3. Arriving at carriage number 3, Lin Xian found Ding Junyi at her workstation, absorbed in her laptop. Beside her, the Hell's Black chrysanthemum cultivation pod remained undisturbed. Without looking up, Ding Junyi spoke. Are we departing? Lin Xian asked. Are you researching that thing? Ding Junyi's expression remained neutral. Just continuing my previous work. This carriage has all the necessary equipment. If you need any of this data, or if you want to forbid me from using your property, you can let me know. Until you officially allow me on board, I am still your rescued prisoner. Lin Xian smirked. Rescued prisoner? If that were true, I'd have thrown you in an iron cage last night. Ding Junyi finally turned to face him, her gaze calm and composed. Then, I appreciate your generosity. Lin Xian's tone grew serious. Don't thank me yet. Yubei City is worse than we thought. Once we get there, I can't guarantee I'll have time to help you. It's fine. I'm sure you'll consider keeping me around. Ding Junyi's expression was calm and unreadable. She gestured toward the workstation in the distance, where several carefully labeled petri dishes sat. Inside them were the plant seeds that Lin Xian and Kiki had collected back on level 89. It looked like Ding Junyi had already categorized and sorted them all. Your plan is to cultivate greenery on the train. Conveniently, I'm an expert in this field. While academic research and practical forestry cultivation are fundamentally different, I doubt anyone else on this train is better suited for this project than me. Besides, you have 2 core, 3 biological science research carriages. One can be my research lab, and the other can be used as a dedicated planning carriage. I've already made progress in researching the blood-scourge flora. Plus, with multiple ability users on board, I can gather valuable observational data. Keeping me around will help you expand into new fields. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, there are Dawn Project operatives in Yubei City. You could probably also join Federation Phoenix or even the Iron Guard Battalion. With your credentials, why insist on boarding my train? Ding Junyi tilted her head slightly and gazed at Lin Xian with serious eyes. I already told you last night. Told me what? I enjoy advanced physiological stimulation. Staying underground suppresses my emotions. Besides, it's not even safe down there, is it? The events we just experienced prove that. Lin Xian frowned. Are you telling me you enjoy the thrill of being on the run? Ding Junyi responded with absolute righteousness. I wouldn't entirely rule that out. But more importantly, there's nothing more romantic than racing toward dawn on a speeding train while facing death. This is a fusion of science and romance, and I get to have both. Lin Xian was speechless. He had assumed Ding Junyi was just a stoic academic, but now he understood why people often said, the calmest people hide the fiercest passions. Ding Junyi was a prime example of that. After a long sigh, Lin Xian finally responded, "Fine. If you still feel this way after we reach Yubei City, I'll let you stay on board." "Thank you." Without another word, Ding Junyi turned back to her work. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile and left to wake up Daluo, planning to start installing armor on the nuclear-powered locomotive. Blueprint upgrade complete. Just then, his system screen flashed with a notification from the R&D center. Blue Sky KK, 93 reverse osmosis water purifier blueprint upgrade complete. Please retrieve the new blueprint. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. He immediately selected Retrieve Blueprint. With a flash of light, a new design appeared in the R&D center. Congratulations! You have obtained the A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier blueprint. Lin Xian blinked. Subcritical reverse osmosis? What the hell is that? Is this some kind of next-gen tech? Halfway to the next carriage, he abruptly turned around and marched straight to Kiki. "Hey, little troublemaker, question for you. Ever heard of subcritical reverse osmosis?" Kiki furrowed her brows. "Huh, that sounds complicated. Is it related to the purifier?" Getting no answers, Lin Xian then sought out Ding Junyi. "Dr. Ding, do you know what subcritical reverse osmosis water purification is?" Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses and explained. "If you're referring to RO, reverse osmosis, filtration, it's a process where a semi-permeable membrane separates solute from solvents under pressure, filtering down to 0.0001 microns. High-end laboratories and residential areas with strict water purity requirements commonly use this technology. As for subcritical, that describes a material's state. In engineering, it refers to substances that exist in a fluid form at temperatures above their boiling point, but below their critical temperature, and at pressures below their critical pressure." Lin Xian walked away mid-sentence. Ding Junyi watched him go, expressionless, before calmly returning to her work. "All right, I was overthinking it. It's just an advanced filtration system that most people haven't heard of." Still curious, Lin Xian tried feeding the new blueprint back into the R&D center, just to see if he could upgrade it further. Mechanical manufacturing level insufficient. This blueprint has already reached its highest standard. Damn, hit the limit already, huh? Constructing the purifier. Next, he opened the manufacturing plant. By now, his disassembly space had accumulated a decent amount of high-energy solid propellant, but before making more ammunition, he wanted to build the water purifier first. To do that, he needed the base material for the reverse osmosis membrane. Lin Xian tried using steel and plastic for conversion, but quickly realized that this membrane was a Tier 2 material, and converting it from Tier 1 materials drastically increased resource consumption. SHD. This is expensive as hell. Luckily, he still had plenty of Tier 2 materials, and the membrane didn't require too much of it. He used carbon steel for conversion, and after about 20 minutes, he had successfully produced the necessary materials. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian activated the mechanical heart. A soft glow radiated from his hands as countless materials flew into the air, assembling themselves in real time. Within moments, a sleek, white purification system took shape. A network of cylindrical tubes and pressurization components fused together into one compact unit. Lin Xian inspected the final product. Damn, this thing actually looks super high-tech. Only one way to find out if it works. Excited, he carried the new water purifier to carriage number 1 and hooked it up to the locomotive's water tank. Once powered on, the machine began operating silently. A few seconds later, clear, purified water flowed out. Lin Xian watched for a moment and muttered, "Looks good." Then he scowled. "Wait, the FCK am I saying? I can't see microbes with my eyes." The first water quality test. Grabbing the sample, Lin Xian marched straight to carriage number 3 and found Ding Junyi. "The lab has water quality testing equipment, right? Check this for me." Ding Junyi, without hesitation, took the sample and began testing it. After running the analysis, she concluded, "If you're asking about general water quality, we analyze multiple factors: particle content, turbidity, organic matter levels, pH balance. But if you just don't know whether it meets drinking water standards, then yes, it's exceptionally pure. However, I don't have the equipment to detect whether it carries Black Knight infection energy vectors. Federation Phoenix or HQ might have made progress in that area, but it's outside my research scope. Lin Xian took back the crystal-clear water sample, hesitated for a moment, then drank it all in one gulp. His water purifier's filtration standard exceeded the bottled water they had on board. If there were still invisible contamination risks, there wasn't much else he could do. Besides, no one had fallen sick from drinking their bottled water so far. Also, if the eerie radio cube had truly blocked all dark energy influences, then this purified water should be safe as well. If this still isn't safe, I don't know how the other survivor groups are even managing to stay alive. Finally relaxing, Lin Xian returned to the R&D center and inserted the blueprint for the M556 light machine gun. Select research focus. Firepower, 13 hours. Mobility, 9 hours. Precision, 12 hours. Firepower. With a confirmed selection, the system displayed. M556 light machine gun firepower upgrade. 12 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Countdown initiated. On the vast snowfield, a massive floodlight illuminated the roof of the infinite train. Under its glow, Lin Xian began working on the Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, making necessary adjustments. Coming out of the tunnel, they had rammed through an unknown number of zombies and human eries. The locomotive's front end was a mess. Lin Xian gave it a quick cleaning and repair before moving on to designing armor for the entire train. Being at the back, we'll probably face a lot of combat. Ever since they left Jiang City, most battles had taken place in Car 5. Whether it was chases or ambushes, that section had become the primary war zone. Now, with the nuclear-powered locomotive pulling from the rear, it was an unavoidable decision. This locomotive had a highly intricate internal structure, with a 290-megawatt DRX nuclear power reactor encased in multiple protective layers. It came with an array of support systems, but lacked a through corridor like the original Huanqing 7F electric locomotive. With such a compact nuclear facility on board, it had to be positioned at the very back for overall train safety. Lin Xian didn't have any complex design plans. He simply piled on materials. From devouring the TFE 600 heavy dual-barrel tank, he had obtained plenty of forged inner armor steel. He combined it with hardened tungsten steel for a dual-layered armor configuration. For the design, he directly used the tank's armor structure. Since he was evolving purely through experience, he applied whatever worked. The Gemini 11, our nuclear electric locomotive, was a 45-meter long intercontinental-class locomotive, originally developed by the Federation's Kahua Heavy Industries. Without it, diving deep into Underground City No. 9 would have been a huge loss. Thankfully, they secured it, ensuring stable power for the train. Lin Xian and Luo Yi worked tirelessly for 5 hours, reinforcing both the nuclear locomotive and experiment cars 3 and 4 with armor plating. Now, the infinite train consisted of 9 carriages, spanning nearly 300 meters, slicing through the pitch-black snowfield like a colossal black beast. The train keeps getting bigger. Shasha ran from the rear carriages to the front, holding a can of food. Her eyes widened in amazement. It's almost turning into an aircraft carrier. The rest of the squad was gathered in Car 1's dining area, finishing their meal before departure. In about an hour, it would be dawn, and they needed to be ready. A Dragon Mountain-class aircraft carrier weighs 150,000 tons. The Hercules-class sky cruiser is 190,000 tons. The White Emperor, 3 Sky battleship, is 330,000 tons. The Qinghuan Sky City is 960,000 tons. Our train? Barely 1,500 tons. We've got a long way to go. Kiki grinned. But once we reach the Pacific, who knows? Maybe we'll be able to fly. Shasha's mouth formed an O shape. That jellyfish can fly. If we take off, won't we crash into it? Luo Yi, usually quiet, suddenly chimed in. Lin Xian shrugged. There are monsters underground and monsters in the sky. The best solution is to move on land, fly in the sky when necessary, and if we're really desperate, dive into the deep sea. As he spoke, his mind wandered. If jellyfish could fly into the sky, then who knew what horrors lurked in the abyss below? All right, Shasha. Lin Xian pulled out a metal case, revealing 50V0G, 25-40mm grenade launchers, all freshly manufactured. Holy SHD. Shasha's eyes lit up. So many. Lin Xian chuckled, handing her a grenade launcher. Next time we run into monsters, don't hold back on the ammo. Blast them to hell. Kiki, intrigued, leaned over. Hey, Lin Xian, when are you making the 1130 for me? Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. That one's not happening anytime soon. Building an 1130 close-in weapon system wasn't easy. First, phase array radar and fire control radar required rare earth materials, which had to be processed at the manufacturing center. Then, it had to be properly integrated into the train, not just slapped onto the roof. Since Lin Xian lacked formal knowledge of mechanical engineering or weapon systems, he could only design basic armor, plating, and melee weapons without blueprints. The R&D center, from what he had seen, could only upgrade existing blueprints, not create new ones from scratch. Kiki was good with systems, but wasn't much help in designing hardware. For example, despite gathering plenty of research materials, she still hadn't figured out how to build a water-oxygen recycling system. If we had an ACE system, we could manage and maintain the entire train, she sighed. Kiki added, oh, and Mecha. If we could build one, your mechanical abilities would be even more insane. Lin Xian agreed. With a manufacturing plant and his mechanical creation and control abilities, an external exosuit could massively enhance his mechanical heart ability. Meanwhile, Chen Sichuan remained silent. Listening to their conversation about weapons and upgrades, she felt uneasy. She was the only one without combat abilities, which weighed on her. She decided to spend more time learning firearm skills from Shasha. Maybe it would be useful once they reached Yubei City. Lin Xian reviewed the train's upgrade log, adding another item to the list. Planting carriage, crops, fruits, water oxygen recycling. Adds color to life. White heavy checkmark, completed but needs crops. Entertainment area, games, movies for leisure. Crossmark, paused, too busy surviving. Sentry system, external surveillance proposed by Kiki. Hourglass not done. Front radar system installed. Ongoing. Icebreaker shield for clearing zombies and snowdrifts. White heavy checkmark, perfect, a masterpiece. Storage and refrigeration crossmark, / heating equipment, white heavy checkmark. Forget the cold. It's brutal. Drone recon system, 2 acquired, sufficient for now. Power supply, replaced Huanqing 7F electric with Gemini 11 or nuclear electric, endurance max. Medical facilities crossmark, still using manual bandages. Industrial armor crossmark, / mecha loader, white heavy checkmark, Kiki approved. Track laying system crossmark, / humanoid, track laying unit, white heavy checkmark. Us, me Kiki, Luo Yi. Repair system, white heavy checkmark, that's me. Electrified GK blades on train armor, hourglass not done. Not completed yet. Water purifier, white heavy checkmark, mysterious tech, but works. Cargo bay modification for car, 5 hourglass not done. Requires lift platform and traction system. Tray-mounted weaponry, gun platforms, turrets, or 1130 CAWS, hourglass not done, pending. AI system module crossmark, can't build yet, need to obtain it. Drive system upgrade. Maglev crossmark / treads, white heavy checkmark / space propulsion, white heavy checkmark / submarine. Thinking face. Advanced combat armor, hourglass not done, need to acquire. Service bots crossmark / combat bots, white heavy checkmark, need to acquire. At 1556, the pitch black sky suddenly cleared, revealing a blindingly white snowfield. Lin Xian closed his logbook, activated his mechanical heart, and checked over the train. After a long night of work, the infinite train was ready to roll toward Yubei City. That's a lot of snow. Inside the cockpit, Chen Sichuan frowned at the snow piling up ahead. At least the snow stopped. That's good news. Lin Xian unlocked the engine limiters. With ample power, the infinite train roared to life. The icebreaker shield plowed through the snow, pushing forward steadily. There's a valley ahead. Once we pass through it, we should be able to see Yubei City. This section of tracks should merge with the main freight line before reaching Yubei Freight Terminal. The infinite train plowed through the thick snow, picking up speed across the frozen wasteland. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Though Lin Xian said this, everyone on the team knew that the situation in Yubei City was far from simple. Countless survivors had gathered at the airport high-altitude corridor, along with remnants of the former Federation, the Iron Guard Battalion, the Airport Security Regiment, and Yubei City's local survivors. Adding to the chaos, radio reports confirmed that the atmospheric jellyfish was also drifting toward the city. With this much snow, without a snowplow, regular convoys would struggle to move. Lin Xian observed. In these conditions, survivors either head to large city hubs and wait for the official evacuation or join large convoys, or do what we're doing, running an apocalypse train. Small militias won't last long unless they have powerful abilities. Lin Xian replied. From the initial chaos of the Abyss catastrophe to now, time and survival instincts had forced survivors to organize. Whether through official evacuations or self-formed factions, humanity was beginning to transition from anarchy to order. If we can get past the high-altitude corridor, we should get some breathing room. But heading east from Xingqing, we'll reach the outskirts of Abyss Zone Number 4. The further we go, the faster night will fall. Crossing the polar night zone will bring a whole new set of unknown dangers. Crash! Snow splattered as the infinite train thundered across the valley, pushing through the frozen terrain. Buried beneath the snow, countless abandoned vehicles began to emerge. Lin Ji. Those two people woke up. Shasha's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Give them some bread and water. Nothing else. Lin Xian responded. Got it. Suddenly, thud. The train collided with something, sending a deep, muffled shockwave through the steel frame. Lin Xian, look. Lin Xian pointed ahead, shouting. Lin Xian lifted his gaze and saw a massive wreckage on the mountainside. A downed aerial gunship, its impact creating a deep trench in the snow. Flaming debris was scattered everywhere, with parts of the aircraft already coated in frost. Judging by the condition of the wreck, it must have crashed last night. Others on the train noticed it too. In car 3, Ding Junyi stood by the window, her voice soft but heavy. Iron Guard Battalion. Meanwhile, in car 5, Zhao Yin and Su were devouring the bread that Shasha had given them. Su suddenly froze mid-bite, eyes widening. Teacher Zhao, look. It's a military aircraft. They stared in shock at the wreckage. The crash had been devastating. Only scattered remains of soldiers could be seen, most of them obliterated beyond recognition, leaving behind only bloodstains in the snow. Kiki ran to the cockpit, looking out over the expanding battlefield. Twisted wreckage lay everywhere. Tanks, helicopters, gunships, aerial artillery platforms. Charred ruins stretched across the snowy valley. The number of corpses only grew. Iron Guard 3, the destroyer, oh my god. Warhawk-class aerial gunship. TFV-600 heavy dual-barrel tank. Lightning 2 aerospace fighter. What the hell do they fight here? That jellyfish? Kiki gasped. Most likely. Lin Xian's expression darkened. These were the primary combat units of the Federation's Iron Guard Battalion. To see them in such a devastating state was beyond terrifying. Did they all get wiped out? Not entirely. Radio reports said Brigade 52 retreated toward Yubei City. It must be an absolute mess over there right now. Lin Xian said, concern in her voice. If there's an eerie airborne entity, then even the high-altitude corridor might not be safe anymore. But we don't have a choice. Lin Xian replied. With Daluo Mountain Tunnel blocked and the western route no longer an option, the only path forward was the climbing passage. Suddenly, a low-pitched humming roared through the sky. Everyone looked up. A small aircraft streaked past at high speed, heading toward underground city number 9. Is that from the former Federation or the Phoenix Union? No idea. Lin Xian glanced at it, but didn't dwell on it. Beneath underground city number 9, a deep abyss behemoth still lay dormant. Whether it would emerge was anyone's guess. Even if someone told Lin Xian there was a treasure trove down there, he wouldn't risk going back. As the train pushed forward, the landscape opened up. Ahead, a massive trench cut across the valley floor, its irregular shape stretching into the distance. Scattered within it were the remains of military convoys, shattered vehicles, and even an overturned military freight train still burning. At the edge of a deep crater, a massive severed tentacle lay sprawled across the ground, surrounded by unidentifiable fluids and human blood. Lin Xian recognized it instantly. It really was that atmospheric jellyfish. Chun Sishuan gulped, only now realizing the full scale of the battle. These convoys never stood a chance. That night had been pure chaos. If Lin Xian and Luo Yi hadn't reinforced the roof armor beforehand, their train could have ended up just like that military freight train, ripped apart and derailed. The infinite train pressed forward. Through the misty, cold air, the sky-high pillars of the high-altitude corridor began to emerge, stretching toward the snow-covered mountains of Daoyuo. To penetrate the 4,500-kilometer-long plateau mountain range, the Federation spent over 30 years constructing the orbital freight railway. All vehicles, trains, and cargo transports used a magnetic acceleration system, reaching speeds over 1,000 kilometers per hour to transport freight between megacity hubs. Yubei City's #1 spaceport was one of the most critical transport hubs, linking Western and Central Dragon Nation. But this wasn't the only high-altitude corridor. Across Blue Planet, the 320,000-kilometer-long orbital rail network interconnected land, ocean, and spaceports spanning across Asia-Pacific continent, Blue Oceanic continent, North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Arctic continent, Eastland continent, Republic continent, and linking the Pacific, Black Ocean, Arctic Ocean, and Western Ocean. It was humanity's greatest infrastructure project. But now, the skyscraping structures cast ominous shadows over a silent city. The infinite train merged onto the Y3365 main rail line, heading toward Yubei Freight Terminal. The highways leading into the city were completely jammed. Bloodstains, severed limbs, abandoned luggage, all buried beneath the snow. Just then, a drone buzzed in from high altitude, scanning the train before swiftly retreating. Lin Xian frowned. Something felt off. Then, a snowmobile sped toward the cockpit, cutting through the snowfield. Everyone was tense. Then, the rider removed her helmet, revealing a familiar face. Captain Lin, stop for a moment. Lin Xian recognized her immediately. Shu Qin, the leader of the Bigfoot convoy, the woman who had asked him to repair her water purifier. Screech. The infinite train slowly came to a stop. Lin Xian opened the door, and a snowmobile rode up. Shu Qin, looking noticeably more haggard than a few days ago, her skin dry and hair disheveled, immediately unfastened her helmet and secured it to the vehicle upon seeing Lin Xian. Her expression was somewhat urgent. I can't believe it's really your train. Looks like I called the right person. Lin Xian looked at her curiously. Shu Qin, where's your convoy? Over there. Shu Qin pointed toward the distant freight terminal. We've got 4 convoys gathered there, getting ready to enter the city together. But a lot has happened. You guys better be careful, too. What happened? Lin Xian asked. It's complicated. Are you planning to stop at the freight platform up ahead? If so, we can group up and push into the spaceport together. There are too many zombies over there, plus the fog. Some eerie entities are appearing in the city regardless of whether it's day or night. Many convoys have suffered heavy losses. All right, we'll pull in first and talk. Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. As he gazed at the cold, desolate industrial city ahead, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Based on the radio broadcasts, this place had already become a completely abandoned city. All survivors and official forces had essentially gathered in Spaceport #1. But Lin Xian had no intention of charging straight in. If there was a chance to team up, it was always safer to have allies. Clang, clang. The train began moving again, merging onto the double-track railway. Shu Qin put her helmet back on and sped forward on her snowmobile. Before long, they arrived at a large freight station, surrounded by numerous derelict trains. Many zombie corpses lay sprawled across the tracks, seemingly having been cleared earlier. The infinite train crushed over them as it advanced. Soon, in an open area, they spotted a large cluster of survivor vehicles, dozens of them, parked in a staggered formation along the tracks. Many were heavy trucks, their exteriors battered and stained with blood, clear evidence of brutal battles. Anyone who had made it this far was either exceptionally lucky or had remarkable courage and strength. As the infinite train approached, several armed survivors instinctively raised their guns, but upon recognizing Shu Qin leading the way, they cautiously lowered their weapons. The train rolled in slowly. Inside the carriages, Xia Xia, Kiki, and Chun Sichuan peered through the windows at the convoy outside, while the survivors outside fixed their gazes on the heavily armored locomotive. Another train. Whoa, look at that armor. It's insane. Way better than the scrap metal we slapped onto our rigs. It looks like a factory-made apocalypse train. Could it be from the Federation? Who knows? But it's badass as hell. The murmurs of the survivors filled the air. Once the train fully stopped, Lin Xian stepped out. A few convoy leaders made their way over from nearby. Lin Xian recognized two of them. Aside from Shu Qin, there was also Su Jin, the middle-aged man he had met before. It seemed their convoys had grouped together on their way to Yubei City. "Let me introduce you," Shu Qin said, moving swiftly. "This is Captain Lin, leader of the Infinite Convoy." She then gestured toward an older man with graying hair. "And this here, old Mo Chengji, leader of the Iron Force Convoy. He used to be a mechanical engineer at Kahua Heavy Industries." Tisk tisk. The man called Old Mo was lean and wiry. Despite being in his 50s or 60s, he sported a punk Harley-Davidson-style leather jacket, tight pants, a checkered scarf, and sunglasses, giving him a rather fashionable yet eccentric look. He strode straight to the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, lifted his sunglasses, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I never thought I'd see a gem like this in the apocalypse. Hey kid, where'd you find this thing? And you actually got it running? This has to be a first-generation power turbine, right? Incredible." Lin Xian could tell Old Mo was an expert. "That's right. Took some effort." Old Mo nodded in approval, patting the steel body of the locomotive. "It's impressive, no doubt, but the terrain restrictions are a serious issue. Since yesterday, we've seen multiple trains come through. Besides the Federation Phoenix and Iron Guard Battalion's intercontinental trains, we even spotted the Silver Star, an Eternal-class train built by the Fingar family from Yang City. That beast had 118 carriages, carried over 3,000 people, and was powered by 2 micro-core engines with 4 railguns mounted on it. Then there was Dragon Mount No. 1, another Intercontinental-class train completely overhauled by the entire Dragon Mountain City. That thing was a double-deck train city hybrid, practically a moving metropolis. But still, terrain is a massive limitation. Even with track-laying equipment, they're constantly restricted by the rails. We, on the other hand, modify a heavy truck, and we can go anywhere." His expression was filled with passion, but also conflict, clear signs of a man who had dedicated his life to machinery. "Planes are even more flexible. But what good does that do?" Su Jin sighed. "Just got word that Sky City, Qingluan, completely crashed into the Pacific Ocean yesterday. God knows how many people died." "Huh, you escaped the abyss, only to be swallowed by the nightfall." He continued, "Every method has its trade-offs. Sure, trucks have more freedom, but with the blizzard raging, you're basically waiting to die without a heavy-duty snowplow. Didn't the Glasses convoy get wiped out like that?" Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. "Glasses? The guy who traded eerie blood crystals with me last time." He recalled the man. At the time, his convoy had just survived a major battle, and he had looked utterly dejected. Yet, they still had plenty of members left back then. "They're all gone." "Yeah. They were attacked by eerie entities?" "No," Shu Qin said grimly. "They got trapped in the snowstorm, and the nightfall invasion got to them. Someone in their team mutated, and, well, you can guess the rest. Nightfall invasion. Lin Xian's mind raced. Was this what Ding Junyi had referred to as dark night infection? Is there any way to defend against it? Lin Xian asked. No. Old Amo rasped, waving a hand dismissively. Anyone who's injured, mentally exhausted, or already weak-willed could be taken by this evil force at any moment. They turn into something that's neither human nor ghost. Shu Qin nodded. That's why, in our convoy, anyone who's injured is immediately isolated in a separate vehicle to prevent a chain reaction. Lin Xian was shocked. He thought back to when Kiki was gravely wounded and that invisible, corrupting demon appeared. He remembered the train being infiltrated by the eerie radio frequency. It had been a terrifyingly close call. But now, with the eerie cube, did that mean this would never happen on his train again? If so, his infinite train was literally the safest place in existence. Where's Jiangyun? Lin Xian suddenly asked about the chasing wind convoy leader. They headed toward Ping'e Lake that night, Su Jin replied, looking surprised. You didn't hear? That night, a massive zombie riot broke out. Didn't you get caught in it too? Lin Xian's heart sank. You guys encountered it as well. We all encountered it. If it weren't for Jiangyun, we would have been completely wiped out. Shu Qin's voice rang with anger, her expression darkening. There was a gang of thugs called the Black Crow 4, specialized in hunting down ability users. One of them seemed to have the power to repel zombies. That night, when all our convoys gathered at the factory, they targeted us. They wanted to wipe us all out. Later, Jiangyun and Big Beard's convoy chased them all the way to Ping'e Lake, but Big Beard's team suffered heavy losses, and one of Jiangyun's men, Dong Dong, died there too. Even worse, according to radio reports, those 4 bastards got away in the end. Damn it! Her frustration was palpable. Clearly, that zombie horde attack had cost them dearly. Lin Xian's expression shifted as he processed the information. So that zombie horde had nothing to do with Tang Hai after all. His luck really was terrible. He had run into 2 major disasters at the same time. Dong Dong. Lin Xian recalled the young man who had guided them through Chuguan City that night and even warned them to be cautious. He sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Yeah, those guys were total maniacs. Lin Xian nodded, realizing that night had been even more dangerous than he originally thought. Not only had he barely survived, but he had also unknowingly made new enemies. Right, there's someone else you should meet. Shu Qin suddenly remembered something and pointed toward a large, heavily modified RV parked by the roadside. To Lin Xian's surprise, a beach umbrella was set up beside the vehicle. Beneath it, a young man wearing sunglasses lounged on a beach chair, sipping tea. A small table beside him held an elegant tea set and assorted pastries. The casual, carefree scene was completely at odds with the somber atmosphere of the survivors around them. Who the hell is that? Doesn't look like a refugee, more like someone on vacation, Lin Xian remarked. That's Lu Xingqian, Shu Qin explained. He's a solo survivor, a one-man convoy. We met him back at Mount Daluo, and he's helped us out quite a bit on the way to Yubei. She paused before adding, his ability is extremely powerful. He can handle eerie entities alone. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and looked over at the man. Just then, Lu Xingqian tilted down his sunglasses, glanced at Lin Xian, and casually lifted a hand in greeting. Hi. Lin Xian gave a nod in return, but the man quickly lost interest, returning to his tea. After some introductions and small talk, Lin Xian got a rough understanding of the convoy groups present. Shu Qin's Bigfoot convoy, 7 vehicles, 30-plus survivors, moderate weapons. Su Jin's convoy, 18 vehicles, 3 heavy trucks, over 100 survivors. Old Mo's Iron Force convoy, 2 heavily armored, all-terrain crawler trucks, 20-plus people, including family and close friends. Old Mo's crawler trucks were particularly impressive. 6 pairs of large off-road wheels, thick armor plating, and even watchtowers. The exterior was painted with a cool sunglasses logo and the words, Iron Force Clan. So, why are you all stuck here? Lin Xian asked, getting straight to the point. Shu Qin and Su Jin exchanged glances before Shu Qin responded gravely. The city has a large, eerie entity inside. Lin Xian frowned. Are you talking about that giant jellyfish? You ran into it? Shu Qin asked in shock. Lin Xian didn't hide it. Yeah, back when I was crossing Mount Daluo. Luckily, I managed to avoid it. Then your luck's really good. Old Emo chuckled, pushing up his sunglasses. Even the Iron Guard Battalion was forced to retreat when they encountered that thing. If we see it, the only thing we can do is run. Su Jin spoke up next. Aside from that, the roads are completely blocked. The entire city is crawling with zombies, and the snow and ice make driving impossible. That's why we decided to move onto the railway tracks. Following the trains heading to the spaceport seemed like the best bet. Our vehicles are built for rough terrain, so we can manage it. And there's fog in the city, Shu Qin added grimly. We've lost contact with many other convoys because of it. That's why we're trying to gather as many survivors as possible before making the push forward. Wait a second, Lin Xian interrupted. You said those jellyfish, as in more than one? Shu Qin looked at him strangely. Of course, there's definitely more than one. But unlike the large eerie entity in Mount Daluo, the ones in the fog are much smaller. Su Jin shrugged. Maybe they're its offspring. Either way, we've seen multiple of them inside the city. Lin Xian nodded slowly. That explains a lot. Well, the climbing passage is still operational. We can follow the railway tracks. I'll lead the way with my train, and you all can follow behind. That way, we have more firepower if things go bad. The floating eerie entities made Lin Xian uneasy. His infinite train had solid defenses, but his firepower was still lacking. Until he finished assembling the 1130 CIWS, he wasn't fully prepared for battle. Hearing Lin Xian's plan, Shu Qin's eyes lit up. That's perfect, Captain Lin. With your train leading the way, our chances will be much higher. Old Mo, however, was more interested in Lin Xian's train. He strolled along the length of the infinite train, taking in every detail. Finally, he stopped and gave an approving nod. Didn't expect you to have an intercontinental-class nuclear-powered locomotive as well, he mused. How many passengers do you have on board? Less than 10, Lin Xian replied honestly. At this, all three convoy leaders gave him strange looks. Su Jin was the first to react. Less than 10 people, and you're running a train that big? That takes some guts. Shu Qin added suspiciously. So, what does that mean everyone on your train is as strong as Lu Xingchen? Lin Xian chuckled. Not quite. I do have some ordinary people on board. I'm still looking for suitable teammates, but so far, I've encountered more monsters than humans. Just making it this far alive is lucky enough. At these words, Shu Qin fell silent. More monsters than people. That wasn't an exaggeration. With zombies and eerie entities lurking everywhere, running into a living person was rare. Even the campfire gathering Jiang Yun had organized, where a few convoys had banded together for mutual support, was a rare stroke of luck. That was why Shu Qin trusted Lin Xian more than a stranger. They had already survived together once before. All right, it's settled then. Old Mo cracked his knuckles. Lin's train will lead, and I'll cover the rear. Don't underestimate my trucks. They're packed with firepower. By the way, Captain Lin, Shu Qin suddenly walked back to her truck, pulled out a box, and handed it to him. Last time, you fixed my water purifier, and I only repaid you with a box of canned food. I felt bad about that. Since we've crossed paths again, take this, you'll find it useful. It's a set of reverse osmosis filter membranes. She smiled. With these, our purifiers can now produce level 2 purified water. We don't even need to boil it. The quality is safe for drinking. Over 100 people in our group have been. Lin Xian was surprised as he accepted the box. Level 2 purified water standard. That's the Federation Phoenix's standard, right? Yeah, Su Jin confirmed, pulling out a silver color detection device. This is one of their research-grade instruments, including the soul wave detector. We traded eerie blood crystals for it aboard the Silver Star. That train stocked up on tons of supplies from the Phoenix's mobile rescue points, including some light industrial manufacturing equipment. Compared to our older devices, this one is a lot more precise. There should be Federation Phoenix personnel stationed at the spaceport, he added, but I'm not sure if we can trade with them. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then returned to his train and filled a cup of water from the onboard purifier before stepping back out. Brother Su, test this for me. Su Ji nodded. Is this from your train's water purification system? All right, I'll check it out. He casually placed the silver detector into the cup. After a few seconds, a green light flashed on the device. Lin Xian assumed this meant the test was complete, but to his surprise, Su Jin, Shu Qin, and old Mo all froze, their faces changing drastically. Level 1 purified water. What the? Old Mo pushed down his sunglasses, his expression filled with disbelief. Kid, did you just distill this water? No, Lin Xian replied, confused. It's just filtered through the purifier. Su Jin and Shu Qin exchanged stunned glances. That's impossible, Su Jin said. Even the highest-end purifiers can only get water down to level 2. Unless you immediately distill it, it naturally degrades after an hour. There's no way it should stay at level 1 purity. Is that true? Lin Xian frowned. To verify, he turned toward Chun Sixuan. Ms. Chun, bring me a bottle of sealed water. She nodded and quickly fetched an unopened bottle of drinking water. Lin Xian poured some into a new cup and handed it to Su Jin. It won't work, Su Jin said as he ran the test. Even sealed bottled water can't escape the effects of nightfall infection. Sure enough, the device lit up with a yellow light. See? Green is level 1, yellow is level 2, and orange or red means the water is completely unsafe to drink. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. So even the cleanest factory-sealed water was corrupted by nightfall. Yet somehow, his train's water purifier produced purer water than bottled water? What the hell? If water became contaminated after an hour, then there was only one way to confirm his theory. He needed to filter bottled water through his purifier, then wait for an hour. If the water remained at level 1, then that meant the eerie cube truly blocked the nightfall infection. Captain Lin, what model is your purifier? How is it able to directly produce level 1 purified water? Su Jin and Shu Qin's eyes were burning with curiosity. Even though boiling water could improve its safety, it would never reach level 1 purity. Only distillation could achieve that, but distillation consumed a ton of energy, making it impractical for most convoys. For the majority of survivors, as long as their water was drinkable and wouldn't kill them, they were willing to settle for level 2 purified water. Yet Lin Xian's purifier? It could bypass distillation entirely and still produce level 1 water, meaning he could drink the cleanest water anytime, anywhere. This wasn't just advanced equipment. This was a luxury in the apocalypse. I found along the way, Lin Xian said vaguely, seeing their eager expressions. Then, after a pause, he added, but I have extra units. If you want one, I'm willing to trade for eerie blood crystals. Making these purifiers wasn't particularly difficult for Lin Xian. Keeping them to himself didn't make much sense. Instead, he could exchange them for more blood crystals, which were far more valuable for survival and strength. Currently, the infinite train only had 2 blood crystals. One level, 1 blood crystal was installed in the radio station. One level, 2 blood crystal was inside the soul wave detector. He had none to spare. Seriously? Su Jin's eyes gleamed. How many do you have? 2, Lin Xian replied. But I need to dismantle them first. 2. You lucky bastard. Old Mo whistled. How many blood crystals do you want for one? Su Jin and Shu Qin exchanged glances. Our 2 convoys can share 1 purifier, Shu Qin suggested. That way, we'll have 3 purifiers in total, which is enough. But we don't have many blood crystals, only small ones. I heard large eerie entities drop bigger ones, but we can't handle those. 100 survivors sharing 1 level, 1 purifier, and 2 level. 2 purifiers was more than enough. Their priority was to give the purest water to children and the wounded, reducing their risk of nightfall infection. Su Jin took out 5 small blood crystals, some of which had been traded from others. Lin Xian inspected them. They were level 1 eerie blood crystals, likely from creatures on the same level as the red centipede, fog spider, or 3-headed monster. His estimation of their convoy's strength rose. They weren't weak. Clearly, having a large team was a major advantage. All right, Lin Xian agreed. 3 crystals for 1 purifier. Deal. Su Jin and Shu Qin agreed instantly, handing over 3 blood crystals. Without hesitation, Old Mo reached into his pocket and pulled out a metal case. Inside were 4 blood crystals. For Xiao Lu and the others to have clean water, he said gruffly. I'm getting 1 too. Lin Xian nodded and accepted 6 blood crystals in total. He returned to the infinite train, and about 10 minutes later, he and Luo Yi carried out 2 large purifiers. The A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis purifier was significantly bulkier than Shu Qin's original one. The moment it was brought out, dozens of convoy members gathered around, their eyes filled with amazement. Holy crap, this thing looks high-tech as hell. This has to be top-tier Federation equipment. I bet it's worth a fortune. Su Jin and Shu Qin wasted no time. Their teams carefully loaded the purifier onto their heavy trucks, where all critical survival gear was stored. Seriously, thank you, Shu Qin said, genuinely grateful. She glanced toward Lin Xian's train, a flicker of yearning in her eyes. You've been running nonstop, she sighed. Honestly, if we ever got the chance, I'd love for my entire convoy to join your train. Surviving out here is just too damn hard. Lin Xian fell silent. He had thought about it before. What if he extended his train, adding more survival carriages? In theory, his train could accommodate far more people. Then there was the Silver Star and Dragon Mount No. 1, both of which had been modified into massive, moving cities. That was his original dream, wasn't it? Hearing Shu Qin's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but seriously consider the idea once again. We're basically banding together now, but in the current situation, we can't take all of you with us. Everyone's vehicles are loaded with supplies, and if we make it across the Dezhou Plateau alive and find a few survival carriages in Jiazhou City, we might really be able to form a mobile fortress train and survive together. Right now, the Infinite Train didn't have enough survival carriages. The immediate priority was reaching the high-altitude corridor before nightfall. The city was shrouded in dense fog, and solving their current predicament was the top priority. There was no time for Lin Xian to refit the train or search for additional carriages. The entire freight platform was filled with either container cars or flatbed trailers. The idea sounded great, but reality was far from ideal. Shu Qin had only spoken casually, but Lin Xian's words unexpectedly touched her. She smiled and said, "Thank you. We'll all do our best to survive and keep pace with your train." That's the spirit. Unlike the sentimental mood, Old Mo grinned and said in a carefree tone, "But if you get the chance, I'd suggest heading to Xingqing or Jinhai to modify the train with wheeled tracks. There's a tech called amphibious transformation drive, allowing interchangeable movement. If you get that working, you could drive anywhere without needing rails." Su Jin let out a breath and said, "Whether it's tracks or treads, you've got a much better path than us with our trucks and off-road vehicles. So let's cut the chatter and get into the city before dark." The spaceport announced that the climbing passage will shut down tomorrow, but with that big guy in the sky, who knows if the airport can hold out. If we don't make it up there, all this talk is meaningless. We'll just be stuck here in Yubei City waiting to die. Lin Xian nodded, his expression growing serious. "All right, let's move out. Stay sharp and don't fall behind. Safe travels. Safe travels. Take care, kid." With a few simple words, their temporary alliance was formed. Su Jin returned to his convoy to organize things, and soon, the parked vehicles ahead cleared the road. From a distance, Lu Xingqian, who had been lounging under his RV, casually pushed down his sunglasses, stretched, and started packing away his sunshade and reclining chair before getting back into his vehicle. "Who's that guy? He looks so smug." Inside the Infinite Train's cockpit, Kiki and Shasha peered through binoculars, watching Lu Xingqian. Shasha pouted. "It's freezing, and he's out sunbathing? Is he hot or something?" Lin Xian walked into the cockpit and quickly relayed the latest updates. Then, he started up the train, guiding it toward the freight station's exit. The industrial city was built at the base of the snow-capped plateau, and from the station's vantage point, They could see the outskirts of the city nestled within a mountain valley, but the main city center was still out of sight. However, beyond the valley, they could see the high-altitude corridor's towering sky pillar, standing majestic and imposing. ZZZZT. Captain Lin, can you hear me? The Alliance team synchronized their radio frequencies, and now Lin Xian, Old Mo, Shu Qin, Su Jin, and the enigmatic Lu Xingchen were all linked and communicating. On a heavy truck fitted with anti-slip chains, Shu Qin checked a radio and said, "It's 18:15 now. We have about half an hour before nightfall. I estimate it'll take us around 40 minutes to reach the spaceport, assuming nothing unexpected happens." "Doesn't matter if it's night or not," Su Jin replied. "The city's already filled with fog, and the Phoenix group warned about eerie entities appearing in daylight. So who knows how many monsters are lurking around. I bet it's just as bad as nighttime." From his perspective, Yubei City was already in a catastrophic state. Going in now was a life-or-death gamble, day or night. With the climbing passage shutting down soon, this was the last chance for nearly 200 people to escape. "Yeah, the fog is just as bad as the dark," Lin Xian responded over the radio. He had already survived the fog escape in Beiwang, so he knew firsthand that the mist was indistinguishable from total darkness. Thinking back, it had already been snowing when they entered Beiwang. The Phoenix Group's report was proving to be eerily accurate. "Let's move out. Stay alert." Lin Xian's expression hardened as he drove the infinite train forward. The main road was clear of snow, likely plowed by other trains. Aboard the infinite train, the crew was on high alert. Luo Yi and Xia were fully armed. Thanks to Lin Xian's manufacturing plant, Xia now carried a full ammo backpack filled with grenade launchers, while Luo Yi had 2 full belts of bullets slung over his shoulders, looking well-stocked and ready for battle. "Ugh, we're gonna see that giant jellyfish again." Kiki rubbed her hands together and grimaced. "I really hate anything with tentacles." Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xian used the scanner blueprints he got from Su Pu to quickly fabricate a water quality detector. He handed it to Chun Sichuan and instructed, "Chun, take a cup of water and test it. If the light is green, it's level 1 quality. Then check again in an hour to see if there's any change." Chun Sichuan immediately understood his intent and went to fetch water. Kiki asked, "You really think the dark infection can taint bottled water?" "No need to think. I know it can." Lin Xian turned to Kiki. "But what I'm testing now is our train's defense." He considered explaining the eerie cube, but then realized he didn't fully understand it himself. Dark invasion, night infection, fear corruption, even he was totally clueless about how they worked. Trying to explain them would be pointless. That was a problem for Ding Junyi and the Phoenix Group to study, until they had solid research results. All he could do was test if the eerie cube's shielding worked. If the train's water remained unchanged, then the eerie cube was indeed a priceless artifact. The Federation would definitely want to study it, but even with his mechanical heart, Lin Xian could neither scan nor modify it, only seal it away. Clang, clang. The infinite train rolled out of the station, heading down the mountain road toward the city. Behind it, countless trucks and vehicles followed in an orderly fashion. At the very back, Old Mo's 2 massive fortress trucks rumbled along, towering over the rest. Among the moving vehicles, a sleek, luxurious RV cruised along, driven by Lu Xingchen. Wearing sunglasses, his sharp features oozed confidence as he casually whistled a tune. Inside the RV, Buddhist charms hung from the rearview mirror, and the dashboard was lined with soft padding and delicate trinkets. Unlike the desperate, ragtag survivors, his vehicle was immaculate and stylish. Hearing the intense radio chatter between the convoy leaders, he smirked slightly and muttered, "Everyone's so tense, sigh." He adjusted his sunglasses with a flick of his fingers. A tiny flame ignited at his fingertip, flickered for a moment, then was effortlessly snuffed out by his breath. No big deal. A buzz. On the Yubei City freight rail, a heavy train rumbled forward, followed closely by a long convoy of trucks and off-road vehicles, moving like a dark tide toward Yubei City No. 1 spaceport. As they passed through a mountain valley, the main city came into view. With nightfall approaching, the entire city was swallowed in a gray-black haze, looking somber and desolate. Before Apocalypse Day, Yubei City was the largest industrial and freight hub in the southwest, serving as the gateway to the Huanxing orbital rail from Tianhai province. It was once known as the Pearl of Tianhai. Now, the once thriving aerial rail pillars that had propelled the city's economy stood tall over the Dezhou Plateau, resembling towering tombstones. The howling wind swept through the ruins, echoing a dirge for humanity. As the train advanced, zombies began appearing along the tracks. The roar of engines and clatter of wheels drew their attention, and soon they started chasing after the convoy. More and more zombies joined the pursuit, but the convoy remained disciplined. No one fired a shot. No vehicle fell behind. Watching through the train's nuclear-powered camera feed, Lin Xian felt a sense of respect. The surviving convoys were clearly no ordinary groups. What surprised him even more was that old Mo, Shu Qin, and Su Jin's teams seemed to have a good amount of eerie blood crystals. Did they have hidden experts in their ranks? After all, the eerie entities he had encountered so far were something else entirely. If we had 100 people on this train, each equipped with a grenade launcher, we'd basically have a mobile heavy artillery unit. The idea was tempting. With his mechanical heart, building a firepower-based survival convoy was completely feasible. But before he could dwell on his expansion plans, his expression stiffened at the sight ahead. As the train entered the city, the tracks were lined with high walls and barbed wire. Beyond the fences, the streets were packed with moving figures, a dense, black tide of zombies stretching endlessly. Screech! The ground shuddered as the horde howled, triggered by the train's vibrations. Behind him, Shu Qin, Su Jin, and old Mo also saw the sight and visibly tensed. A full city zombie tide. Attention! Do not fire. Stay close to the infinite train. Do not break formation. Su Jin's voice came through the radio, cold and firm. If the zombie horde broke into the tracks or split the convoy, it would be a massacre. Only the heavy trucks stood a chance of pushing through. Regular off-road vehicles would be instantly swallowed. As they moved deeper into the city, zombies flooded every street, an ocean of the undead. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted far ahead. The sound rolled closer like thunder. Gunfire and engine roars echoed through the streets. Lin Xian's gaze locked onto the right front side of the convoy. In the distance, a massive cluster of zombies was shifting, rushing toward the source of the explosions. The scene turned bizarre. Some zombies charged the convoy's fences, while others sprinted toward the distant battle. Looks like another convoy is in combat. Shu Qin's voice came through the radio. Su Jin remained calm. Stay on alert. It's not our fight. Hold formation. Deploy drones for recon. Lin Xian ordered Kiki, who responded without hesitation. 2 drones lifted off, soaring toward the battlefield while the train continued forward. DDA. Gunfire, collisions, and screeching brakes grew louder. The drones soon transmitted live footage. Got eyes on them. Kiki's voice carried a hint of shock. It's a large convoy, but they're not running from zombies. They're chasing another convoy. Pursuit? Who the hell would be fighting in the middle of a zombie-infested city? Lin Xian immediately relayed the intel across the convoy's comms. Shu Qin, sensing something off, ordered her team's own drone to close in. As the video feed showed more vehicles, Shu Qin's face darkened. She grabbed her radio and shouted, "I know that convoy. That's the Black Crow 4. The moment she said it, Su Jin and old Mo's faces hardened. Even Lu Xingchen, whistling in his luxury RV, suddenly went silent, his gaze sharp as he peered toward the battle ahead. Weren't they just 4 guys with 4 vehicles? Lin Xian frowned. I don't know. Maybe they absorbed other convoys and grew stronger. But I recognize their signature vehicles. Who are they? Chen Sichuan asked. Lin Xian answered, a group we heard about on the radio earlier. Chen Sichuan's expression turned anxious. They made it this far? Aren't they afraid of retaliation from other survivor groups or the Phoenix Guild? Yubei City, is already overrun. Other than the spaceport, no one's in control anymore. Lin Xian wasn't sure what these lunatics were after, but they were known for hunting ability users. Were they trying to power up by killing them? With this many of us, they wouldn't dare attack us, right? Lin Xian's expression turned cold. That depends on whether they come near us. If they do, then we make the first move. Their priority was reaching the spaceport, but knowing that this was the same group that once tried to wipe them out with a zombie horde, Lin Xian couldn't let it go. Especially after hearing that they had an ability to control zombies. If such power was in friendly hands, it'd be a game changer. But in the hands of murderers, it was a catastrophic threat. Luo Yi, Shasha, stay alert. If anyone gets close, take them out. Copy that. Shasha's voice crackled over the radio. Got it. In carriage number 2, Kiki sat cross-legged, floating slightly in the air, enjoying the newfound control over her evolved ability. Shu Qin pulled out a black Remington M96, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lin, if they spot us, they'll likely attack immediately. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, watching as the city's fog thickened. I know. The fog's rolling in. Hold formation. I'll keep watch. A fight, huh? Guess us old men should join in too. Old Mo's voice boomed over the radio, brimming with battle spirit. Good. Su Jin gritted his teeth, watching the distant street. Boom, boom, boom. On a street teeming with zombies, a heavy-duty truck with a bulldozer blade carved out a bloody path. Behind it, an armored bus packed with women and children, along with several off-road vehicles and pickups, sped through the chaos. People on the vehicles fired frantically at their relentless pursuers. They're catching up, the driver of a pickup truck shouted after glancing at the rearview mirror. D*** in it. The convoy leader, a middle-aged man with a blood-streaked forehead, sat in the passenger seat of an off-road vehicle. Looking at the endless zombie horde ahead, he gritted his teeth. Why the hell are all these zombies swarming us? Rocket launcher! A panicked voice screamed through the walkie-talkie. Whoosh! Boom! A trailing off-road vehicle exploded in a fiery blast, the force flipping it over. The people inside turned into blazing fireballs in an instant. Ajia! Lin Xian! The middle-aged man let out a desperate roar, but the walkie-talkie only responded with silence. Screw it, let's fight. His eyes glowed with fury as deep crimson scales spread across his neck and face. His hands transformed into massive beast-like claws, resembling those of a tyrannosaurus. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door and climbed onto the car roof. The other team members' eyes turned bloodshot with rage. At once, a dozen firearms unleashed a storm of bullets at the approaching enemy vehicles. Several hundred meters behind them, 3 black semi-trucks, covered in green graffiti, led a fleet of armored war vehicles, each modified for combat. A blonde thug, his face covered in tattoos, stood atop one of the SUVs, gripping a rocket launcher. Despite the apocalypse, he still had a cigarette dangling from his lips, grinning maniacally as he admired the wreckage ahead. Ha ha! Got him! Got him! He slapped the car roof excitedly. Boss, let Lolo hit M harder. Let's trap them completely. The driver, a man in his early 30s with a buzz cut and a sinister expression, was the leader of the 4-person crew, Qiulong. With a lazy smirk, he picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke in a languid tone. Slow down. We're entering Yubei City. Don't stir up too many zombies and trigger a chain reaction. Boss, slow down? What? Blonde thug looked confused. You know *T, Qiulong sneered, his gaze locked onto the fleeing convoy. He spoke with eerie calm. Having someone clear the road for us isn't a bad thing. They can't escape anyway. The real thrill is in the hunt. He got it. At the front of the semi-trucks, a burly man drove while a punk-styled woman with short purple hair and a lip piercing lounged beside him. Her eerie green eyes flickered slightly as her ability weakened just a bit. She shot the driver a sharp look. You heard him. Slow down. Got it, the burly driver muttered, forcing a grin. But a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. If Lin Xian were here, he would have recognized this driver instantly. Zhou, the same man who shot Qianyu in cold blood at Beiwang Outpost and fled with a stolen vehicle. Despite his outwardly honest demeanor, his eyes were always brimming with ruthless cunning. That night, he barely escaped the outpost thanks to the chaos caused by the zombie horde. After looting half of the black Jiao convoy supply trucks, he gathered his remaining men and picked up a few new recruits along the way, including a mutant ability user. His group had grown significantly, almost reaching mid-tier status. But then they crossed paths with the Black Crow 4. The infamous gang raided them mercilessly, swallowing his entire convoy whole. With no way to resist, Zhou was forced to submit, becoming nothing more than the driver of their lead truck. As for the purple-haired woman beside him, Lolo, she was ranked 3rd in the Black Crow 4. Zhou had witnessed her terrifying ability firsthand. She could manipulate zombies into frenzies, triggering chain reactions that led them to attack designated targets. It was downright monstrous. Under Lolo's influence, the zombies that had been surging toward the fleeing convoy suddenly slowed. However, the chaos in the city had already spiraled beyond her control. The entire area had turned into a frenzied battlefield, with both convoys attracting more and more zombies. Rat-a-tat-a-tat, the gunfire intensified. The heavy-duty truck plowed through skulls, leaving a trail of crushed corpses in its wake. Qiulong watched as an ability user from the escaping convoy leaped onto the roof of their own vehicle and then, with a burst of speed, lunged straight toward them. He scoffed. A beast-type ability user? Not even evolved yet. What waste of time. Picking up his walkie-talkie, he casually ordered, "Air, he's yours." Got it. As soon as he spoke, the passenger door of another truck swung open. A long-haired, dazed-looking young man, his face twisted with an unsettling grin, suddenly leaped out. For a split second, it seemed like he would plunge straight into the zombie horde below. But then, whip, a pair of gray-black wings sprouted from his back, and with a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, shooting toward the beast-transformed middle-aged man. "Grandpa's here to teach you a lesson," he cackled, his speed terrifyingly fast. The middle-aged ability user, furious at the challenge, let out a snarl. His body continued transforming as his beast claws lashed out at the airborne attacker. Whoosh! The powerful strike tore through the air, but to his shock, Air didn't even dodge. Instead, he countered with a single punch, clang, sending sparks flying. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. His claws had hit something metallic. A closer look revealed Air's right arm gleaming with a mechanical sheen. His joints were made of steel. A mechanical prosthetic? Pathetic. Air sneered. In a blink, he twisted around, gripped the middle-aged man's throat, and, with a powerful flap of his wings, dragged him skyward. Arg! The man thrashed wildly, his scales spreading as his transformation intensified. One claw locked onto Air's prosthetic arm, while the other lashed toward his gut. But Air wasn't giving him the chance. Mid-flight, he suddenly loosened his grip, whoosh, dropping his prey from the sky. Before the man could react, he slammed straight into the path of an oncoming truck. Boom! The gruesome impact sent his body crashing into a storefront, his fate unknown. Huh! The scene drew cheers from Lolo and the gang. The man hadn't even landed a proper hit before being obliterated. Still hovering mid-air, Air chuckled. Another beast-type ability user? Wonder if he can enhance my evolution. Whatever, I'll just keep trying till I find the right one. Huh. Mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed something in the distance. His eyes narrowed as he peered toward a massive rail line a few streets away. A heavily armored train, escorted by dozens of vehicles, was speeding along the tracks. Air's grin vanished. He grabbed his walkie-talkie. "Boss, you won't believe this. We just ran into an old friend. It's that train from Chuguan. Well, what a coincidence." "Boss." Blonde Thug leaned back in his seat, scowling. "Last time that be asterisk tar Jiangyan let all those fat fish slip through our fingers. We need payback. You think I don't know that?" Qiulong smirked and picked up his walkie-talkie. "Lolo, send the zombies to cut off their convoy." Everyone else, take the next turn. Move in. Buzz. What a twist of fate. Several heavy-duty trucks swerved left at an intersection as countless zombies surged into the streets ahead. Yet the Black Crow convoy weaved through them effortlessly. The zombies charged forward, and so did the roaring engines. Some zombies lunged at the convoy, only to be swiftly crushed beneath the wheels. Hearing Qiulong's command, the thugs inside the vehicles howled in excitement. They knew a grand hunt awaited them just ahead. Meanwhile, the smaller fleeing convoy, which had been under relentless gunfire, suddenly noticed the bullets had stopped. Confused, they hesitated for a moment. At the same time, in the ruins of a collapsed storefront, the middle-aged ability user, bloodied and battered, struggled to crawl out from beneath the rubble. Brother Dong! Brother Dong! His walkie-talkie crackled with urgent calls from his team. Kneeling, he grabbed it with shaking hands. I'm still alive. They're not chasing us anymore. Panting heavily, he was at a loss for the sudden change. Though he didn't understand what had happened, he immediately signaled his men to pick him up. High above the battlefield, Guaer spared a lazy glance at the store. To him, that guy was just a weak level, one ability user, worthless. His real prize was that train. Guaer, block the road. Don't let them escape. Exactly what I was thinking. Guaer sneered. The ability to fly was the dream of many survivors. It granted him unmatched mobility in the apocalypse. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could always retreat. Over time, his confidence had swelled to arrogance. Now, eyeing the speeding train, he pulled out a grenade, flapped his wings, and shot toward the locomotive. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Seeing a figure approaching from the sky, the convoy's gunners fired without hesitation. Captain Lin, watch out! Shu Qin's anxious voice crackled through Infinite Train's cockpit intercom. Perfect timing. Lin Xian's sharp gaze locked onto the airborne attacker. The moment he understood Guaer's intent, his expression turned cold. Oh, you can fly? Let's see if you still can after this. Zap! Lin Xian swung open the cockpit door, leaned out, and raised his hand. Electricity crackled between his fingers. Guaer scoffed mid-flight. Trying to hit me with BZZZT. A blinding bolt of electricity surged through the sky, far faster than any bullet. Before Guaer could react, it pierced straight through his shoulder and one of his wings. Feathers exploded in all directions, scattering like a wounded duck blasted from the sky. Holy sh*T. A lightning ability user. Panic twisted Guaer's face. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun lightning. Struck hard, he spiraled out of control, plummeting toward the railway tracks below. Screech! The Infinite Train slowed to a stop. The convoy behind it followed suit, soldiers gripping their weapons, preparing for battle. Lin Xian leaped off the train, sprinting toward the fallen enemy. One less enemy, one less threat. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. The side door of car number 7 slammed open, and Luo Yi unleashed a barrage from his light machine gun, shredding into the oncoming enemy convoy. From the rear, Shu Qin and Su Jin's teams also opened fire. The battle had officially ignited. There's a strong one among them. Inside the Black Crow convoy, Qiulong watched in surprise as Guaer was shot out of the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Vroom! He slammed the gas pedal, plowing through the zombie horde. Then, turning to his subordinate, he barked, "Take the wheel." With terrifying speed, he kicked open the door and leaped out, his entire body enveloped in a blood-red aura. Boom! Boom! His sheer momentum shattered several zombies in his path as he charged straight toward Lin Xian. This was an extreme physical enhancement ability. Meanwhile, Blonde Thug reappeared on the roof of a truck, raising his rocket launcher. Eat this, mother of curs. In the Infinite Train support convoy, Su Jin saw this and immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie. Rocket incoming, watch out. Whoosh! A rocket streaked through the air, heading straight for the Infinite Train's locomotive. Boom! But just before impact, a pillar of flames erupted, swallowing the missile midair and detonating it prematurely, What the F asterisk asterisk K? Another ability user? Blonde thug gaped. Boom! A camper van barreled onto the battlefield. Suddenly, from the center of the zombie horde, a blazing column of fire shot skyward. Flames roared, burning as bright as the sun. From the inferno, a red silhouette descended. Lin Xian emerged from the flames, his upper body stripped bare by the heat, his hands wreathed in fire. He stood between Xiaolong and Lin Xian, smiling. Ability user? Xiaolong's expression darkened as he took in this new opponent. Lin Xian grinned. No, I am a god. A fire ability user? Xiaolong narrowed his eyes at the flame-wielding youth. Who the hell are you even talking to? Lin Xian turned slightly, glancing at the charred zombie corpses around him. His brows furrowed. Sensing movement, he quickly spun back. Xiaolong was already midair, fist aimed straight at his gut. Whoosh! Lin Xian's face changed. Reacting instantly, he threw up both hands. Godflame pillar. Boom! A torrent of fire erupted toward Xiaolong. Are you F asterisk asterisk king naming your attacks? Xiaolong roared. The raging flames engulfed him, halting his strike. His skin burned black, and the sheer agony contorted his face. But then, his blood boiled. Veins bulged beneath his charred skin, rapidly regenerating as his blood energy surged. His strength was only increasing. Lin Xian, noticing the enormous fire pillar in the distance, finally understood. Lin Xian was a fire-type ability user. No wonder Shu Qin had praised his strength. A fire ability like that was the dream of countless survivors. With an ally like him, Lin Xian felt far more confident. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the fallen birdman. Rat-a-tat-tat, both sides unleashed a storm of bullets. Xiaolong, still grinning like a maniac, relished the chaos. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he locked onto, I'll handle this fire-breathing freak. Blonde thug, go help Guair. On it, Blonde thug tossed his empty launcher aside, grabbed 2 AKs, and slipped from the truck. Dashing between vehicles like a shadow, he moved with unnerving speed, expertly weaving through the battlefield. In an instant, rat-a-tat-tat, he gunned down 2 members of Su Jin and Shu Qin's convoy with precise shots. Meanwhile, the Black Crow's lead truck skidded to a halt. The purple-haired woman, Lolo, pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Zhou Lei, the former traitor now reduced to their lackey. Fatty, she smirked. Shouldn't you be doing something? Zhou Lei swallowed hard. Oh, of course. We're all in this together, right? Feigning enthusiasm, he grabbed his gun and disembarked. Just then, he spotted someone, his former subordinate, De Jong, rushing past. De Jong shot him a glance, then completely ignored him and ran forward. Zhou Lei clenched his teeth. Mother of asterisk asterisk her, traitors like you are the worst, which was ironic, considering he himself had betrayed multiple groups before. But now, watching the battle unfold, he sensed an opportunity. As both sides clashed violently, Zhou Lei's eyes darted around. Then, he spotted something valuable. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. On the infinite train, bullets hammered against the train's armored exterior. Outside, the chaos reached a new level. Zombies flooded in through a breach in the rail barriers, tearing into both sides indiscriminately. The once distant firefight had turned into brutal close-quarters combat, with casualties mounting on both sides. Inside car number 3, Zhao Yin and Su Wen cowered in fear as the gunfire intensified. Why do we stop? Zhao Yin screamed. Did the tracks get blocked? Why aren't we just leaving? Su Wen shouted in panic. Across from them, Ding Junyi remained completely unfazed, tapping away at her laptop as if the battle outside was none of her concern. Director Ding, get down. Bullets are flying everywhere. Zhao Yin cried. The windows in the research carriage are bulletproof. The entire train is reinforced to P5 grade protection with additional external armor. Ordinary bullets won't affect us at all, Ding Junyi replied calmly, her hands never stopping on the keyboard. Since we can't help, don't make unnecessary noise and distract others. Zhao Yan's shrieks slowly faded as she realized the logic in Ding Junyi's words. Her face twisted in frustration, but she clamped her mouth shut and covered her ears, waiting anxiously for the battle outside to end. Boom! Boom! Meanwhile, Lin Xian was closing in on the falling air, unleashing relentless gunfire. Snow and dust burst into the air as the gray-winged birdman suddenly darted sideways. At the same time, a black object tumbled toward Lin Xian's feet. A live grenade. Lin Xian reacted instantly. With a flick of his wrist, he extended a mechanical clamp, snatched the grenade mid-air, and hurled it right back at Air in one fluid motion. Air, still retreating, barely had time to register what had happened before the very same grenade he had thrown came hurtling back at him. King be starred. What kind of freak has a mechanical hand that long? He cursed. In reflex, he snapped his wings shut and raised his cybernetic arm to block the blast. Boom! The explosion ripped through his wings, shrapnel punching bloody holes into them. Blackened by soot and seething with rage, Air realized he had completely underestimated his opponent. Panic seized him. This wasn't a fight he could win. Screw it. I'll just take out a few weaklings before I retreat. Determined to change tactics, he twisted in the air, adjusting his trajectory to target the more vulnerable survivors in the convoy. But just as he turned, whoosh, darkness. A giant electrical transmission tower, as if suddenly alive, snapped in half and came swinging toward him. Crack! ZZZZZZZZT. Dozens of power cables snapped, and the steel tower, controlled by an unseen force, slammed into him mid-air. Bam! Air crashed into the ground like a swatted fly, rolling to a stop beside the railway tracks. Near Infinite Train's open carriage door, Kiki lowered her right hand, her eyes glimmering with faint light. Humph. Flap those wings all you want. You're still just a crow, she sneered. Crack! Air groaned as he struggled to his feet. His wings were shattered, his bones fractured. He glanced toward the train, where two figures were approaching, Lin Xian and Kiki. Fear gripped him. Flying high and looking down on his victims, he had always felt untouchable. Now, he was prey. Lightning abilities. Telekinesis. What kind of monsters were on this train? Air's mind screamed retreat. This level of ability, I should leave this for the boss. Click. He activated a small cylindrical device on his mechanical prosthetic, a miniature explosive, his last trump card. But just as his fingers whoosh, a dark shadow lunged at him. Ooh! Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted as blonde thug fired to cover Air. But it was too late. The shadow dodged every bullet, reaching Air in seconds. Thump! A boot slammed onto his mechanical arm, pinning him down, before Air could react. Crack! The shadow twisted his wrist, ripping the entire prosthetic arm off his body. At the same moment, the figure spun around, raising a massive black shotgun, aiming it point-blank at Air's head. Two barrels. A Remington M96. Air stared into the abyss of those twin muzzles. FCK. Boom. His head exploded like a watermelon, chunks of skull and brain splattering onto the snow. 3 seconds. A flawless sequence. Sprint, disarm, turn, execute. The shadow stood tall, gripping the still-smoking shotgun. Shu Qin, Lin Xian, and Kiki stared, momentarily stunned. Whoa, that was fast. Is she an ability user? Kiki gasped. Lin Xian, eyes narrowing, shook his head. She's not. He had assumed Shu Qin and Su Jin's group were just hardened survivors. Tough, sure, but ordinary. Now, he realized he had completely underestimated them. Ding Junyi had once told him, those who survived the polar night, even without abilities, have evolved beyond human limits. Shu Qin was proof. She was no ordinary human. She wasn't here by luck. She had earned her survival. You mother **** cur. Blonde thug, seeing Air's headless corpse, lost it. Raging, he sprayed bullets at Shu Qin with his AK-47. Shu Qin sidestepped, throwing the severed mechanical arm toward Lin Xian as she dashed forward with inhuman speed. At the same time, the infinite train convoy opened fire on Blonde Thug. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Lin Xian's eyes glinted as he caught the prosthetic arm midair. With a flick of his wrist, he fired wind cannons toward Shu Qin, covering her advance. Blonde Thug was caught off guard. A wind blast tore through his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. F***K. He scrambled into the zombie horde, using the chaos for cover. Lin Xian frowned. Even if this guy had enhanced physical abilities? Lolo, unleash the horde. Blonde Thug yelled into his walkie-talkie, finally realizing they had miscalculated. This convoy was not an easy target, but they had one last trump card, the zombie swarm. On the Black Crow convoy, Lolo, the purple-haired woman, bit her lip. Seeing the battle turn against them, she activated her ability. Her eyes gleamed green, radiating an unseen force. Roar. The zombies turned rabid. Their eyes gleamed with insane bloodlust, their target shifting toward the infinite train convoy. Oh no, they've unleashed the horde. Su Jin shouted. Bam! The side panel of a heavy-duty truck slammed open. A modified electric Gatling gun was wheeled out. Hold the line. Whir. D-D-D-A-D-D-A-D-A-D-A-D-A-D-A. The six-barreled beast roared, shredding the oncoming zombies. But it was too late. They were now fighting on two fronts. Boom, boom, boom. Flames roared across the streets, fire engulfing everything in its path. The zombie horde was overwhelming. Lu Xingqian and Xiao Long had fought their way from the roadside into a shop. Both of them were evolution-level ability users. Lu Xingqian's fire-based ability was undeniably powerful, but Xiao Long's eerie blood aura made him stronger the longer he fought, allowing him to recover at an alarming rate. The battle was at a deadlock. You can recover? Lu Xingqian's face twisted in shock. He gritted his teeth and spat. Then I'll just burn you to ashes and see if you can. Too much talking. Xiao Long blurred into a blood-red shadow, appearing before Lu Xingqian in an instant, launching a devastating punch. Lu Xingqian crossed his arms to block and retaliated by spewing flames behind him. Reverse thrust. What kind of dumbass name is that? Do you have to yell out every move like you're in an anime? Oomph. Fire fist. Completely immersed in his own world, Lu Xingqian ignored Xiao Long's taunts. He threw a punch, unleashing a column of scorching flames as thick as a water barrel. Divine, annihilating flames. Twin jets of fire burst from both hands. Divine flame slash, a downward slash of fire from one hand. Flame Emperor, a massive fireball shot forward. Xiao Long's eyes darkened. He had killed countless ruthless men on his journey, yet this young brat had barely any combat experience, but wielded terrifying power. And to top it off, he kept shouting out ridiculous attack names. It pissed him off to no end. Meanwhile, Huang Mao sprinted toward the convoy, diving behind an off-road vehicle. Just then, an ability user with hardened insect-like exoskeleton limbs advanced under a hail of bullets, leading a group of armed thugs. Good timing. Dion, take out that chick. I'll get a beauty to keep you company in your car. Huang Mao called out. Huh, sounds good. Dion, a brute who used to follow Zhou Lei, wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. He grinned, nearly drooling, as his eyes locked onto Kiki near the train. I want that one. Then get your ass moving. Huang Mao barked while firing his gun. All right, kill them all. Dion, despite being cursed at, gleefully raised his insect-like armored forearms, using them as a shield. He stepped onto the hood of a wrecked car and lunged forward. Bang! A thunderous gunshot echoed through the air. De Jong, mid-leap, had just landed on the car roof when his chest and head exploded in a mist of blood and flesh. His brains, intestines, and shattered bones sprayed out in all directions, forming a thick crimson cloud. In the blink of an eye, only his half-torn torso remained, his exposed spine twitching in the air. A shocked silence fell over the thugs hiding behind the vehicle. Huang Mao's eyes widened in horror. Holy F***. They have a sniper. Inside car number 1 of the Infinite Train, Chen Xishuan held her .33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle, her face pale, her eyes burning with barely contained fury. She didn't know why, but watching those raiders storm the convoy, watching her allies get slaughtered by zombies and bullets, made her blood boil. She had never fired a gun before, but when she saw the sniper rifle, an unfamiliar courage surged within her. Scope up. Safety off. Chamber around. Aim. Fire. One shot. One kill. Through the scope, she saw De Yong's torso disintegrate. Her body trembled, realization dawning upon her. She had just taken a life. Her mouth went dry, her breathing turned ragged, and even her fingertips shook. She had no idea how her hands had remained so steady when she pulled the trigger. It felt strangely like the delicate moment of placing a cherry atop a cake during a quiet afternoon of baking at home. Chinjia, Luo Xia, who had just run over, gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Chen Xishuan, still in mild shock, slowly turned to her. Did I just kill someone? Is he dead? Xia stared at De Yong's bisect. Yeah, he's blown to pieces. I don't think he's going to make it. Hearing the gunshot, Lin Xian and Kiki rushed into the carriage, only to find Chen Xishuan clutching the massive sniper rifle, her face as white as a sheet. Lin Xian, I just wanted to help. Chen Xishuan's voice was weak, as if she was trying to justify her actions. Lin Xian stared at her, dumbfounded. Miss Chen, when the hell did you learn to snipe? She barely stood taller than the 1.6-meter-long sniper rifle, and she had always been so gentle, careful when handling things. Yet now, she had just blown a man's head off. Xia taught me. Xia's eyes went wide, frantically waving her hands. I just taught her the basics. She never even fired a shot before. Damn, Chunjia, you've got talent. That was badass. Kiki's eyes sparkled as she stared at Chen Xishuan. Clutching the sniper rifle, she looked stunningly fierce, a sharp contrast to her usual quiet demeanor. You my new idol. Lin Xian was in awe. This apocalypse was F***ed up. It had even forced a gentle foreign language teacher to pick up a sniper rifle and turn into a killing machine. If Chen Xishuan had a talent for this, maybe he could even custom build a sniper setup for her. Outside, the zombie horde surged, filling the tracks. The group fought while retreating into the train. What now? Shu Qin, panting, grabbed a walkie-talkie. Their boss is still fighting Lu Xingchen. There's another ability user among them. Where's the one controlling the zombie horde? Lin Xian asked, turning to the convoy's radio channel. Has anyone spotted them? Shu Qin immediately deployed a drone to scan the battlefield. They were at a severe disadvantage, surrounded by the undead. If they could eliminate the mastermind, they might have a chance to regroup. On the convoy's radio, Su Jin's voice crackled through. The one controlling the zombies is hiding inside a vehicle. Old Mo, can you find him? Old Mo replied, I only spotted Huang Mao. Let me take care of him first. Inside a specially modified heavy truck, surrounded by zombies, Old Mo sat calmly, binoculars in hand. He pressed a button, activating the intercom. All units, heads up. Huang Mao is hiding behind that green off-road vehicle. Got him. That area is full of hidden shooters. What's the plan? They've got cover. Too many zombies, damn pain in the ass. Screw it. Let's just blow them the hell up. The team quickly agreed. Good idea. Old Mo hit a switch. The truck's roof opened, revealing multiple missile launch tubes. He adjusted the targeting parameters, muttering, Let's send them and their bunker straight to hell. Launch. Huang Mao, hiding behind the car, was catching his breath when his thug tapped his shoulder, pale-faced. What? The thug pointed toward the truck in the distance. Huang Mao looked up. A black missile launcher had just locked onto him. What the F? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 missiles screamed toward him. Huang Mao's face twisted in horror. OSH. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the streets outside the railway tracks. Everyone flinched at the shockwave, turning their eyes toward the scene. Several Black Crow convoy off-road vehicles had been blown to bits, flames roaring skyward, thick black smoke billowing into the air. Huang Mao and his gang were completely obliterated, their bodies reduced to nothing but scattered shreds of cloth drifting in the wind. Seated in the passenger seat of a heavy truck, purple-haired Lolo finally sensed the impending doom after watching Guo Huang Mao, and a Yong drop like flies. Her face turned deathly pale, and her panicked gaze darted around, searching for Qiulong. The convoy was in chaos. Among the Black Crow Four, Qiulong was the strongest. His insane regenerative ability made him almost unkillable. As long as he was still standing, the convoy wouldn't collapse entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Xian noticed that more zombies were surging in from the city streets, the fog thickening around them. His expression turned grim. "Sha, cover me. That ability user must be nearby." Whoever was controlling the zombie horde had to be taken out immediately. The undead army that attacked them last time had nearly derailed the train. Lin Xian wasn't going to take any chances. He grabbed his rifle and electric blade and charged out of the train. Buzz! A wave of telekinetic energy blasted outward, sending dozens of zombies flying and clearing a path for Lin Xian. Sha, following closely behind Kiki, jumped down and fired her grenade launcher. Boom! Crash! Boom! Bang! The grenades exploded within the horde, sending limbs and rotting flesh flying. Meanwhile, Supu's team rained down a storm of bullets, mowing down waves of undead like dominoes. Lin Xian, machine gun blazing in one hand and electric blade slashing in the other, charged deep into enemy territory, scanning for the Black Crow convoy's movements. Rat-a-tat-tat! Gunfire erupted from the fog, but Lin Xian had already dodged, slipping past a wall by the tracks. In a flash, he lunged into the enemy's vehicle formation, slicing down two thugs who were shooting at the train. A drone buzzed overhead, relaying visuals to Kiki. Her voice crackled through Lin Xian's radio. "Lin Xian, 2 o'clock. Black truck. Passenger seat. There's a woman." From the train, Kiki controlled the drone, zooming in on the footage. In the truck's passenger seat, a strange woman with glowing green eyes sat nervously. That had to be the ability user. Target acquired. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He opened fire on the truck's cabin. Clang, clang, clang. His bullets pinged harmlessly off the armored plating and bulletproof glass. However, the purple-haired woman inside flinched in fear. "Gotcha!" Lin Xian smirked. She was the one. Just as he was about to attack again, a sudden roar of flames erupted behind him. Boom! A fiery explosion burst into the air, and from within the blazing inferno, a figure shot out at high speed. Qiulong. From Lin Xian's blind spot, Qiulong struck, his fist tearing through the air, aiming straight for Lin Xian's skull. Damn it! Lu Xingqian had no time to warn him. Qiulong was already too close. But just as Qiulong's fist was about to connect, Lin Xian suddenly flipped his left hand. A massive metal shield materialized in an instant. Bang! Qiulong's sucker punch, which should have been a guaranteed hit, slammed into solid steel instead. The impact dented the shield, but Lin Xian was completely unharmed. Qiulong's eyes widened in shock. Where the hell did that steel come from? Wasn't this guy a blinding arc of electricity shot toward his face? It burned straight through his cheek, the searing current blasting out the back of his skull. Though there was no blood spray, Lin Xian immediately kicked the shield, launching Qiulong's body backward. Boom! Qiulong soared through the air. Before he could even hit the ground, a pillar of fire roared up, engulfing him completely. Careful! This guy's got insane regeneration. Lu Xingqian yelled from behind. Sure enough, even after being electrocuted and burned alive, Qiulong still wasn't dead. He burst from the flames, his charred body steaming, but instead of attacking Lin Xian or Lu Xingqian, he suddenly changed direction, rushing straight for Sha and Kiki. *T. He's trying to take hostages and hijack your train. Lu Xingqian's face twisted in fury. He hated cowards who resorted to dirty tricks when they couldn't win in a fair fight. Enraged, he kicked off the ground, flames erupting under his feet as he launched himself forward. "I, the Flame God, am here. You dare!" Lin Xian, watching, couldn't help but facepalm. Damn, this guy is ridiculously overdramatic. Xiao Long, on the other hand, was a complete idiot. Of all directions to run, he just had to charge straight at Xia and Kiki. Xiao Long, realizing his convoy was doomed, was desperate. He failed to kill Lin Xian and couldn't overpower Lu Xingchen. But Xia and Kiki seemed important to Lin Xian. If he could capture them, he might turn the tables. He lunged forward, only to suddenly freeze midair. Xiao Long's eyes widened in horror. An invisible force locked him in place. Kiki's eyes glowed coldly, her hair floating as if weightless. Brother? Xiao Long was confused. He saw a girl using an ability, but why did the little one call for her brother? And then, a massive black silhouette suddenly charged forward. A gleaming, steel-slaying greatsword swung down mercilessly. Xiao Long's pupils shrank. OSH*T. Her brother was here. Slash. Xiao Long was cleaved in half, his torso separating from his legs. Kiki, expressionless, simply flicked her wrist, tossing his corpse into the zombie horde. The undead, smelling his blood, swarmed over, tearing his body apart in a frenzied feeding. Lin Xian winced. Damn, brutal. Lu Xingchen landed, frying the remaining zombies with a burst of flames. But upon closer inspection, Xiao Long was already reduced to nothing but scattered chunks of meat. Can he even regenerate from that? Kiki asked, frowning. Xia, looking disgusted, muttered, He's already zombie poop. No way he's coming back from that. Lu Xingchen, realizing he completely lost his moment of glory, suddenly felt awkward. Until, hey, big bro. Xia pointed at the street. Is that your RV? Lu Xingchen turned. His precious fire god RV was speeding away into the distance. Oh, hell no. Who the F** just stole my ride? Lu Xingchen stood there, dumbfounded. In the chaos of battle, someone had stolen his RV. BZZZZZ. On the distant street, seeing Xiao Long's death, the remaining raiders scattered like cockroaches. Some jumped into vehicles, recklessly plowing through the zombie horde in an attempt to escape. Others simply ran blindly toward the trucks. Rat-a-tat-tat. The tables had turned. On Su Jin and Shu Qin's side, their troops showed no mercy, mowing down the retreating enemies with a hail of bullets. Inside the heavy truck, the purple-haired woman saw the disaster unfolding. She panicked, scrambling into the driver's seat, locking the doors, and fumbling to start the engine. Lin Xian, the closest to her, saw her trying to escape and charge his hand with electricity, ready to finish her off. Captain Lin, fall back. Old Mo's voice crackled through the radio. Lin Xian frowned, confused, until he turned his head and his face changed dramatically. The missile launchers mounted on Iron Force convoys trucks had lit up once again. Without hesitation, Lin Xian bolted. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 missiles shot from the launchers, streaking straight toward the heavy truck. No, please. The purple-haired woman's pupils dilated in horror, her face turning ghostly pale as death loomed over her. Boom! The explosion obliterated the truck's cabin, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Even Lin Xian, though far enough away, felt the ground tremble beneath him. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. The woman was vaporized. Damn, that was brutal. Lin Xian let out a relieved sigh. But before he could regroup, he saw Lu Xingchen sprinting past him in a panic. Where the hell are you going? Lin Xian grabbed his arm. My car. My car. Lu Xingchen was on the verge of a breakdown. Not only was his beloved RV gone, but his clothes had been burned off in battle. Now, standing half-naked in the freezing wind, he was shivering uncontrollably. Lin Xian turned toward the street, squinting. The RV had already disappeared, having turned several blocks away. No way he could chase it on foot. And from what Lin Xian had seen, Lu Xingchen definitely didn't have flight abilities. Elsewhere, inside the stolen RV, a chubby man gripped the steering wheel with a death grip, his foot slamming the gas pedal to the floor as he plowed through the zombie horde. He glanced into the rearview mirror and saw the stockpile of supplies inside the RV. His tense expression finally relaxed. Damn, that was close. Zhou Lei had barely escaped with his life. Who could have expected those black crow bastards, who were so feared, to get completely wiped out by the train convoy? sh*T. Everyone in Yubei City is a damn monster. With an armored, modified RV and a fresh start, Zhou Lei could vanish and rebuild his life elsewhere. As long as he stayed far away from those lunatics, he'd be fine. For once, he actually felt proud of his quick thinking. He let out a deep breath, finally able to relax. And then, darkness. The light inside the driver's cabin dimmed. Zhou Lei froze, his heartbeat accelerating. The street ahead was clear of obstacles. No buildings, no signs, no sudden storm. Then why did it feel like something was blocking out the light? Slowly, he looked up. His pupils shrunk. His face went deathly white. Above the clouds and fog, a massive shadow loomed. A monstrous, eldritch creature was descending upon him. His scream echoed inside the RV. Back at the train convoy, with the Black Crow, 4 annihilated, Lin Xian and the others rushed back to their vehicles. Shu Qin's voice came through the radio, filled with panic. "We need to get out of here. There's something in the sky." Above them, a colossal, jellyfish-like creature emerged from the thick clouds. Everyone in the convoy paled. Compared to the one they had seen near Mount Daluo, this one was slightly smaller, but still enormous, larger than a skyscraper. "All aboard. Start the train," Lin Xian barked. The zombie tide surged toward them. There was no time to gather loot. The infinite train roared to life, accelerating out of the battlefield. The convoy followed close behind, engines roaring as they pushed through the undead. "It's getting dark. Stay alert," Su Jin warned. "There's another one over there." Kiki gasped. To the left of the train, far in the city, another massive jellyfish emerged. There's more of them. In the rear convoy, Su Jin, Shu Qin, and Old Mo survivors locked their doors, pure terror washing over them. Inside buses and trucks, mothers clutched their children, covering their mouths to muffle their frightened whimpers. The pressure was suffocating. "Hurry up! Drive! Drive!" The vehicles charged forward, crushing zombies under their wheels, desperately keeping pace with the train. The barbed wire walls had been destroyed during the battle. Thousands of zombies spilled onto the railway, chasing after the convoy. Inside the train, car number 1, a shirtless young man sat in the corner, staring at the floor with dead eyes. Lin Xian. Since fleeing eastward, this was his greatest loss. His home was gone. Any normal person would be in shock after that. In the driver's cabin, Shasha hesitated before whispering to Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, should we take him with us?" Lin Xian turned to look at Lin Xian, who sat motionless, looking utterly defeated. "Yeah, he's got nowhere else to go. Find him some clothes." At the freight terminal, Lin Xian had been lounging under a parasol, drinking tea. Now, he didn't even look alive. Yeah, this dude was having a rough day. Lin Xian sighed and turned his attention to the sky. He lifted the radio, his expression serious. "Do not engage the jellyfish. We don't know how many there are. We can't afford a chain reaction. They've definitely noticed us." Shu Qin's voice confirmed. "Then we keep moving. No stopping. Stay together. No stragglers." The train accelerated, the convoy gunning their engines to keep up. But a deep, resonating hum suddenly echoed from above, like the blast of a massive cruise ship horn. The sky jellyfish was descending upon them. As it drew closer, Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan could see its massive, writhing tentacles swaying in the air. "It's coming." Chen Sichuan's voice trembled. Lin Xian tightened his grip on the radio. "Everyone prepare to fire. Do not let the tentacles touch you." Whoosh! The Iron Force convoy launched 3 missiles, hitting the jellyfish's core tentacles. Boom! Boom! Its gigantic transparent body convulsed, several tentacles snapping off, falling toward the city. Splat! When they hit the ground, a thick, white mist erupted. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. sh*T. Those things are poisonous.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.